Be best if the Greeks never made war on each other, but could ever speak with one heart and voice, repel barbarian invaders together, and unite in preserving themselves and their cities. If such a union is unattainable, I would counsel you to take due precautions for your safety in view of the greatness of this war in the West. It is evident that whether the Romans or Carthaginians win this war, the victors will not be content with the sovereignty of Italy and Sicily. They are sure to come here and extend their ambitions beyond the bounds of justice. Therefore, I implore you all to secure yourselves against this danger, and I address myself especially to King Philip. Agelaus of Aetolia, Conference of Naupactus, 217 BC. A short note about Greek city-states. Ancient Greece contained a confusing plethora of similar-sounding city-states and regions. Most readers will have known of Athens, Sparta, and Macedon, but not necessarily of Aetolia, Achaia, Athemania, and Acarnania. Thermopylae and Marathon will be familiar, but it's less likely for modern readers to know the towns of the Hellespont and the mountain towns between Macedon and Illyria. It took me some time to familiarize myself with these political and geographical entities, and so to increase your enjoyment of the book, I urge you first to spend a little time looking over the maps. In the accompanying PDF, you will find two versions of the same map, one from the Roman perspective with place names in anglicized Latin, and the other from the Greek perspective with names in anglicized Greek. Ben Kane. Prologue. Off the southern coast of Italia, early summer 215 BC. It was a beautiful evening, balmy and windless. The sea resembled a sheet of hammered bronze. A dozen small fishing boats were homeward bound, shadowed by screeching gulls. Light winked off soldiers' helmets on the coastal road. In the western sky, the mountains of Bruttium were dark shadows against the slow-sinking golden orb of the sun. Northeastward, somewhere in the heat haze, lay the great city of Tarentum. Further out on the water, a squadron of Roman triremes beat a passage across the great square-edged bay that cut deep into Italia's southern shores. The ships were in 2 lines of 5, and the front central vessel was commanded by the Admiral Publius Valerius Flaccus. He was in no hurry. The 3-day patrol, as far as the town of Locri and back again, had been uneventful, and they would reach their home port of Tarentum by sunset. Flaccus had decided that writing his report and other such duties could wait until the morrow. After a bath and a change of clothes, he was looking forward to an evening in the company of his mistress, the widow of a nobleman who had fallen at Cannae. Flaccus was a short, determined individual. A fleshy jowl and receding hair took nothing away from his commanding presence, which was accentuated by a pair of bright blue eyes. It was these last, he was sure, together with his high rank and city graces, that had seen the widow succumb to his advances. Tarentum was no backwater, but those from Rome had a more cultured air. Flaccus knew how to milk that invisible superiority to the last drop. It had worked on his mistress-to-be the first time they'd met, at a recent feast to honour his arrival in the city. His lips twitched. He had bedded her the same night. Just the right type of plump. She had soft, perfumed skin and remarkably pert breasts. Her bedroom tastes, wide-ranging and insatiable, were an endless source of surprise and pleasure. Flaccus reined in his imagination. Like his officers, he sported a short tunic at sea, rather than the cumbersome toga of his rank. From his position close to the steersman, he had a view along the length of the ship. A central walkway connected the bow to the stern. To either side, 3 banks of oarsmen sat on benches, their bodies and outstretched arms moving back and forth in perpetual rhythm. At the front, a flautist played, his melody setting the beat. The oar-masters, standing every 25 paces along the walkway, rapped their metal-shod staffs on the planking in time to the tune. Currently, the slow cruise. It commanded a steady speed that the rowers could keep up for hours. It excited Flaxus to think that with a single word he could have the entire squadron moved to ramming speed. He had done so before, during training exercises, and by the gods it stirred the blood. It would feel different when closing with an enemy fleet, of course, thrilling and terrifying at the same time. Quite how frightening, Flaxus had no idea, but imagining a ram's ridged bronze snout punching through his ship's hull was enough to make his belly tighten. Sinking to a watery grave was not how he wanted to end his life, nor was being sucked under by a passing vessel or being speared in the sea by the foe. Sending a Carthaginian ship to the bottom, now that was an appealing thought. So too was running down the side of an enemy trireme, shearing away oars and turning the vessel into a useless hulk to be boarded at one's leisure. "Sail!" The lookout's unexpected cry focused everyone's attention, not least Flaxus's. Fishing boats, plentiful and unthreatening, didn't warrant a shout. Trading vessels did, but with nightfall approaching, most round-bellied merchantmen would already be moored in a harbour or anchored close to shore. "Another sail!" cried the lookout. "3, 4, I see 5 dead ahead!" Flaxus hurried to the prow, the captain on his heels. An oar-master goggled at him, and Flaxus snapped, "Maintain the rhythm until told otherwise, fool!" He shoved past, the yells of the lookouts on his other ships increasing his unease. It seemed doubtful the intruders were Carthaginian. Since Rome's huge naval victories during the last war, thought Flaxus, the Guggers avoided encounters with Roman fleets wherever possible. Another alternative, Macedonian warships, seemed as unlikely. King Philip had attacked the island of Kephalenia 2 years before, it was true, and there were rumours of his designs on Illyria, but he wouldn't have the gall to send ships into Italian waters. Flaxus put the notion from his mind. He reached the lookout, a skinny lad with wind-tousled hair. "Where?" The lookout gave him a nervous salute and pointed a few degrees to starboard. "There, sir, about 2 miles away." Flaxus raised a hand to his eyes. Far in the distance, outlined against the dark sea, were 3 white squares, sails. His heart thumped. He waited, spying after a moment 2 more. The ships were heading southeast towards the headland that formed Italia's heel, and any hope of a successful pursuit once they rounded that would be lost, he judged. "Shall we give chase, sir?" The captain, a bow-legged old salt, whom Flaxus had grown to like, was by his side. "Aye, they're not Roman, that's certain. It would be best to find out what they're doing in these waters. With the sun behind us, sir, they won't know we're coming until we're good and close." The captain's leer revealed 6 peg-like brown stumps. "Gives us a decent chance, that does." Flaxus nodded. "Good." The captain waved at the flautist. "Fast cruise!" A quicker melody started, and at once the oar-masters took up the new rhythm. The rowers bent their backs and heaved, and within 10 heartbeats the trireme's speed had doubled. The ram scythed into the waves as if it could sense their new prey. The chase was on. It was a close-run affair in the end. Flaxus's ships had come to within perhaps 3/4 of a mile before their quarry realized a thing. Quite what gave them away at that point was unclear. The sun was so low that anyone staring west would have been almost blinded, but suddenly the 5 ships' speed increased to match that of the Roman triremes. The headland was close, and the open sea beyond beckoned. Flaxus threw the dice and gambled all. "Ramming speed!" he bellowed. It was a Herculean task to expect his oarsmen to sustain a chase with that distance remaining, but there was nothing to lose. At worst, the ships would escape, Flaxus decided, and his crews would face a long pull back to Tarentum under the stars. At best, their quarry would be brought to bay, and he'd discover why they had run like startled deer. In the event, the breakneck speed chase was short. 2 of the vessels they were pursuing broke away, but the crews aboard the rest were no match for Flaxus's oarsmen. Seeing their fellows' plight, the front pair of ships came to a stop in the water. Cumbersome craft though they were, and outnumbered by his triremes, Flaxus took no chances. He sent 4 ships to surround the front 2, and with the 5 remaining and his own vessel, crowded in around the slowest. Shouted commands saw the 3 merchantmen's oars shipped. No one armed could be seen on their decks, and Flaxus's initial unease was replaced by a calm smugness. His plan had been well executed. Resistance appeared unlikely. He had time to discover the ship's purpose, treat them accordingly, whether that be to find their captains or impound their vessels, and still reach Tarentum before moonrise. His evening with his mistress was not under threat, an immense satisfaction. Anticipation rising, Flaxus watched as the oarsman eased his ship alongside the largest merchantman, a round-bellied craft with a square canvas sail. The port-side oars rattled and dripped as they were drawn in. The ships slid past one another, scraping timbers. Grappling hooks thumped onto the deck and were made fast. The sailors on the captured vessel shuffled about, faces tight with fear. Close to the mast, a small group of richly dressed men shared nervous mutters. "Send over a boarding party," Flaxus ordered. "Find out who's in charge and bring him to me." The gangplank dropped with a bang, and a score of marines clattered across, led by an optio. 4 soon returned, leading a stout figure. "Says he's the commander, sir," declared the optio. A none-too-friendly shove propelled the captive closer to Flaxus. Middle-aged, with a neat beard, he had intelligent eyes. An embroidered himation, gold finger rings, and his confident carriage marked him as a man of means. He bowed to Flaxus. "Xenophanes of Athens, at your service, sir." His Latin was accented but good. "Might I know your name?" "Publius Valerius Flaxus, Admiral." He studied Xenophanes's face for signs of guile, but could see none. This meant nothing. In times of war, thought Flaxus, a man could trust no one, save those who had proved themselves worthy of it. The Athenian hadn't made a good start. "You fled from my ships. Why?" Xenophanes's fingers fluttered. "My apologies, Admiral. We took you for pirates. Coming from the west with the sun at your backs, it seemed sure that we were being attacked. There are a few weapons on each ship, but these are no warships. Flight was my only option." A nervous smile. "Not that we got far. Your oarsmen are to be commended." Flaxus ignored the compliment. "What is your business in these waters?" Xenophanes' expression grew confidential. He leaned closer, but the distrustful optios seized him by the shoulder. Xenophanes raised his hands. "I mean the Admiral no harm." "Keep your distance, then, savage," growled the optio. Anger flitted across Xenophanes' face, but he gave Flaxus a practised smile. "I wish to speak in confidence, without other ears listening." "Say what you have to say," said Flaxus, already tired of whatever game Xenophanes was trying to play. In Tarentum, his mistress was waiting. With a dark glance at the optio, Xenophanes muttered, "I am an emissary of Philip of Macedon." Seeing Flaxus's astonishment, he added quickly, "As a neutral, the king deemed it easier for me to seek a meeting with your consuls and senate. My purpose was to seal a pact of friendship with Rome and its people. This Flaccus had not expected. These are strange tidings. Philip has borne the Republic ill will of recent years. A misunderstanding, nothing more. Xenophanes' tone was bluff. It was hard to see how invading Kephallenia was to be misunderstood, thought Flaccus. I am unaware of any Macedonian embassy journeying to Rome. You have heard nothing of my task, Admiral, because we failed to reach Rome. Landing at Juno's temple near Croton, we travelled overland towards Capua. Encountering Roman forces, we met with the praetor Lavinus. He was a generous host and provided an escort to guide us on the safest routes, protection from Hannibal's army. Flaccus hid his surprise. Lavinus was a praetor operating in Campania. It seemed doubtful that Xenophanes could know of him unless he had met with the man. But that didn't explain why he, Flaccus, remained unaware of the Macedonian embassy and its unexpected mission. News of a possible alliance with Philip, welcome after the disaster at Cannae the previous year, would travel fast, thought Flaccus. And yet Xenophanes' story wasn't beyond the realms of possibility. You were attacked by the Carthaginians, I assume. Is that why your journey to Rome failed? Xenophanes looked strained. Aye. Numidian cavalry are as deadly as they say. Several of our escort were killed, and their commander deemed it too unsafe to continue. On our return to Lavinus's camp, I pleaded for further aid to no avail. All his troops were needed to fight the enemy, he said. Without military protection, there was no chance of reaching Rome. I was forced to abandon our mission. You find us on our way back to Macedon. Have you proof of Philip's intentions? Of course. The documents are in a chest in my cabin. Say the word, and I will have them brought across. Flaccus rubbed his chin. Previous hostility between Rome and Macedonia wouldn't prevent Philip from seeking an alliance. Keenly aware that the fast-approaching onset of night would delay his return to Tarentum and the willing arms of his mistress by a considerable amount, Flaccus came to a decision. If Xenophanes' papers seemed genuine and a search of his craft brought nothing else to light, he would have little reason to detain the Athenian further. Let me have a look. Pleased, Xenophanes nodded. Cupping a hand to his mouth, he shouted an order at the nearest of his sailors. Flaccus's good humour was returning. Wine? He asked. I would be honoured, Admiral. Xenophanes' bow was a good deal deeper than before. They had toasted each other and drunk by the time the documents came aboard. Flaccus cast a critical eye at the two parchments, one of which was in Carthaginian and the other in Greek. The wording of the former seemed to bear out Xenophanes' testimony. He assumed the latter to read the same. Stamped with a Macedonian seal, with a bold signature from Philip himself, both appeared authentic. His decision confirmed, Flaccus signalled for more wine. Smiling, Xenophanes accepted a refill. Let us hope that your next attempt to reach Rome succeeds, said Flaccus, saluting Xenophanes with his cup. Here's to long-lasting friendship between the Republic and Macedonia. May the gods grant it so, replied Xenophanes, returning the gesture. Cup drained, Flaccus glanced at the Optio. Escort this gentleman back to his ship. Check the boarding party have found nothing important and have them return. My thanks for your hospitality, said Xenophanes. Neptunus, watch over your ships, Flaccus replied. May Poseidon do the same to you. Captain, make ready to shove off, ordered Flaccus. Xenophanes had just set foot on the gangplank when a commotion broke out on his ship. Raised voices came from below decks. Two marines clambered into sight. "We've found something, sir!" they shouted at the Optio. More like someone, added the tallest. Flaxus was by the rail in a heartbeat. What is it? We discovered 3 men in the bottom of the hold, sir, said the lead marine. Right behind a load of stacked amphorae they was. If one hadn't sneezed, we never would have found them. Flaxus's eyes shot to Xenophanes. The Greek was halfway across the gangplank, and his pace had noticeably quickened. "Halt, Xenophanes!" bellowed Flaxus. "Get him back over here, Optio." To the marines he said, "Bring them up, quickly." Soon a trio of swarthy men stood blinking on the deck opposite Flaxus. With a look of grim satisfaction, the Optio pushed Xenophanes to stand alongside. The Athenian ignored the newcomers, and Flaxus's suspicions returned with a vengeance. With their dark complexions, oiled ringlets, and long tunics, they resembled the Carthaginians he'd encountered. "Well, Xenophanes?" They stared at one another in silence. "They're paying passengers," Xenophanes admitted. Spots of colour marked his cheekbones. "I knew it wouldn't look good to have their type on board if we were stopped by Roman ships." "What type would that be?" asked Flaxus, sneering. Silence. "Well?" "Carthaginians." As Xenophanes spoke, understanding blossomed in Flaxus's mind. "Search the guggers." Inside 20 heartbeats, a separate set of documents was in his hands, discovered under the tunic of the most senior Carthaginian, a proud-faced man with a hawkish look. The emissary soon lost his composure under a rain of blows from the Optio and his men. Xenophanes yelped like a whipped child as he too was beaten. Flaxus, whose nod had initiated the assaults, paid no attention. The tip of his tongue stuck from between his lips as he laboriously read the Greek. More shocked than he'd have thought possible, he reread the letter 3 times before trying to comprehend its full significance. Flaxus caught the captain's eye. "Change course. We sail for Rome." The old salt looked startled. "Rome, sir?" "You heard me. Send a message to the other ships. 3 will accompany us. The others are to return to Tarentum with the merchantmen." "Aye, sir." The captain shouted to the oar-masters, who rapped out a set of orders. At once the rowers on one side of the ship heaved their oars out of the water, while those on the other dug deep, turning the ship around to face the west. Flaxus watched impatiently. He wanted to order ramming speed, but there was no point exhausting the oarsmen. Despite his urgency, the capital was at least 2 days' voyage away. "We're bound for Rome, sir." The Optio had moved to his side. "Aye. Can I ask why, sir?" The Optio could speak to no one else of importance on the ship, Flaxus decided, and besides, the news would spread the length and breadth of Italia before the month was out. "You are to keep this to yourself." "On my life, sir," said the Optio. "Philip seeks an alliance with Hannibal." The Optio looked confused. "Here's the proof." Flaxus brandished the letter. In the light of the setting sun, the writing on the parchment took on a blood-red hue. A worse omen Flaxus could not imagine. Part 1. Chapter 1. 13 years later, near the town of Chalcedon on the shores of the Propontis, late summer 202 BC. Demetrius didn't like hiding in the trees, but near the tents it was easy to be spotted. Pilfering was a dangerous occupation. He'd been caught and badly beaten a couple of times. Now he spied out the ground before risking his skin. Here on the fringes of King Philip's camp, among the evergreen bushes and cork oaks, he could pick the right moment. The only people about were soldiers seeking a quiet place to empty their bowels, and men with that on their minds paid little heed to a loitering youth in a ragged chiton. They'd take him for one of the hundreds of opportunistic tag-alongs following the Macedonian fleet along the Propontis. Demetrius was no scavenger, but an oarsman on one of Philip's ships. Not on a glorious trireme with its shining ram and patterned sail, or on one of the nimble lembi. His floating home was a pot-bellied, low-in-the-water transport vessel. It wasn't his choice of career, gods no. Since he was a boy, Demetrius had wanted to be a soldier who fought in the mighty Phalanx. Now, the chance of that seemed harder to reach than the summit of Olympus in midwinter. It might have happened, thought Demetrius, if Ares hadn't turned his face away, if the other gods hadn't conspired against him. His shepherd father had been poor, but he'd proudly served as a slinger in his younger days. He had taught Demetrius how to hunt and sent him to learn pancration and wrestling with the wealthier farmers' sons. Lean and wiry, strong from hard labour on the farm, he had learned fast, which was as well, for the richer boys had made fun of him at every opportunity. Stubborn, he had persevered, always thinking of his father's words. With the right introductions, when he was older, becoming a phalangist could be arranged. If only father wasn't gone, thought Demetrius, his grief cutting him like knives. But he was, murdered by sheep rustlers on a filthy autumn night 2 years back. Orphaned, Demetrius's mother had died when he was 5, and beggared by the theft of the entire flock, he had been reduced from shepherd's son to landless peasant at one stroke. With winter coming, even the kindest neighbours were able to feed him no more than for a few days. Soon he'd been forced to Pella, Macedon's capital and the nearest town of any size. Friendless, alone, his life on the streets had not been pleasant. He had survived by labouring in the market and on the docks. In the spring just gone, when news spread that the king was to carry war to the Propontis, a sudden need had sprung up for crewmen on merchant vessels. Philip's soldiers would need vast quantities of food on their campaign and ships to carry it. Sick of living hand to mouth, eager to be near the army, Demetrius had signed on with the first captain who would take him, which was how he found himself on the outskirts of the Macedonian camp, thousands of stadia from home. His dream of becoming a phalangist hadn't quite vanished, but his day-to-day struggles ensured that he scarcely gave it a thought. The physical demands of rowing were immense, the oar-masters overfond of using fists and feet. The rowers toiled from dawn to dusk under the burning hot sun. Water was passed around regularly, but rest periods were rare. After wolfing down his meal each night, Demetrius often had the energy only to lie down with his blanket. Sleep was hard to come by, thanks to those of his fellows who prowled the decks in search of flesh. After a near escape soon after joining the ship, he had formed an unofficial alliance with a couple of the younger rowers. They weren't friends as such. Demetrius knew this because they'd both stolen food from him. But come nightfall, the 3 stayed close and took turns to stay awake. The arrangement meant he got a little more rest than before, but his sleep was fitful, and he always kept a dagger clutched in his fist. Advancement from the benches seemed improbable. His hope of becoming a shepherd again was more realistic, but it would take a year at least to save the coin for a few sheep. Demetrius concentrated, therefore, on getting through each day and trying to fill his belly as often as possible. 18, still growing, he was always hungry. Aboard their ship, at least, oarsmen's rations were poor quality and served in miserly portions. Stealing provisions was a daily necessary task. Mornings were no good. Demetrius had had to grow used to his growling stomach at these times, but at the end of the day, as the sun set, when soldiers and sailors were tired, the pickings were better. He had learned to choose the tents where most men were absent, leaving the soldier whose turn it was to cook. One such lay not 50 paces away, the closest to his position in the trees. An iron tripod stood over a small fire. Dangling from its chain was a pot. Saliva filled Demetrius's mouth at the thought of the bubbling stew within. Despite its appeal, the risks were too great. Running with a vessel full of boiling liquid, a nigh-on impossible task, would end badly. Less tasty, but easy to steal, were the flatbreads that had been set to cook on stones around the fire. 2 or 3 would sate Demetrius's hunger. He might also trade one with a crewmate for a morsel of meat or some olives. His hopes that the soldier would be distracted by a neighbour had thus far come to naught, and so when the man gave his stew a good stir and then aimed for the trees with a determined gait, Demetrius grinned. Gods, let him need a shit rather than a piss, he prayed. He waited until the man, a tough-looking peltast, had drawn near before leaving the tree line, at the same time making a show of adjusting his chiton in the manner of someone who had just visited the latrine. Avoiding eye contact, Demetrius angled his walk away from the fire with its all-important bread. Close to the tents, a surreptitious glance told him the peltast had vanished into the woods. Demetrius changed direction. 20 steps, and he was standing by the tripod. The rich aroma of pork and herbs filled his mouth with saliva. Snatching up the cook's ladle, he scooped up a great mouthful. It was better-tasting food than he'd had in days. His belly screamed for more, but time wasn't on his side. Demetrius grabbed 3 flatbreads and then, unable to stop himself, a hunk of cheese as well. Dropped into his loose-necked chiton, they were held in place by his belt. He looked to the trees and was relieved to see no sign of the peltast. When his theft was noticed, thought Demetrius, he would be long gone. Whistling his father's favourite tune, he sauntered off between the tents. Tonight he would sleep on a full stomach. There was no pursuit from his well-executed crime. Success made Demetrius cocky. Rather than eating in the relative safety of his ship, he made the mistake of stopping a Stadion from the peltast's fire. One flatbread wolfed down, and still ravenous, he opted next for a bite of cheese. A voice drawled, "What do we have here?" Pulling food from his clothing did not look good. Demetrius decided to brazen it out. He shrugged at the group of young slingers who'd appeared from between the tents to his left and said, "Robbing from your mates isn't a crime. They steal from us, we steal from them. You know how it is. Tomorrow the bastards will be prowling around looking to repay the favour." The youth who'd spoken, a broad-chested individual with black hair held in place by a leather thong, let out an unpleasant laugh. "Except you don't have any mates round here, sewer-rat. We camp in the same spot every night. A man gets to recognise his neighbours. I've not seen you around before, which means you're a thief, plain and simple." His friends rumbled in agreement. Demetrius bridled. "What's it to you?" "Hear him! That's as good as a confession if I ever heard one," said the slinger with a sneer. Demetrius wasn't sure why the slinger cared what he'd stolen if it wasn't from his own fire, but one thing was certain, a beating was imminent. His accuser had 4 companions, not all large, but every one capable-looking. They fanned out and walked towards Demetrius with purposeful glares. Slingers were fleet of foot, he thought, and these seemed no different. Even if he outpaced them to his ship, there was scant chance of help from his fellow oarsmen. In the pecking order of the rowing benches, Demetrius was near the bottom. He tried another option. "Do you want some cheese? I have bread as well." Jeers and laughter followed. "We'll take it after we've kicked the shit out of you," said the leader. Demetrius's thought had been not to resist, but the leader's arrogance was unbearable. "Screw you and your mother!" he cried, and lunged at the leftmost slinger. With 4 paces separating them, his target had time only to gape before Demetrius's right shoulder drove into his belly. Winded, he dropped like a stone down a well. Demetrius spun and smashed a left hook into the next man's jaw. Pain lanced from his hand, but the slinger's knees buckled. Demetrius fled, his ears ringing with outraged cries of "Thief!" He darted and weaved through the tents, leaping over guy ropes and at one point a fire. Maintaining his lead, he began to entertain hopes of reaching the relative sanctuary of the anchored ships. The slingers wouldn't dare follow him out to those. Although the fleet was part of Philip's host, there was a good deal of animosity between soldiers and crewmen. Demetrius never saw the foot that tripped him. One moment he was aiming for the gap between two tents, the next the ground was hurtling towards his face. His outstretched hands took some of the impact, but the air still left his lungs with a whoosh. He rolled, desperate to get up, but the foot's owner gave him a mighty kick in the gut that sent him earthward again. Demetrius retched, and a heartbeat later spewed up the bread he'd swallowed. As he tried to push himself up on his elbows, a blow to the ribs knocked him back down. He sucked in a ragged breath and wondered what in Tartarus he could do now. Feet pounded, voices drew near. "Is this who you're chasing?" someone asked. "Looks like it," said the slinger who'd challenged Demetrius. "You thief?" "Aye. Thanks, comrade." The slinger's sandal-clad pair of feet halted in front of Demetrius's face. One kicked him hard. "Up, whoreson!" Demetrius was at the slinger's mercy, but he wasn't ready to give in. Lunging forward, he sank his teeth into the slinger's ankle. A cry of pain, and his victim stumbled backwards. Somehow he got to his knees. A shocked-looking peltast, it was he who must have tripped him, thought Demetrius, saved the slinger from falling. Behind the two he could see angry faces, the other slingers. He punched the peltast in the balls, and as the man bent double, groaning, stood up. The rest might kill him, but Demetrius didn't care. All his grief and fury at his father's death, at the harsh existence life had dealt him since, came boiling to the surface. If things had worked out as planned, he'd have been a phalangist by now with no need to steal food. Instead, a lowly oarsman, he would die at the hands of the murderous slingers. Demetrius set his back to the tent, his only defence, and clenched his fists. "How many of you does it take to beat one man?" The insult was too much. The slingers and peltasts swarmed forward. Demetrius landed a couple of punches and a headbutt before a hail of blows sent him crashing to the ground. Stars burst across his vision, waves of pain battered every portion of his body. He did his best to curl into a ball, protect his head, and there might be a chance of survival. He lost consciousness soon after the stamping began. Water splashed into Demetrius's face, and he came to, spluttering. He was lying on his side. There wasn't a part of him that didn't hurt. Clots of blood filled his mouth. Rooting with his tongue, he found a loose tooth, and with difficulty spat it out. "He's alive!" The voice was amused. "It's a wonder, considering how many of you jumped him." Feet shuffled. Demetrius didn't understand why no one answered. Cold fear uncoiled in his belly. An officer had come on the scene. When he heard the reasons for the attack, Demetrius's fate would be sealed anew. Resignation swamped him. The fates were in a foul mood today. "Can you move?" asked the voice. Demetrius tried and found he could. Wiping crimson-tinged drool from his bruised lips, he struggled into a sitting position. Sweet agony emanating from the right side of his chest signified cracked ribs. This was but the worst of his discomfort. He glanced up at the plain-cloaked man who'd spoken. Slim, bright-eyed, and with a beard, he reminded Demetrius of someone. His eyes took in the slingers and peltasts' nervous expressions, and beyond them an awed-looking crowd of soldiers. Realization sank home. He'd heard the rumours of Philip wandering through the camp in plain attire, talking to his troops. It seemed the tales were true. Demetrius's stomach rolled. Whatever punishment he might have received would be worse now. The king would want to set an example. He rose, wincing, to one knee.
"Sire."
"These men say they caught you thieving bread." Philip jerked a thumb at the slingers. Demetrius hesitated. Denying the accusation would look as if he were lying to save his skin. He glanced at his pursuers, who were openly gloating, and fury took him.
"That's not how it happened, sire."
The lead slinger let out a contemptuous laugh. "So you didn't steal anything?" Philip's tone was hard, dangerous.
"I did, sire."
Demetrius pulled out a misshapen lump of bread. In the fight, his ill-gotten haul had been macerated.
"But they didn't see me take it. No one did."
Something that might have been amusement flitted across Philip's face. "How then did they come to attack you?"
"I was starving, sire, so I stopped to eat some of it. The slingers saw, and not recognizing me, presumed I had stolen the food."
"The slingers' tents are a decent distance from here," said Philip. "After you ran, they gave chase?"
"Not before I'd knocked 2 down, sire."
"How many were they?"
5, sire."
Philip's eyebrows rose. 5? Against you?
"Yes, sire."
"Are you a soldier?"
"An oarsman, sire."
"On one of my warships?"
"No, sire. A merchant vessel."
The lead slinger flushed with shame. His companions looked embarrassed and furious. Philip, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. "How did they catch you?" he demanded.
"That peltast," Demetrius pointed, "heard their cries, sire, and tripped me."
"Men don't like a thief," said Philip. "That's when they beat you senseless."
"Aye, sire," cried the lead slinger. "I gave you something to remember me by," retorted Demetrius. "Your ankle will hurt for days, and I gave the peltast a good thump in the balls."
Someone began to chuckle. It took a moment for Demetrius to realize that it was the king. Sure that it presaged a dreadful death, he hung his head. "My slingers are among the best in the world, or so they boast. Am I not right?" demanded Philip. The lead slinger found his voice.
"Yes, sire."
"Yet 5 of you were reduced to 3 by an oarsman. An oarsman! You only caught the mongrel because someone else intervened. Even then, he managed to injure 2 more of your number before you got the better of him." Silence.
"Speak, fool!"
Philip's tone was murderous.
"You have the right of it, sire,"
muttered the lead slinger.
"Get out of my sight,"
snapped Philip. Demetrius watched, disbelieving, as the slingers slunk away. If they'd been dogs, he thought, their tails would have been tucked right up between their hind legs. His delight was brief. The king would be punishing him too. Theft was theft. Demetrius had once seen a man executed for the crime. At the least, he could expect to have his right hand amputated. Panic swelled in his chest. Maimed, he couldn't row. When the fleet moved on, he'd be left behind to die of starvation. "You." Philip was talking to the peltast.
"Sire?"
The man's gaze was fixed on the ground. "You did what you thought was right. I cannot fault you for that. Being taken off guard by the boy, however—" Philip paused, and the peltast looked up, naked terror in his face. The king laughed. "Consider the pain in your groin punishment enough. You may go." Gabbling his thanks, the peltast disappeared into his tent. Demetrius closed his eyes. "Now it comes," he thought. "Let my end be quick, great Zeus." "On your feet."
"Sire."
Philip was going to execute him standing, thought Demetrius.
Gritting his teeth against the pain, he got up. "You're proud. You fight like a soldier." Confusion took Demetrius.
Sire.
"You stole because you were hungry?"
Aye, sire. They never give us enough."
Philip's expression blackened. "Merchant captains are paid sufficient funds to feed every man in their crew twice a day. What's your ship's name?"
"Star of the Sea, sire."
Philip gave him a nod. "On your way." Demetrius gaped.
"Sire?"
"You are free."
"You're not going to kill me, sire?"
Philip's lips peeled back in amusement. "I'm not." Demetrius gave Philip the deepest bow he could manage. Unable to believe his good fortune, he shuffled back the required 10 paces before turning around and limping for the shoreline. Halfway back to the ships, a quiet giggle escaped him. He still had the bread and cheese inside his chiton. Chapter 2. The Forum Romanum, Rome. Titus Quinctius Flamininus was still a distance from the Comitium, the area for political assembly, when he signalled to his lictors. At once they moved to a quiet spot by a temple on the forum's eastern side. It was impossible to remain invisible thanks to his escort, but the great open space of the forum was busy enough that he wouldn't be spotted immediately. His fellow politicians were gathering outside the Curia, or Senate House, awaiting the arrival of emissaries from Aetolia in Greece. They had come, as everyone knew, to beg for Rome's aid against the warlike Philip of Macedonia, a king with whom the Republic had fought an inconclusive war some years before. Flamininus had no intention of missing the important meeting, but before joining the throng he wanted to see who was muttering in whose ear and who was ignoring whom. He had spies in Rome, but much could also be gleaned by observation. Information was power, and for a man as ambitious as Flamininus was worth its weight in gold. Roman politics was dominated by factions. The balance of power tended to move between perhaps half a dozen families. Too busy fighting Hannibal to visit Rome, Publius Cornelius Scipio remained the Republic's darling. His faction was the largest, outnumbering the second biggest by some margin. Neither of these two groupings matched in number the senatorial families whose allegiance swung to and fro, however. These were the senators whose support was crucial to anyone seeking office. They included Flamininus. Over the previous few years, his family had tended to support Scipio, but that was not Flamininus's purpose on this occasion. In his mind, alliances were like cloaks, to be worn and exchanged for another dependent on one's need. Today he was accompanied by his elder brother Lucius, an athletic man whose face marked him as close kin. Rather than stay with the group, he had climbed the temple steps for a better view of the goings-on. Flamininus made to call his brother back, then thought twice. Lucius could cause no trouble there, and with time pressing, Flamininus was eager to spy out what he could. Not 30 years old, he was a short man, his brown hair close cut in the soldier's fashion and his beard trim. He was no Adonis, with eyes that verged on protuberant, a long pointed nose and fleshy lips, but made up for his lack of looks with unbreakable confidence. When he'd tried to ride his father's horse at the age of 4, it had been there, as when he had demanded to assume the toga a full 2 years before his 15th birthday. The beatings he'd had on both occasions had strengthened his self-assurance, which helped him to believe it was God's given. Scion of a faded patrician family, and bitter at his own lack of fortune in life, Flamininus's father had been a rigid taskmaster, easy to anger and hard to please. Locked in an unhappy marriage, his mother had been a shrew of a woman. From a young age, Flamininus had chafed to leave the family home.
Within a year of taking the toga, he had cajoled his father to introduce him into public life. He could yet feel the joy that had swept him as he rode away towards Rome. He had taken his own path since. Legal assistant first to a town justice and then a prominent lawyer, he had cut his teeth on jobs that were integral to the running of the Republic. Well known, despite his youth, adept at making allies, there had been an inevitability to Flamininus setting his foot on the political ladder more than 5 years prior. His current role was that of quaestor at Tarentum, with a praetor's extra powers. He'd been appointed soon after the great southern city had been retaken from Hannibal. The post had been trying, to say the least. Astute, not averse to taking bribes, Flamininus had discreetly amassed a fortune during his office. If things continued as they were, there was a good possibility that the position of consul might be his within 2 to 3 years. If matters went exactly as he hoped this afternoon, it might happen sooner. He controlled his excitement. Only a fool puts the cart in front of the mule, his old tutor had often repeated, and he'd been right. Spontaneous, Flamininus's move today was unlikely to succeed, but it was worth the gamble. Before the exalted office of consul could be considered probable, he needed widespread support among the senators, and that took time to secure. Old allegiances would have to be weakened, even broken, and new ones forged. Bribes would be paid, weaknesses found, and threats implied. On occasion, brute force might be called for. Flamininus wasn't as popular as Scipio, say, but he was determined and his bag of tricks deep. In addition, generous use of his fortune saw his network of spies grow by the month. "Good things come to the patient," Flamininus murmured, his gaze roving over the toga-clad figures milling in front of the curia, alighting on a man in late middle age. Even at a distance, the ex-consul Galba's gaunt figure was recognizable. If Flamininus listened, his melodic voice carried over the crowd. 30 or more senators were hanging on his every word. As Flamininus watched, others drew close. "Rome has no need to involve itself with Greek affairs," he said, voicing Galba's oft-spoken opinion. "Is Hannibal not enough for the Republic to deal with at one time? What need has it of a fresh war with Macedonia?" Galba's stance wasn't surprising. The Republic had seen 16 years of continuous bloody conflict with Carthage. It had lost tens of thousands of its sons, and at various times seen half its Italian allies swear allegiance to the undefeated Hannibal. An end to the war was in sight for the first time, pleasing everyone, but Galba had his own reasons for avoiding conflict with Macedonia. According to Flamininus's spies, he was set on an important magistracy in Hispania. Even more than Flamininus's quaestorship in Tarentum, foreign positions carried with them the chance, through business deals, siphoning of taxes and so on, of becoming wealthy beyond one's dreams. Clearly, Galba could not serve as a praetor in Hispania and prosecute a war with Philip, but if he prevented the latter, his many rivals would be denied the chance of fame, glory, and riches in Macedonia. Whether Galba knew it or not, Flamininus was one of those rivals. Before commanding Rome's legions in Macedonia, however, he had to persuade the Senate to help Aetolia. After that, he would have to win election as consul. Both were huge obstacles. Time, Flamininus thought. If only I'd had more time. News of the Aetolian embassy had reached him 6 days before. He had wasted 2 days instructing his subordinates in Tarentum. The remainder had been taken up by a difficult voyage up the west coast. Docking that very morning, he had arrived in Rome not an hour since. His worry now was that while he'd been planning to lobby every senator in Rome, Galba and his supporters had been doing just that for at least half a month. Flamininus took heart as Galba hailed a party of a dozen senators, only for the leader to stalk past without any acknowledgment. 20 paces from the former consul, the dozen joined a larger group. All was not lost, Flamininus decided. It was time to speak with the anti-Galba faction. With luck, his words would find fertile ground. His head twisted, searching for Lucius. He had not moved from the top of the temple steps. Flamininus's gaze followed his brother's, and he frowned. Lucius was ogling several half-clad youths who were wrestling one another in the alley by the side of the temple.
"Come on, brother," Flamininus called. All right." With a final lust-filled glance, Lucius obeyed. "Could you be more obvious?" asked Flamininus acidly. "I wanted to be noticed," replied Lucius with a nonchalant shrug. "A shame none saw me. I'd have enjoyed a quick fumble while you pressed the flesh." Flamininus's temper began to rise. "We are here on serious business." "We? It's always about you, little brother." Lucius made a face. "You like being aedile, do you not?" Flamininus shot back. It was he who had secured the post for Lucius. Silence. "Well?" "I do." Lucius's tone was grudging. "If my trajectory rises, dear brother, so does yours. When I am consul, you shall be a propraetor or praetor, and there's nothing to say you couldn't be consul after me. Whatever benefits you enjoy now will be as nothing beside the opportunities that will fall into your consular lap. Understand?" Lucius's pout vanished. "Aye." Several hours passed, and the Aetolians arrived at the Grecostasis, where foreign embassies awaited their invitation to enter the Curia. Inside, the 300 senators stood in their factions. Thanks to his rank, Flamininus had secured prime positions close to the consuls' chairs for himself, his brother, and their supporters. The consuls for the year, Tiberius Claudius Nero and Marcus Servilius Pulex Geminus, were both present, attended by their lictors. Perhaps 80 senators, in the main Galba's and Scipio's political enemies, had promised to vote with Flamininus, but they would not be enough to carry the day. It was nonetheless a solid number. If this much support could be garnered in a few hours, the future was bright. Nor had Flamininus given up all hope for the day. He was a skilled orator, and the senators were men like any others. Raise their emotions enough, and they might be swayed into helping Aetolia. He'd seen similar things happen in the Senate before. The pleasing notion made him raise a mocking eyebrow at Galba, who affected not to notice. Annoyed, Flamininus scowled. Galba's lips twitched in reply, and Flamininus cursed inwardly to have been so easily goaded. Elmwood rods rapped on the floor. Heads turned. The murmur of conversation died away. It was indecorous to step onto the strip of tiled floor that ran from the bronze doors to the consuls' chairs, splitting the room in two. Instead, Flamininus leaned outwards, not enough to appear eager, although he was, yet sufficient to avoid a view of the entrance, where he saw 2 waiting figures.
"Euripides and Neophron, emissaries from Aetolia in Greece, are come to speak with the Senate,"
cried a senior lictor. An expectant hush fell. Leather slapped off the floor. Flamininus could feel his heart pounding as the Aetolians approached. Calm yourself, he thought. Victory will not be yours today. This is but the first skirmish in a war. Euripides and Neophron walked past, their gaze fixed on the 2 consuls. Dressed in fine woolen hymations, both were middle-aged. Euripides's grey beard afforded him the look of an elder statesman, while the wrinkles at the corners of Neophron's eyes proved he was no stranger to humour. The serious and the comedic one, thought Flamininus. Interesting. Reaching the consuls, both Aetolians bowed.
"I bid you welcome. The Republic and Aetolia have long been friends,"
said Claudius, the more senior consul,
"although of recent years that friendship has been sorely tried."
More than one senator tittered, and Flamininus thought, this will test the emissary's self-control. At one stage during the long war with Carthage, the enemy had gained the upper hand against Rome. Aetolia had been left to its own fate. Unable to fight Philip alone, the weakened Aetolians had sued for peace 3 years before. Although it was they who had been the architects of the situation, most Romans would never admit that. "It is our old friendship that made us journey from our home, sir. Aetolia would renew its ties to the Republic." Neophron smiled, acting as if the barbed insult had passed him by. Servilius would not let it go. "The last I heard, Aetolia had made a treaty with Philip of Macedonia. With a king as a friend, what need have you of allies overseas?" Euripides let out an awkward cough, but Neophron pulled an even wider smile. "That agreement is 3 years old, sir, and Philip is mercurial. You may have heard this. Of recent months, he has abandoned the treaty by campaigning along the Propontis, where he has besieged and captured Aetolian towns, among others. It concerns him not an iota that the people whom his soldiers murder and enslave are freeborn Greeks."
"The Greeks are ever at each other's throats. Were they not quarrelling on the very eve of Marathon and the Battle of Salamis?"
observed Claudius, half smiling as a ripple of amusement passed down the chamber. "You speak true, sir," said Euripides with a rueful nod. "Yet it is rare indeed for us to make slaves of one another. Philip goes too far. Strongly worded letters have been sent to Pella. There has been no reply. Even if he has received them, it seems probable that our protests would fall on deaf ears. As I speak, he leads his soldiers against Chios, another Aetolian town on the Propontis."
"Which is why the Assembly has sent us here to Rome," continued Neophron, "to ask, nay, beg Rome for assistance against this power-mad, murderous tyrant. It is too late for Chios, like as not, but other settlements are at risk. Aetolia may be dismayed by the loss of a handful of inconsequential towns in Asia Minor," declared Servilius, "but the Republic is not." Cries of support came from Galba's faction. Neophron acknowledged the sarcastic comments with a courteous half-bow. "So a man might think. Yet if Philip's successes continue, he will soon control the Propontis, and with it the grain trade from the shores of the Euxine Sea."
"The citizens of Athens might lament that outcome," said Claudius with a dismissive gesture. "But again, it is no concern of the Republic."
"Philip will not stop there. Since coming to power, he has done little but wage war," said Euripides. "When his eye falls on Aetolia again, as inevitably it shall, our army might stem the tide for a short time, but he will emerge victorious. Aetolia will fall."
Claudius's face was impassive. Servilius shrugged. Flamininus watched Euripides cast about, seeking a sympathetic reaction. Opposite, Galba was whispering in his neighbour's ear, his supporters acting as if the Aetolians weren't even there. Around Flamininus, however, a few senators were muttering. He listened. Philip should not be allowed to ride roughshod over anyone he pleased. He could turn into the next Hannibal. Vipers are best stamped on before they creep into your bed. The voices were muted, however. If anyone was to speak out, thought Flamininus, it would have to be him.
"Why should the Republic come to Aetolia's aid?"
demanded Claudius.
It was faithless Aetolia that abandoned the alliance between our peoples, not Rome."
Silence fell in the chamber. Everyone knew that it was Rome's withdrawal from the conflict that had forced Aetolia to seek terms from Philip, but to lay the blame at the Republic's door would cause grave insult. Even so, it took Neophron's restraining hand to keep Euripides from replying. A high colour marked the grey-bearded emissary's face, and he glared at Claudius. Neophron pulled a placatory smile from somewhere. "We Aetolians can only apologize. Our situation was desperate, but it was a mistake to make peace with Philip. A future alliance between our peoples would be sacrosanct. May the gods strike me down if I lie." He glanced at Euripides, who nodded in vigorous agreement. "Once an oath-breaker, always an oath-breaker. Not one senator has spoken in your favour either," said Servilius harshly. He shot a look at Claudius, who nodded in agreement before flicking a finger at the door. "I wish you a pleasant voyage back to your homeland." Again, Neophron had to prevent an angry Euripides from speaking. They bowed, more stiffly this time, and turned to go. "The consuls lead Rome in times of war, but they do not make its every decision." Flamininus pitched his voice to carry. "Should the senators not vote on this important matter?" The emissary's gaze, along with everyone else's, shot to Flamininus. This venture may be doomed from the outset, he thought, but it is time to lay down a marker, to show the senators that I am a force to be reckoned with. "Quaestor Flamininus, is it not?" Galba's emphasis on the first word made clear his contempt of the lowest-ranked magistrates. "I hold the position with Praetorian Imperium, as well you know, Galba. I wish to vote on this matter, as I am sure do a number of my fellows." Flamininus waited for the many loud cries of "aye" to die down before he continued. "You seem to forget the previous war between the Republic and Philip. It may have been inconsequential, but that does not mean he is an enemy to disregard. He tried to ally himself with Hannibal some years ago, remember? In my mind, those who stand against him should be supported, not spurned." He gave the Aetolians a friendly nod and received the same in return. "Never let it be said that I stand in the Republic's path." Servilius's tone was smooth, but his eyes, fixed on Flamininus, were as murderous as Galba's. After a short exchange with Claudius, Servilius declared, "Let us see what the Senate wishes. All those in favour of offering assistance to Aetolia, raise your right hand." Flamininus lifted his arm in the air, and his followers did the same. Some senators opposite also showed their support for the motion, but it wasn't many. Around Galba, not a single man had his hand up. Flamininus's gaze met that of his rival for the first time. It was Galba's turn to raise an eyebrow. "Is that the best you can do?" he seemed to ask. Flamininus held the stare long enough to show Galba he wasn't scared, and then he watched the pacing lictors make their count. When a total of 79 was called out, Flamininus decided that despite its failure, his provocative act had been worthwhile. The next time such an important vote came around, a network of spies would have made him better informed even than Galba. At least one of the consuls would already need to be on his side, and allies would be required throughout the Senate. Then success would be his. 79, said Servilius with evident satisfaction. "And those of you who are against helping Aetolia?" The second count took a little longer, but came back as 210. 11 senators are absent, declared Servilius, which means that even if they had all voted with Quaestor Flamininus, the result would have been no different. Flamininus dipped his chin in acknowledgment.
"Rome has spoken," Claudius told the disappointed emissaries.
The pair bowed and made for the entrance. Catching Flamininus's eye, Neophron mouthed, "Gratitude." I made an ally there, Flamininus decided. His skin tingled, and to his disquiet he found Galba regarding him as a snake studies its prey. From this point on, thought Flamininus, he would have to take care. It had not been his intention, but he had made a real enemy in Galba. Chapter 3. Outside the town of Chios, southern shore of the Propontis. The sun forged a path into the clear sky, burning off the last of the morning cloud. Demetrius's scalp prickled. His tunic was wringing with sweat, his face and arms were a deep shade of pink. Several hours had passed since dawn, and still the king had not appeared. All they could do was wait. One of Demetrius's fellows muttered, "Wait and burn." "Don't like it," another replied. "Say something to the oarmaster." That silenced the grumbler. Demetrius was as uncomfortable as the rest, but he kept his peace. The oarmaster, patrolling their ranks, needed little excuse to start wielding his staff. So Demetrius copied the old rowers, the men with lined, nut-brown faces and hands with skin as hard as leather, and kept his head down. The crew were among hundreds who'd been ordered off their ships, their task to push siege towers towards Chios when the attack began. Each would receive 2 days' pay if the assault succeeded. That promise alone had made Demetrius happy. He wasn't a phalangist, but this worthy labour made him feel part of the army. It was better than breaking his back at the oars, that was sure. Chios was not a large settlement, which explained its need for an alliance with a greater power. The townspeople had chosen Aetolia, Philip's enemy of old, which had made them an obvious target for the king. His eagerness to re-establish Macedon as a power in Asia Minor remained unabated. Rumour had it that Chios would not be the last town to be attacked before the fleet's voyage home. And yet, despite the overwhelming forces surrounding Chios and the scores of Macedonian vessels offshore, the inhabitants had decided to fight rather than accept a new ruler. Other towns along the Propontis had opened their gates and accepted Macedonian garrisons, but not Chios. No one knew why. To Demetrius's mind it seemed madness to resist, but the defenders' intransigence made him happy. Once the town fell, he could follow the soldiers over the walls in search of plunder. The risks of being killed were worth the gold or silver he might find. With such riches, buying a flock of sheep would become possible, rather than remaining an almost unattainable dream. Demetrius glanced to his left. "How long have we been here?" 3 hours, maybe," answered Onassis, one of the rowers he slept beside. "How much longer will Philip be?" Onassis glared. "How would I know, fool?" Demetrius didn't bother asking Theocritus, the last member of their little group who was on his right. The smart answer would only be the same. Cheering broke out among the infantry moments later. "The king! The king is here!" "Your friend," said Onassis, nudging him. Theocritus snorted with amusement. Demetrius ignored them and craned his neck to see. The pair hadn't believed him when he related his encounter with Philip. They wouldn't change their minds now. Magnificent in ornate armour, wearing his red-crested helmet with ram's horns, and astride a feisty Thessalian stallion, Philip rode forward of the siege towers. Everyone could see him. He spent some time surveying the town, which increased the tension, as was his intent, thought Demetrius. When the king turned, he was smiling. "It's a long way to Pella from here," said Philip. "Are you ready to go home?" After a brief, shocked silence, thousands of voices bellowed, "No!" "I jest," cried Philip. "I sent messengers to Chios yesterday,
with terms for their surrender. The council rejected my offer out of hand. I am not their king, they say." An angry roar met his words. "The town sits yonder for the taking, like a ripe apple on a tree. Are you ready to seize it for Macedon?" Demetrius's voice mingled in the thunderous cheering that followed. Philip gave a signal, and the trumpet sounded. The infantry formed up in blocks behind the towers. The king rode back to join his companions. "Time to push, you whoresons!" cried Demetrius's oarmaster. "Move!" Demetrius moved to the base of the tower with his companions. Like the rest, it had been hauled into place by mules. A sturdy, four-wheeled affair, 3 stories tall, it had a covered platform at the top. The hides of fresh-slaughtered cattle had been stretched into place on the sides as protection. Buckets and buckets of seawater had been emptied over the tower from base to apex in case of fire arrows. "Enter possession!" ordered the oarmaster. Demetrius and the rest had worked out the best method for moving the tower. He and 11 others placed themselves along the width of its back. A similar number moved to each of the wheels. Knees bent, hands gripping the wood, they looked to the oarmaster, who chopped down with his arm. "Push!" he ordered. "Push as if your lives depended on it!" Demetrius shoved with all his might. Nothing happened. He heaved. Beside him, Onassus's sandals skidded on some gravel, and he went down on one leg. Demetrius gave him an encouraging nod, and together they pushed again. "Put your backs into it!" cried the oarmaster, pacing up and down. "Do you want the other crews to beat you to the wall?" No one had the breath to reply, but his words hit home. The men pushing the first tower to reach the defences would receive an extra reward, a large amphora of wine. Groans of effort mixed with the noise of sandals scraping the ground. Men fell, bloodying their knees, and without a word rejoined their comrades. Demetrius strained again, pushing with all his strength. Sweat dropped from his face to the dirt. Creak! The wheels juddered. Creak! The tower shifted forward a pace, then another. An animal groan left Demetrius's lips, and from deep inside he found more energy. On either side, Onassus and Theocritus heaved like men possessed. Their companions did the same. Slow but steady, the tower rumbled towards the walls of Chios. Demetrius began to count his footsteps. 400 paces they had to travel, 20 score until they had to scramble to safety, as the infantry poured in and up the stairs to the top, there to throw themselves at the enemy. The first men onto the ramparts would die, and so might many of the oarsmen, as they fled from the defences and the deadly artillery. Demetrius tried not to think of that. "Push," he told himself. "Concentrate on beating the other rowers." 10 paces, and the going was a little easier. 20, and they had achieved more momentum. 50 paces, and he had almost forgotten the danger they were in. He couldn't see where the other towers were in relation to their own. "Are we in the lead?" "Aye," came the reply from someone with a view. "By a score of paces." They had covered perhaps a quarter of the distance by Demetrius's rough calculation, which meant the other oarsmen could be beaten. Urging each other on, he and his fellows heaved and strained, moving the tower over the bumpy ground at a steady speed. A whooshing, unfamiliar sound carried from behind the defences. Something, a stone, landed with an almighty crash somewhere to Demetrius's right. "They're shooting at us!" cried the oarmaster. "Push, you filth!" Demetrius had seen catapults, but he'd never witnessed them being used. A quick glance behind, and his belly tightened. The boulder he'd heard was bigger than his head, and had gouged a long, deep line in the earth. Any man in its path would have been pulverized. Crash! Another stone ploughed into the ground, closer this time. More were landing by the other towers. A man who'd had both legs crushed lay and screamed at the sky. Oarmasters shouted and used their staffs with liberal abandon. Fresh men replaced Demetrius and his comrades, who continued to walk behind the tower. Another 50 paces, and several stones had hit their tower, tearing through the wet cattle hides. Demetrius and his comrades rejoined the men pushing without being asked. Their efforts weren't enough. Halfway to the walls, and the tower had gaping holes everywhere in its superstructure. The ladder between the first and second story was gone, yet the Oarmaster drove them on. "The attack goes ahead," he bellowed. "Heave!" A dozen heartbeats later, a stone smashed the left front wheel, killing an oarsman and maiming several more. Destabilized, the tower lurched to one side. It stopped, then listed further. Cries of alarm rose, and men scrambled to get out of the way. "Push!" roared the Oarmaster, who couldn't see what had happened. "It's going nowhere," said Onyssus. "The wheel's fucked." Scowling, the Oarmaster stalked around to see. In the time he was gone, 2 more stones had landed, one destroying another section of ladder. A third hit the ground nearby, bounced up, and beheaded an oarsman. Crimson and brain matter sprayed, and the corpse tottered and fell. A grey blur, the stone mowed down 2 more men and travelled 100 paces to their rear, injuring several soldiers. The officer in charge of the infantry to their rear took charge. "To the other towers!" He was out in the open, pointing to their right. "Quickly!" Demetrius's mouth was dry and his heart pounding, but the promise of 2 extra days' pay was huge. He took a step away from their sheltered position. A powerful grip pulled him back. Onyssus. Demetrius looked and understood why. The nearest tower had just gone down, 2 of its wheels shattered, and the next was faring no better. The 4th was close to the wall, but it had a dangerous tilt, and to reach it would mean exposing themselves to the deadly enemy artillery. The 5th and 6th towers were too far away to see. "Move, curse you!" bellowed the officer. No one stirred. The officer pointed with his sword at Demetrius, who was closest. "Move, you sewer rat!" There was murder in the officer's eyes. Demetrius took a step, then another. "Faster!" The officer gesticulated at Onyssus. "And you!" Thunk. The sound made Demetrius look up. A stone came arcing up from the ramparts, and his eyes traced its likely path. Before he could think, he sprinted forward, heaving the officer to one side. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Spittle flew from the officer's lips. Crash! Thud, thud, thud. Puffs of dust rose as the stone smacked into the earth right where they had been standing. Mesmerized, both men watched it bounce away, leaving large divots in its wake. Self-conscious, Demetrius released his grip. "Apologies, sir. There wasn't time to warn you." "No." The officer looked embarrassed. No." There were no more orders to run to the other towers. From the relative safety of their wrecked structure, the oarsmen watched the 4th tower rumble in towards the wall. Soldiers had somehow managed to clamber to the top and were hurling spears at the ramparts. Brave men, thought Demetrius. 20 paces out, a pair of long forked poles were thrust out from the walls. After several attempts, the defenders shoved the tower sideways in the direction it was already leaning. With an horrific cracking noise, leavened with men's screams, it crashed to the ground. Cheering broke out along the rampart, and the officer spat in disgust. "Pull back!" he shouted at his soldiers. "And watch out for stones from those bastard catapults!" The Oarmaster was quick to repeat the order. Demetrius and his comrades needed no telling. They ran from Chios, casting frequent looks over their shoulders.
Philip was furious with the failure of the first attack, but rather than sail away, he set the oarsmen to felling more trees. Several days passed. Fresh siege towers were built, a dozen, and when the next assault began, 3 attacked each of Chios's walls. The enemy artillery could not cope. Buoyed up by Philip's promise of even more pay, Demetrius and his crew reached the walls first. They watched mesmerized as the soldiers atop the tower leapt onto the rampart and hacked a path for their comrades to follow. Before Demetrius could think of joining the attack, despite the danger he was keen to join in the search for booty, he and the rest were ordered to help push another tower. The enemy artillery had caused heavy casualties among other crews. By the time they had again reached the walls, screams were audible from inside the town. Demetrius's desire to join in the sacking melted like frost under the morning sun. Taking a fine sword or purse from a warrior he'd fought would be one thing, he decided, but it was another to attack defenseless women. His companions were not put off, however. Scaling the tower, they seized discarded weapons atop the walkway and disappeared into the town. Not wanting to be called a coward later, Demetrius followed. Prudence prevailed, and he armed himself with an old but serviceable spear. His desire to be a soldier was put to the test not long after, at the entrance to a large house. 4 well-armed servants defended it. As Onesimus drew near, one shot him through the throat with an arrow. Baying their fury, the oarsmen charged. Onesimus hadn't been much of a friend to Demetrius, but he had been a comrade. He ran after the rest, spear at the ready. The fight was brutal. Inexperienced, lacking basic skills, the oarsmen were easy targets. Another 3 were slain almost at once, and the others quailed before the servants' determination. Demetrius's skilful overhand thrust, which skewered one through the eye, gave them heart. 2 more oarsmen died, but the overwhelming odds soon told against the defenders. When a second was injured, the remaining pair could not defend the wide, chest-high gate alone. They turned, abandoning the entrance. As the oarsmen cheered, Theocritus scaled the portal and opened it. Demetrius watched his comrades charge in. Feet pounded. A party of phalangists, minus their cumbersome spears, ran by, and Demetrius's long-buried hopes of joining their number surfaced, fresh as they had ever been. Reality sank in. He had no chance of joining their number. His best chance was finding some coin. With that, he could buy sheep. A man could start a flock with a dozen. One day, he might even have the money to buy a farm of his own. "You're that mad bastard who saved an officer's life the other day." The voice belonged to a grizzled phalangist with a short beard. Limping, he was trailing in his comrade's wake. A bloodied coppice dangled from his right hand. In his left, he bore a brazen-painted aspis decorated with the Macedonian 16-pointed star. Stunned at being recognized, in awe of the fearsome-looking soldier, Demetrius flailed for an answer. The phalangist stumped right up to him. "It is you." "Aye," muttered Demetrius, embarrassed now. "Great Zeus had his hand over you that day, that's certain. What were you thinking?" "I wasn't," said Demetrius truthfully. A hearty laugh. "You couldn't have been. That officer's a good 4-file leader, but few of us would have risked ourselves like that, even if we'd been near enough." An appraising glance at him, then the bodies of his comrades. "Oarsman?" "Aye." Demetrius hated the flush staining his cheeks. "Ever used a spear before today?" The phalangist was staring at the crimson-tipped blade of Demetrius's weapon. "In my village." The memories came flooding back. Training with the old soldier whose task it was to make men out of boys. Boxing until his arms felt like lead weights. Wrestling with bigger opponents and being pinned down with an arm twisted back so far it felt as if one shoulder would dislocate. Watching the men of the village dance to the god Ares every summer. Glorious visions to a boy.
Demetrius had vivid memories of their shining bronze helmets and cuirasses, and how their spear points had glittered in the firelight. "Father wanted me to be a phalangist. I learned pankration, wrestling and boxing too." Although he was telling the truth, he couldn't lift his gaze from the dirt. "Your father was a soldier?" "A slinger. After the army he kept sheep," said Demetrius. "It was a small flock, but he said that didn't matter. A citizen is a citizen. If a youth is strong and skillful, he can be chosen for the Phalanx." That would never happen now, he thought bitterly. "Your father spoke true," said the phalangist. "In the past, only wealthy men served, but things are different these days." He glanced at his right leg and grimaced. "I turned my fucking ankle climbing over the rampart." With a nod, he walked away. "Wait!" cried Demetrius. The soldier turned. "I? You're saying I could become a phalangist?" A loud chuckle. "I didn't say that, boy." "Oh." Demetrius's hope sank. The phalangist looked him up and down again, as if for the first time. After a moment he said, "Find me in the camp. We can see if you really know any pankration." Demetrius's hopes shot skywards again. "And if I do?" "We'll see." The phalangist walked away. He had almost reached the nearest corner when a sudden realization struck Demetrius. "What do they call you?" he cried. "Simonides." "Simonides," Demetrius repeated, as pleased as Jason when he had claimed the golden fleece. Chapter 4. Zama, southwest of Carthage, autumn 202 BC. High in the autumn sky, vultures soared over a great grassy plain bounded by low tree-covered hills. They rode the currents in tight circles, layer upon layer of them, patient, keen-eyed, silent. The first had had the air to itself for a time. Others had joined in ones and twos. Now there were 50 at least, and numbers were growing. From a distance, men might have suspected the presence of large amounts of carrion, but nothing had died below the circling birds yet. Anticipation was everything. More than 100 miles from the great city of Carthage, the flat ground below was a perfect location for two armies to meet, and from it came the sounds of men and animals and trumpets. Dust rose in great clouds. Light flashed off helmets, weapons. 3 hours had passed since the arrival of the first troops, but many thousands of soldiers, horses, and elephants were on the move. Full readiness took time. Infantry units had to reach their appointed positions. The cavalry on both sides needed to assemble on the flanks. Elephants had to be chivied into place by their handlers. Midday arrived. A layer of high cloud moved in, keeping the sun at bay and the temperature down. The plain was where the Roman general Scipio was about to confront Hannibal Barca, most famous son of Carthage. This was a clash long awaited by both sides, and its outcome would determine the victor in the bitter 16-year conflict. Rather than a siege against the mighty, miles-long walls of Carthage, or a naval attack against its twin ports, this was to be a face-to-face battle between armies. In the Roman army's second rank, made up of principes, stood Felix, a tall, sturdy legionary with a friendly face, and his older brother Antonius. Both were in their mid-20s, black-haired and olive-skinned. Antonius was short where Felix was not, and stern where he was easy-going. Farmers from south of Rome, they had enlisted together 7 years before. Both were seasoned veterans of the fight against Carthage. Felix felt relief to be here at last. Scipio's army had been in Africa for months, and in that time the Carthaginians had been beaten twice. Stubborn to the last, their leaders had refused to accept terms,
and in a final act of desperation had summoned Hannibal back from Italia. Rumour had it that many of his troops were poor-quality new recruits, but until they were defeated, the war could not be declared won. Felix glanced upwards and wished he hadn't. Even if Scipio emerged victorious, there would be dead Romans aplenty for the vultures by sunset. "Keep your hand over me, great Jupiter," Felix asked, "as you have for the last 7 years." Prayer finished, he buried his worries as best he could. More time passed. Feet pounded the earth, and horses whinnied. Officers shouted. Elephants bugled to one another. Among the Principes nothing happened. They were in position, ready for battle, but powerless to act until orders came. Men prayed or talked in muted voices. Some cracked overloud jokes, others made surreptitious checks of their equipment. Fierce-eyed centurions paced to and fro, cajoling and threatening by turns. Felix began to grow bored. Devilment took him at last, and he nudged his brother. "Will we win?" Antonius glowered. "What kind of question is that now?" Once Felix would have been cowed by such scorn. 4 years younger, poor at his studies, he had grown up in his smarter brother's shadow, but the war with Carthage had changed their relationship. Antonius might have excelled during their training, but it was Felix who had first been promoted from Hastatus to Princeps. "There's no harm in a joke," he retorted with a curl of his lip. Antonius seemed about to reply, but took a sudden interest in the dusty ground between his feet. Their comrades did the same. "You doubt we will be victorious?" barked a familiar voice. Felix's heart sank. Despite his undertone, their centurion Matho had still heard his comment. It was uncanny how he managed it time and again. Slam! Stars burst across Felix's vision as Matho's Vetus clattered his helmet. "Speak up, maggot!" Matho shoved the end of his vine stick into Felix's face. "You don't think Scipio will triumph?" "That's not what I said, sir." Felix admired Matho, who was tough, capable, and a good leader, but it didn't do to get on his wrong side. Mercurial, unpredictable, he'd been known to beat a man half to death for the smallest infraction. "What did you say?" Matho's teeth were cracked and brown, his breath reeked of wine and onions. "Just that there's no harm in a joke before a battle, sir." "We mustn't mock the gods." Matho cast an eye skywards, then glared at Felix. "And every man must play his part." "I'm proud to fight for Rome, sir," said Felix, hiding his resentment. "Always have been." "No more jokes." Short, bandy-legged, yet fear-inspiring, Matho stalked off, beady gaze roving over their fellows. "Pompous cocksucker," muttered Gnaeus. A wiry, flame-haired man with wits as sharp as his features, he was the prankster of their tent group. "Matho's in a mood," said Antonius. "Be careful." "Aye." Felix was glad to have his brother's concern. They had their differences, but blood was blood. They looked out for each other always. He felt the same about Gnaeus and his other comrades, the majority of whom he'd known since his first days in the Legion. Time dragged by. The cloud cleared, allowing the temperature to rise steadily, and with it the tension. Prayers that had earlier been muttered under men's breaths became audible. The whiff of urine laced the air as nervous bladders were emptied. Felix would have liked a game of dice, but the threat of Matho's Vetus put him off. Prayers to Fortuna completed, equipment checked, he craned his neck, trying in vain to see what was going on in front of their position. Scipio had placed his Hastati, the youngest legionaries, in the army's first rank. Principes such as Felix and Antonius composed the second line. Behind them stood the cream of the legions, the triarii, Rome's most experienced soldiers. Half as numerous as the soldiers of the first two ranks, they were used only in extremis. Felix didn't like to think about that. If it came to the triarii, he and Antonius would be dead. Unease gnawed his belly as he watched the mob of velites, skirmishers who filled the large corridor between Matho's centuries position and the next grouping of principes. There were similar gaps at regular intervals all along the army's front, running right through the three ranks, but hidden from the enemy by the velites' presence. When the elephants charged, the skirmishers would retreat down the corridors, and according to Scipio, would be followed by the lethal behemoths. Felix was no general, but the tactic seemed laden with risk. If it failed, the men nearest the elephants would die. He tried not to imagine being impaled on a tusk or trampled to a red pulp. With pricked ears, he listened, but heard no trumpets. Again his guts twisted. He wanted the cursed battle not to begin, but to be already over, leaving him and his comrades alive. Matho was deep in conversation with the centurion of the next unit to their right. Felix took a chance. He cupped a hand to his mouth. Psst! None of the velites heard. Ignoring Antonius's frown, Felix repeated his call louder. This time, a velis turned. Short, scrawny, and bare-cheeked, he couldn't have been a day over 16. His shield was old and battered, his spears poor-looking. Even the strip of wolfskin tied around his brow had seen better days, yet he was as cocky as a tribune. "What?" he called back. "Can you see anything?" asked Felix. "Aye. Elephants in front of their army, cavalry on the wings, what you'd expect," came the untroubled reply. He turned his back. Felix ground his teeth, but in truth there wasn't much other response that he could have expected. "Let's get on with it, he said to no one in particular. "Aye. Waiting's hard." Antonius's brow was beaded with sweat. Later, Felix would think that up above, Fortuna had been listening.
"Here they come!"
cried a voice some distance to their front.
"Elephants!"
A chorus of alarmed cries rose. It took a little while for the centurions and other officers to restore calm. Felix listened, but could hear only faint shouts from the enemy lines. Then he felt it, a vibration beneath his feet. Another followed, and another. He exchanged an unhappy look with Antonius. "You feel that?" A nervous nod. Matho's appearance was timed to perfection. "The big grey bastards are coming, brothers, but we know how to face them, don't we?" He didn't wait for an answer. "When they get near enough, the velites will retreat, opening the corridors. We'll face inwards, and the elephants will charge through. Any that don't, well, our javelins will deal with them. Clear?"
"Aye, sir,"
rumbled Felix and his comrades. "Louder!"
"Aye, sir."
Matho leered. "Never tasted elephant before. I plan to change that today." The ground began to tremble in earnest. Trumpets sounded from the cavalry positions and were taken up along the Roman line. This was part of Scipio's plan, to panic the elephants if possible. Sudden bile washed Felix's throat, and he retched. He spat and was quick to throw his shoulders back, but Matho was on him in a trice, his bloodshot eyes a finger's width from Felix's. "Ready, maggot?" "Fuck you," thought Felix.
"Yes, sir."
"I'm watching you." Matho paced down the side of the century. Felix threw up another prayer to Jupiter, which made not a bit of difference, so he fixed his gaze on the velites in the corridor and tried to make sense of the blaring trumpets, shouted orders, and the heavy tread approaching their position. It was impossible, everything was confusion, but he was distracted enough not to vomit a second time. When the velites began loping towards the army's rear, jeering and shouting over their shoulders, A portion of the battlefield was revealed, the space between Matho's century and the next. A quarter of a mile away, the enemy host loomed. Felix could see no elephants, and relief filled him. Perhaps none would come this way. Fighting enemy soldiers was something he was used to and expected. Maybe that was all he'd have to do today.
"Elephant!"
screamed a score of voices. A grey mountain came into sight some 100 paces away. With flared ears and trunk bugling a challenge, it was clearly angry and scared. High on its back clung its rider, his frantic efforts to direct his beast away from the corridor and at the legionaries coming to naught. Felix could almost hear Fortuna's mocking laughter.
"Turn to the right!"
roared Matho, his voice calm.
"Front 4 ranks! Javelins ready!"
Facing into the corridor, Antonius to one side and Gnaeus the other, Felix gripped his javelin until it hurt. The elephant had covered half the distance to the corridor's entrance. It veered wildly out of sight for a few heartbeats, only to return, tail flicking, ears billowing. Continuing to ignore its rider's commands, the beast lumbered closer to the gap.
"There's a second one coming! And another!"
bellowed Anastatus, his voice cracking.
"3 of them!"
Felix, he thought. What a name. I should have been called Infelix. Unlucky.
"Stupidest thing I ever did was to join the fucking army," Gnaeus muttered.
"Steady, brothers!"
cried Matho.
"Release on my command, and not before!"
Felix watched the first elephant with horrified fascination. Rather than make a clean entry into the gap, it barged into some hastati, sending them flying like children's dolls. A vicious flick of its trunk, and 2 more were swept sideways into their fellows. It trumpeted its rage and passed into the corridor. A handspan taller than the largest of men, with gleaming tusks and its head encased in leather armour, it was a terrifying vision. Several heartbeats pattered by before the centurions among the hastati regained their wits. Commands rang out. Volley after volley of javelins rained in from left and right. Most missed, others flew too far and landed among the soldiers on the opposite side, but perhaps a score found their target. Pierced through legs, chest, and belly, its rider slain, the elephant resembled a massive, bloody porcupine. Despite its grievous wounds, it did not die, let alone fall. Stumbling and weaving, it headed straight for Felix and his comrades.
"Ready, javelins!"
For the first time, Matho's voice held a note of fear. Fresh volleys showered in, striking the elephant over and again. Still it came on. Piggy eyes almost closed, it collided with a century of hastati 20 paces from Felix's position. Picking up a screaming legionary with its trunk, it flung him high in the air. It gored another to death and maimed several as the hastati swarmed to the attack, stabbing and thrusting with javelins and swords. At last, with an almighty groan, the elephant crumpled onto its forelegs, then its back legs, but it did not fall. Not until javelins had sunk into both eyes and half its trunk had been hacked away did it collapse onto its side. A ragged cheer went up from the hastati. There was no time for Felix and his companions to enjoy this success. 2 elephants, one following the other, now came rampaging into the corridor. Men panicked and broke formation. Some were trampled by the great beasts, others by their own kind. Crimson sprayed high in the air as a legionary had his head ripped off. Shields were riven by ivory tusks and the men behind impaled. The ragged volleys that followed did not injure either elephant badly enough to halt its progress. On they came, one making a beeline down the centre, the other lurching towards the far side of the corridor. "They're going to miss us," thought Felix, with overwhelming relief. "Thank the gods!" The elephant came alongside their position.
He never saw the fool who panicked and threw his javelin. So close he couldn't miss. The elephant squealed with rage and spun, lightning fast, to face its attacker. Its rider was injured. Nonetheless, he urged his mount towards the Principes with loud cries. This is it, thought Felix, terror battering him. Jupiter's gaze had turned away. In his place, Pluto beckoned. Matho ordered a swift volley, and for his men to assume close order. They almost managed it before the elephant reached them. Trunk swinging like an enormous club, feet high-stepping to strike anything in its path, the great beast smashed into their midst. The two men to the left of Gaineus were there one instant, and then they were gone. Gaineus himself was thrown sideways into Felix, who did well not to fall. His vision was filled with the elephant. He'd never been this near to something so massive. Blood ran from its myriad wounds. Javelins hung down its sides, held in place by their barbed heads. Thwack! Its trunk flicked a legionary head over heels into the men several ranks back. A meaty impact and an agonized shriek followed as it used its tusks on another victim. Every instinct screamed at Felix to run from this unstoppable monster, but he stood fast. Death was preferable to abandoning his comrades. Setting Gaineus back on his feet, he drew his sword. "With me?" Gaineus's face was grey with fear, but he nodded. "Antonius?" Felix called. "I'm here." "Come on," said Felix. The elephant had moved deeper into the midst of the Principes. A mixture of Matho's men and those from other centuries pressed in around its head. The ground to its left, nearest Felix, was heaped high with bodies, dead and living. He winced at the cries of pain his passage caused, but he couldn't stop to help, even to send someone to the other side. The elephant had to be brought down. "Jupiter, let it not see me," he prayed, his sandals slipping on blood and gore. Felix thought the god had answered his plea. 10 paces he stole towards the elephant, Gaineus and Antonius on his heels, and it didn't notice. Where the beast's weakest spot might be, he had no idea. Between the ribs, just behind the left leg, seemed as good a place as any. That was the best spot for bringing down a deer with an arrow. "Stick it behind the elbow," he hissed. "Aye," came the replies. The elephant couldn't have heard. The din of battle was incredible, but whatever the reason, it turned its head. Where its right eye should have been, an oozing red socket gaped, but its left, nearest Felix, burned with palpable rage. There was no question that it had seen him. "Quick!" he shouted. If it presented them with its invulnerable front, they were dead men. Time slowed. Gaineus shouted something. A princeps stabbed the elephant in the trunk. With a bugle of pain, it swung back and stamped him into oblivion. Felix got 3 paces nearer. Sword raised, he fixed his gaze on the elephant's left foreleg. Ichor coated it to the height of a man's knee, and his stomach turned. Back went his right arm. "Jupiter, guide my blade," he thought. He was almost deafened by the elephant's trumpet, saw little other than a wall of leathery grey skin as it turned right on top of him. Smacked in the head by the lower part of its chest, Felix was driven groundwards. Landing by some miracle on one knee, he managed to keep hold of his sword. His shield was gone, smashed into firewood by a mighty foot. Worse, he was under the fucking elephant. He looked up, panic tearing at him. Making a blind stab was pointless. The javelins in the first elephant had been proof of that. Marking the ribs at last, he aimed for the left side of the chest. Sure that it would be his final act, Felix gripped his sword with both fists and drove it up into the elephant's flesh. Sharp enough to slice meat off the bone, the blade ran in hilt deep without stopping. A mighty shudder, and the elephant let out an odd, sighing cough. Its front knees trembled, and the sword was forced down with immense force.
Letting go, Felix fell on all fours. Extra energy flooded his veins at the thought of being crushed, and he scrambled towards the daylight. He almost made it. A vast weight dropped from above, trapping his legs. The aftershock slammed his face into the ground. Dirt filled his mouth. Everything went black. Slowly, Felix came to. Pain filled his body. There was grit on his tongue. Loud noises filled his ears. Men were shouting, cursing, screaming. Further off, weapons clashed. A trumpet sounded. This can't be the underworld, he thought, feeling the crushing heaviness on his lower half. Twisting his head, he made out the immobile mass of the elephant on top of him. He made a vain attempt to free himself. Nausea clawed the back of his throat as he realized there was no sensation in his legs, let alone his feet. Perhaps his spine had been snapped. Felix had seen men who'd been injured in that way before, half-creatures who relied on others to wipe their asses. Death was better than that. "Don't abandon me now, Jupiter," he thought. "Please." At length, the sounds of fighting dimmed and then died away. Roman voices drew nearer, and Felix began to shout for help. Joy filled him as friendly faces came into sight, clambering over the slain, Antonius among them.
"Brother!"
Face spattered with blood, but hale otherwise, Antonius dropped down beside Felix. He heaved at the elephant with an awed expression.
"Did you kill it?"
"Maybe. I think so. Where's Gnaeus?"
A grim shake of the head.
"And the others in our contubernium?"
"Most of them are alive, I think."
Antonius pushed at the elephant and cursed.
"Are you hurt?"
"I can't feel anything below my waist."
"We'll get it off you in no time. You'll be fine."
Felix prayed his brother wasn't just trying to make him feel better. The news that one of their own was trapped was flashed through the nearest legionaries at lightning speed. Ropes were fastened to its legs, which luckily faced in the opposite direction, and scores of men gathered around Felix, ready to push as their comrades on the far side pulled. A scowling Antonius directed operations and ensured that there were men kneeling to his left and right.
"The instant the elephant rises," he ordered, "shove in those shields, front uppermost, as many as you can. If the fool's on the ropes let go, I don't want him crushed again."
Fresh fear bathed Felix as, with loud shouts of effort, the carcass was heaved off him. Antonius dragged him free at once. He called out, and the legionaries on the elephant's far side released their grip. The enormous body fell back into position with a resounding thump. Felix winced, oblivious to the cheers rising to the skies. Antonius was by his side.
"Can you stand?"
"No."
He reached down and squeezed his thigh hard. Pain darted up his body, and he felt a spark of hope.
"Pinch my calf."
Understanding, Antonius obeyed.
"Can you feel it?"
"Aye."
Felix's voice was hoarse.
"Go lower."
Giddy with excitement, as the toes of his left foot began tingling, he looked down.
"Try the other one."
Antonius obeyed, and Felix exulted as discomfort radiated from his right foot. Pins and needles followed as, aided by his brother, he massaged his legs. Little by little, blood and sensation flowed back into his limbs. He beamed at Antonius.
"I'm all right. I'm all right."
"The gods be thanked.
"Come on."
Antonius helped him up, which set their comrades to cheering again. Matho appeared, putting an end to their jubilation. Antonius explained what had happened, and Matho threw a dour look at Felix.
"The elephant fell on you, eh?"
"Yes, sir. After I stabbed it in the chest."
Felix jiggled one leg and the other, glad of the dart still radiating through his flesh. Matho grunted.
"Where's your sword?"
Under the elephant, sir.
Antonius and those who heard grinned, but Matho was unimpressed. Find another, and a shield. He cupped a hand to his lips, addressing the rest. Pick up any javelins you can find, then back into formation, you maggots. Make it quick. The advance will sound any time. Discovering Gonius's mangled body close by, Felix took his sword and shield. There was no time to grieve his friend's death, only to accept the javelin Antonius handed him and face the enemy again. Casualties had been heavy. 10 men from the century were dead, and another half a dozen injured too badly to fight, and the slaughter was just beginning. Matho didn't dwell on their losses. Pacing up and down the front rank and along the century's sides, he told his men what a fine job they had done with the elephants. "Apart from the fool who threw that javelin, mind," he snarled, "if I ever find him—" Most of the monsters were slain or vanished out the end of the corridors, never to return, Matho went on. Some had turned and run in panic at their own side. Reports were that the enemy cavalry had been driven from the field. When the trumpet sounded, the Principes would march to the attack behind the Hastati. Matho leered. "We'll show those mongrel Carthaginians what legionaries can do, brothers." Still marvelling at his lucky escape, Felix bayed his enthusiasm with the rest. Matho's prediction came true not long after. Messengers arrived from Scipio ordering the advance. Shrill trumpet blasts echoed along the army's front, and the earth reverberated to the tread of thousands of hobnailed sandals. Although Felix was at the front of the century, he was blind to the enemy's position, thanks to the Hastati before them. Since his promotion to the Principes, he had never been comfortable with this arrangement, and so by way of distraction he kept count of his steps. 100 paces they went. Matho, wise to the importance of the coming fight, positioned himself in the centre of the front rank, from where he continued to bawl encouragement. At the back, the Optio repeated the chant. 200 paces. Yells and shouts could be heard from their front now, the enemy's war cries. Matho's vigorous response was endless repetitions of "Roma!" while clattering his sword off his shield. Felix and his comrades copied him, and in that rousing fashion they covered another 150 paces. "They have to be close," thought Felix, "very close." The Hastati charged a moment later, screaming at the top of their lungs. Matho and the other centurions had their soldiers follow at the walk 10 wide and as deep as there were men to fill the ranks. The second century in each maniple came behind the first. They came to a halt some 30 paces behind the massed Hastati, who had met the enemy with a clash loud enough to wake the dead. "Hold the line, brothers!" Matho cried, breaking ranks to face them. "Ground your shields! Take a piss! Have a quick drink! Our time will soon come!" "Legs working?" Antonius asked Felix. "Get in there. A lucky escape." "Aye." "Accept the elephant as my offering, Jupiter," Felix asked. "If I make it through the day, you'll have a ram too." Grim-faced they waited, as the Hastati did their best against the Carthaginians. Nothing could be seen of the enemy apart from their spears, which arced up to fall amid the Hastati. The ranks before Felix swayed and rippled as the fortunes of those at the front ebbed and flowed. Optiones stood ready with their long staffs, on occasion battering men back into formation. Instinct made Felix unsheath Gonius's sword. He cursed its pitted, nicked blade, but wasn't surprised. His comrade had never been the best with a whetstone. Propping his shield against his earth-stabbed javelin, Felix rummaged in his purse for his own. With careful strokes, he ran the bluish-purple stone up and down the iron, over and over. The comforting rhythm distracted him from the chaos and bloodshed. Testing the edge with his thumb, he nodded with satisfaction.
It would do for now. "Give it here." Antonius held out his hand. Felix watched as his brother sharpened his own weapon. "Hand it over," he ordered as Antonius finished. "Don't you trust me?" "No." They both chuckled. It was a standing joke. Felix's Gaulish whetstone was of the finest quality, and Antonius had long coveted it. Their laughter died away as they spied an optio from the troops in front coming to confer with Matho.
"Prepare yourselves, brothers," bellowed Matho a moment later. "The Hastati are about to withdraw."
Felix quickly retrieved his shield and javelin. Under the watchful eyes of their optiones, the Hastati began to retreat, a century at a time. The withdrawal of each unit opened a gap in the battle line, and Matho led his men into the first available space. The remaining Hastati should have held until the Principes were in place, when the gap left by their withdrawal would be filled by the next century of Principes, and so on. To Felix's surprise, he and his comrades were still 20 paces from the front when some of these last Hastati began breaking away. Gore-spattered, many with wounds, they looked spent and uncaring of the huge hole now created in the Roman line. Eagle-eyed, Matho saw what was happening.
"Quicker, you maggots!"
he screamed and broke into a run. Every man copied Matho, their line reformed just as they reached the Hastati. Chests heaving, they assumed close formation. Shields a man's pace apart, held at eye height, javelins ready. "The enemy aren't ready to attack. They're reorganizing," said Antonius in delight. 25 paces away, across a ground littered with corpses, wounded and discarded weapons, stood their opponents, a ragged mass of Ligurians, Gauls, and Balearic slingers, Carthaginian and African infantry. Officers and chieftains strode to and fro, barking orders and shoving men into position. "With so many different troops, that must be their first and second line," said Felix. He cast a glance to his left and right and the gaps that had not yet been filled. "It's good they're not ready. If they attacked us now, we'd be screwed." Despite their own disorganization, some of the enemy sensed an opportunity. Balearic slingers began advancing towards the Principes. Slings whirling around their heads, they released their bullets with vicious cracks. Most legionaries raised their shields, but not all. A couple of men went down, stunned by the impact of the stones off their helmets. Noticing the slingers' success, the Gauls chanted and banged their swords off their shield bosses. Still there was no sign of the holes in the Roman line being closed. In the stomach-churning moments that followed, Matho came into his own. Stalking along the front rank, he screamed in man after man's face,
"Ready?"
With each, "Yes, sir," he clapped the Princeps on the shoulder and moved on. He kept his back to the enemy the entire time. "He has balls bigger than Priapus," muttered Felix. Antonius and his comrades chuckled.
"Hammer your shields!"
Matho shouted.
"Loud as those savages yonder!"
Clash, 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 went Felix and his comrades.
"Roma! Roma!"
The din they made checked the Gauls long enough for the remainder of the Principes to arrive. Everyone cheered as the gaps vanished.
"A volley first, then we advance. At the signal, brothers!"
Matho raised his right arm. Blood pounded in Felix's ears, dimming the clamour. His left forearm ached with the effort of holding up his shield. Under his mail and subamalis, his sweat-soaked tunic clung to his body. A dull ache radiated from the base of his spine, and he wondered if the elephant had done him permanent damage. It didn't matter much, he decided. Death was beckoning. Trumpets rang, officers shouted.
"Loose!"
roared Matho. Taking a deep breath, Felix threw. A time later, Felix had no idea how long,
the recall was sounded. Savage fighting, with no give or take on either side, had seen heavy casualties. Hundreds of bodies, Roman and Carthaginian, lay entangled in death's cold embrace. Countless discarded weapons and shields were scattered around, on top of, beneath them. With the ground thus obstructed, the fighting had fragmented into smaller, vicious contests that were impossible to control or monitor. During one spell, Felix and Antonius had ended up with just their tent mates and been lucky to survive. The century had suffered more losses, 6 dead and the same number of wounded. A comrade of Felix and Antonius was among the latter, while the brothers had come through unscathed. Matho had a slash along his sword arm. It wasn't life-threatening, but he'd had to change places with their optio Paulinus, a saturnine individual with a bulbous nose and a deep love of the wineskin. Although Paulinus was more likable than Matho, he wasn't the same leader, and the signal to withdraw had come as a relief to all. Their respite was brief, just enough to see the wounded given basic treatment and sent to the rear. Scipio's orders, relayed by fast-moving riders, were to regroup into their usual units and then to intersperse themselves with the triarii who were being deployed at last. "This is it, brothers," said Matho. White-faced, but as combative as ever, he had a rough bandage on his injured arm. "It's come to the triarii. You know what that means." "Things are fucking bad," said a voice from the ranks. Felix and Antonius exchanged a loaded glance. The triarii had only been used in one of the battles they had fought in. That victory had come at a high cost. Matho's chuckle was unpleasant. "Aye, you're right. The Guggers are more stubborn than I'd have thought. The Hastati couldn't break them. We gave it our best effort, and still they held. Before we hit them again, we'll have to listen to the triarii giving us shit. Useless maggots, they'll call you. Cocksuckers, yellow-livered sons of whores, goat-fuckers, pillow-biters. Every one of us a mollusk of the worst kind." Felix and the rest snarled their anger. Matho's smile would have made a baby cry. "Don't like that? Good." They bayed like hungry wolves. "Forget about the triarii. They're old men compared to you, fine specimens." He let them cheer, then went on, smiling. "The glory of Rome you are. You're better soldiers than any of the child-murdering Gugger scum with Hannibal. Better than arse-humping Gaulish savages or half-naked brutes from the Balearic Islands. You're even better than those Libyan bastards with the long spears." From Matho, this was unexpected, rare praise. The Principes lapped it up, cheering until they were hoarse. By the time a unit of triarii had lined up on either side, they barely gave them a look. "I should be with you in the coming fight, but I can't, worse luck." Scowling, Matho raised his injured arm. "Make me proud, brothers. Do your century and your maniple proud, your legion proud. Make Scipio proud." They needed every last bit of grit in the fight that followed. It wasn't as if all the enemy were fighting for their homeland. Most weren't even Carthaginian, Felix knew. But something had fueled their courage the way Matho had roused his Principes. Whether it was good leaders, the knowledge that prisoners would receive short shrift, or just love of Hannibal, he didn't know. The struggle was titanic, more brutal than anything he had experienced during 7 years of war. Neither side retreated a single step. When a man was slain or injured, another moved forward to take his place. If a shield was damaged or a sword cracked, those in the rank behind were quick to pass theirs forward. Twice, enemy warriors came close to taking Matho's century's standard, but the Principe's brutal determination won through. Rising to the occasion, Paulinus fought like a demon. He hurled abuse at the enemy, using insults that rivaled Matho's, and it was this that saw him singled out in one of the final clashes.
Paulinus is down! The news rattled through the century like a winter gale loosening roof tiles. His death created more than a hole in the front rank. Morale, that ethereal emotion, sank several degrees. Men's shoulders dropped, and the insults and snarls that had met every enemy attack died away. At the back, Matho could not see, had no way of reacting. The gap left by Paulinus had already been filled by the snarling, bare-chested Gaul who had slain him. Behind came half a dozen warriors, emboldened by their friend's success. Felix was in the second rank. He'd changed places not long since to have a breather. It was close enough to see the danger they were all in. With a strength born of desperation, he pushed past their startled comrades, urging Antonius to follow. Lucky for Felix, the first Gaul was busy trampling on the princeps he'd just killed. Felix's sword slid between his ribs, in and out, and he fell, maggot food before he knew it. The warrior behind let out a cry of rage and twisted to face Felix, who rammed his blade into the man's mouth. Teeth splintered, blood sprayed. Felix's sword came to a jarring halt in his spine. Struggling to free his weapon, Felix would have died if Antonius hadn't appeared at his left shoulder. Even as a third warrior drew back his spear, Antonius stabbed him in the armpit. A precise thrust, it left him ready to face the next Gaul. Felix had a pair of warriors on him by that stage, but the principes around them had been rallied by their ferocity. They closed like a pack of feral dogs on a carcass, and the warriors went down beneath a flurry of blades. "Reform the line!" bawled Felix. "Close the gap!" With their defences shored up, he, Antonius, and the rest faced a heavy attack from the dead Gaul's companions. All his efforts were about to be undone. Felix spat in warriors' faces, called them sheep-fucking animals in their own tongue, used every trick he knew. 2 warriors took the bait and died. Stamping on bare feet worked with one man and another, the pain enough to drag their eyes away from his sword. The old-fashioned powerful slam with the shield boss, followed by a swift blade, proved useful on a smooth-cheeked youth. Oblivious to their losses, the enemy pressed home the assault. The Gauls were reinforced by a group of Libyans, who used their long spears to great effect. 4 principes died one after another, and more were injured. A massive, united spear heave, and the Libyans advanced several steps. Muscles screaming, breath catching in his dry throat, Felix bent his knees and wormed his way in between the spear shafts. Somehow managing to hold his encumbering shield, somehow not being stabbed, he shuffled towards the Libyans. Close in, the soldiers were defenceless. One thrust with his sword, then a second, and he'd slain 2 men. "Come on!" Felix roared over his shoulder. He couldn't do it alone. Next instant, Antonius was there, 4 others at his back. Together, they forced their way into the Libyan formation. Their daring worked well. The next rank also had their spears levelled and were unable to defend themselves at close quarters. Soon, however, the Libyans let go of their spears and dragged free their swords. A dozen heartbeats, and every man nearby had wrenched his shield around to face the intruders. Felix and his companions were now hemmed in on 3 sides, and in the frantic struggle that followed, they were slain one by one. Drained of strength, hope ebbing away, Felix cursed his rashness. He fought on, sure that he would die, but hoping that Antonius might somehow survive. "Listen!" Antonius's breath was hot in his ear. Felix took an enemy's sword on his shield, a blow that sent waves of agony shooting up his left arm. He barged back in reflex and thrust at the Libyan with his own weapon, granting a tiny reprieve. "What?" Antonius was too busy fighting to answer. Still trading blows with his enemy, Felix listened. The din of battle was overwhelming. Screams, shouts, and the clash of weapons mixed with trumpets, the whinny of injured horses, and far off elephants bugling. He had no idea what Antonius had heard. Another massive thrust came in from the Libyan, and Felix ducked behind his shield. Tremble. Beneath his feet, the earth moved. Tremble. The Libyan froze. Tremble. He felt it too, thought Felix. The earth shook and shook again. Hooves pounded, thousands of them from the Carthaginians' rear. Confused shouting followed, and cries of fear. Understanding flared. "It's our cavalry!" Felix roared. "Our cavalry has returned!" The Libyan paled. He understood Felix's meaning, even if Latin wasn't his mother tongue. Pinned between the legionaries and the Numidian cavalry, he and his companions faced complete slaughter. Its rumour was already spreading. A blind man could sense the spearmen's ranks wavering. More Principes shouldered forward to join Felix and Antonius, and they pressed on, jabbing, thrusting, shouting their defiance at the Libyans who fell back. With a fierce cry, Felix's opponent launched a final attack. Overreaching with his sword, he exposed his armpit. Felix struck. The tip of the blade went in, just enough to slice the Libyan's lung. Coughing pink froth, he stumbled and fell. With a quick lunge, Felix pithed him through the spine. When he looked up, the rest of the spearmen had broken. Many had already succumbed to blind panic. Unarmed, unmanned, they elbowed and shoved at one another in their eagerness to flee the battlefield. Baying their bloodlust, Felix and his comrades took up the pursuit.
Chapter 5. Philip had come with his 13-year-old son Perseus and a group of bodyguards to survey the wreckage of Chios. A pall of smoke still hung over the town, last remnants of the fires that had burned during his soldiers' rampage. Ruined buildings smouldered. Now and again a crash and a cloud of sparks announced the fall of a roof beam. Bodies littered the streets, men, women, children. There were too many for Philip's liking. Corpses were no use to anyone, and he said as much to Perseus. "The next time a city is taken," Philip declared, "I'll have the officers keep better control." He noted Perseus averting his gaze from the corpses. "War is terrible, but it's necessary. And this," Philip swung an arm around at the destruction, "is what happens."
"These people are not barbarians, father," protested Perseus.
Tall for his age, he had Philip's slim build and sharp eyes. He also possessed the same confidence. Like his father, he was garbed in bronze breastplate and greaves, although Philip's red-crested helmet was the more ornate of the two. A fine sword hung by Perseus's side. He gestured at the body of a man in a fine chiton.
"They're free-born Greeks."
"That's right," said Philip, "allied to Aetolia. Need I remind you how the Aetolians have been a thorn in my side for years?" Perseus shook his head.
"They went to Rome, seeking help against us."
"They are as treacherous as jackals, and do not forget it."
"Why was Chios allied to Aetolia, father?"
Philip shrugged. "Like as not, the Aetolians aided them once against an aggressor. That, or a ruler's son from here, was educated in Aetolia and became friends with a leading noble's son. Allegiances are strange things, but it explains why so many towns along the Propontis answer to different powers. Macedon, Aetolia, Egypt."
"Better they all look to you, father."
Perseus's face shone. Philip gave his son a smile. "Despite Chios's alliance with Aetolia, I would have been benevolence personified if the people had welcomed me, their rightful king. No one need have died, except perhaps a few mule-headed members of the assembly who objected to my rule. Even if they had surrendered after a short fight, I would have spared most of them."
"Alexander used to do that."
"Even so." Philip was delighted by the comment. For years his purpose had been to take back first the territories taken by Alexander's father, his namesake Philip, and after the empire won by the Lion of Macedon. Instead of submitting, though, they shut their gates in my face. They put up stiff resistance, too." Philip gestured coldly at a greybeard whose throat had been slit from ear to ear. "This is their reward."
"Help! Help me!"
A woman's voice echoed from the courtyard of a building to their left. Once a fine two-story structure, it had mostly burned down or collapsed. As Philip made to walk towards the sound, the captain of his bodyguard stepped into his path.
"It could be a trap, sire."
He raised an eyebrow. Wise to the risk, however small, he did not object as the officer sent 3 men through the doorway before him. Philip followed, a hand on the ornate hilt of his coppice. Perseus was on his heels. The porch led to an entrance hall. A strong odour of burned grain and olives came from the first opening on his left. Philip glanced in. Fallen shelves and broken pots lay everywhere. The chamber had been a storeroom. Beyond the hall was a rectangular courtyard, its long end running parallel to the front of the house. On Philip's right stood a small covered area with an altar, the family's place of worship. The rest of the building was little more than piles of roof tiles, bricks, and broken ends of timber.
"Over here, sire."
The 3 bodyguards were at the far end of the courtyard, by what looked to have been the back hallway. A woman crouched nearby, alternately digging and exhorting them to help her. Close up, Philip saw the dust-covered hand protruding from the rubble. The fingers twitched, and he understood her desperation.
"Help me!"
cried the woman to the bodyguards. Tears had formed runnels down her soot-covered cheeks, and her eyes were red with exhaustion and terror. A fine-looking woman, her chiton was torn and filthy. Suddenly she saw Philip and took in his fine raiment, if not his exact status.
"Please, sir," she begged. "I've been trying for hours to free my son. He's still alive, but he is getting weaker."
She stood, her bloodied hands held out in entreaty. At once the nearest bodyguard moved in front of Philip.
"Father," implored Perseus, "please."
It was time for his son to learn more about kingship, thought Philip.
"What are you waiting for?" he cried. "Do as the poor creature asks."
His surprised bodyguards hurried to obey. Philip summoned more from the street, and soon enough masonry had been moved, allowing the unconscious youth to be freed. Perhaps 18, he had no obvious injuries apart from a heavily bruised leg. A little water poured onto his face from a bodyguard's water flask brought him coughing to the land of the living. His eyes flickered open, focused on his mother, who was kneeling by him. She cried out with joy,
"Thank all the gods!"
"That's the king, more like," muttered a bodyguard. The shocked woman twisted to look at Philip.
"Sire, I had no idea. Forgive me."
Philip smiled. "No matter."
"1,000 thanks, sire,"
she said, tears welling. "Is your son well?" he asked. She glanced down.
"Are you hurt?"
"It feels as if a mule has walked over me.
"Twice,"
replied her son, grimacing. He raised one arm, then the other, and did the same with his legs.
"But everything seems to work."
The woman's eyes filled with fresh tears as her son managed to sit up.
"Siutsota bless and keep you, sire,"
she said to Philip. His replying smile was thin. "Take them to the rest," he commanded. The bodyguard's expressions, which had been pleased, the scene was heartwarming, Philip had to admit, registered surprise before hardening.
"Sire."
Beside Philip, Perseus looked on in dismay.
"On your feet,"
a bodyguard ordered the woman and her son. Her happiness faded.
"Where are you taking us?"
"To the ships,"
answered the bodyguard.
"I don't understand. Why?"
Confined to her house, the woman had seen nothing of her fellow residents' fate, thought Philip.
"You are the king's slaves now,"
said the bodyguard, not unkindly. "Where he will sell you, I don't know." Striding off, Philip ignored the wails that followed this pronouncement.
"Father!"
He had been expecting Perseus to object. "What?" His son's open face was full of dismay.
"You saved her son, only to enslave them both?"
"I did." Philip made for the street.
"Why?"
Perseus lowered his voice.
"It would have been better to leave well alone, for her to weep over his body than to curse them to slavery."
"Dead, he is worth nothing. Left here, she is worth nothing," said Philip harshly. "In the hold of one of my ships there are 2 slaves, worth between them hundreds of drachmae." Perseus's face twisted with revulsion.
"They're Greeks, father."
"This is not something I take pleasure in, nor is my ruthlessness without reason," Philip explained. "You would be king after me, no?" Perseus grinned.
"Of course, father, if you should wish it."
"I do," replied Philip. "Know then that the ravening beast of war needs constant feeding. Where do you think the grain for our soldiers comes from?"
"From Macedon and Thrace," began Perseus, "and from the farms along the Propontis."
"It vanishes faster than you could believe. Have you any idea how many bulls' heads of grain 10,000 men will eat in a day?" said Philip, referring to the shaped lead weights used by Macedonian traders. He smiled to leaven his snapped question. "Of course you don't, any more than you know how much hay 3,000 horses need daily. But I do. Knowing these things are a king's duty. Macedon and Thessaly cannot supply the whole army for a summer's campaign, nor can the farms on the Propontis. Always we need more, and it can't all be taken at the point of a sword. Ofttimes it must be bought, and to do that I need coin. Sad to say, my coffers do not magically fill themselves." Understanding bloomed on Perseus's face.
"The money raised from selling the Chianians will buy grain for the army."
"It will. Which would you rather, then? To leave the woman and her son, ensuring that some of our men go hungry, or to take them and the rest as slaves?" Perseus stuck out his jaw.
"I see now, father. Do what you must."
Philip clapped him on the shoulder. "This will not be the fate of every town I take. If the campaign continues in the same rich vein, control of the Propontis will soon be mine. Imagine the tolls from the grain ships that beat up and down the waterway. Hundreds pass through yearly, on their way to and from Athens, Aetolia, and Sparta. All of Greece relies on the farms north of the Euxine Sea." Perseus nodded, and Philip thought, he's a clever lad. Good head on his shoulders, too. One day he will make a fine king. Philip was still in fine humour the following morning, when a head count was made of the slaves. Numerous ships had been beached to facilitate loading, and the king stood nearby listening to the tallies. 468 able-bodied men, sire," said the officer in charge. "There are another 70 or so, but they are injured or old." "They're of no use. Kill them." It was distasteful but necessary, Philip decided. His stepfather Antigonus's advice, given not long before his death, returned to haunt him. "Some things you will enjoy as king, leading your army to war, seeing your enemies vanquished, accepting the loyalty of new subjects, and rewarding those faithful to you. Other things are more difficult, even unpleasant. Never being able to set aside your responsibilities, ordering the execution of former friends or allies, telling your soldiers to massacre every inhabitant of a village that has defied you. Or, in this case, murdering the injured and infirm, thought Philip darkly. These last are the true badges of kingship, Antigonus had said.
You cannot turn aside from such tasks, or you will topple from power faster than Icarus fell to earth."
The officer said something, and Philip came back to the present.
"Hey,
I'll see it done, sire. How many women and children are there?"
829, sire, about half of whom are children." The numbers were healthier than Philip had feared after his tour of the charnel house that was Chios. He nodded, heartening his heart.
"How many useless ones?"
The officer hesitated. The man is only human, thought Philip, like me.
"The army needs all the grain. Will you have your soldiers go hungry, that these wretches might live? With no shelter and no food, winter will take them anyway. This is a mercy we do them."
"I understand, sire," replied the officer.
"There are about 50 who are hurt or would be impossible to sell."
"You know what to do." Philip was glad that Perseus was at his lessons. Although the boy had accepted the fate of the woman and her son the previous day, he wasn't sure his son would see the logic behind these executions. He will one day, thought Philip. He will have to.
"Yes, sire."
The officer saluted and withdrew.
"Sails!"
The shout drew Philip's attention. His eyes roved the waterway, soon coming to rest on 3 triremes approaching from the southwest. Their sails were bare of design, which meant they were not his. The ships weren't enough to threaten his fleet, and curiosity filled him.
"Signal Heraclides," he ordered. "I want those vessels stopped. Bring their captains to me."
It amused Philip to find out within the hour that the triremes carried emissaries from neutral cities in the area, as well as a Rhodian ambassador. He met first with the latter. Rhodes was weaker than he, but it was a power at least. He had the emissary brought to him on the beach, where the prisoners from Chios were being forced to embark. The wails and cries of the wives and children being separated from their husbands and fathers would serve as a sharp reminder of his capabilities. The emissary was short and squat, a wrestler by his cauliflower ears. It was so like the Rhodians, plain speakers, no lovers of royalty, to send him a commoner, thought Philip. The messenger knew well enough to bow low, however.
"King Philip, I bid you good day."
Philip didn't even pretend to be polite.
"You are?"
"Darius of Rhodes, sire. I bring you word from the Prytaneum."
"Do you indeed?"
Philip picked at a fingernail. Darius fixed his smile.
"Yes, sire." "Get on with it, then. I'm busy, in case you hadn't noticed."
Philip waved a hand at the lines of captives. Darius could no longer stop himself from looking.
"Are those inhabitants of Chios, sire?"
"The ones that survived, yes."
"Can I ask what is to happen to them, sire?"
"Isn't it obvious? They are my slaves." Darius seemed about to say something, but thought better of it. After a moment he said politely,
"They are free-born Greeks, sire."
"They are?"
"Greek peoples do not enslave their own kind, sire."
"I am Macedonian," replied Philip flippantly.
"Greek, Macedonian, we are the same, sire."
"Do all Rhodians think that, I wonder?" retorted Philip. King he might be, yet the knowledge that the Greeks looked down on him still rankled.
"The members of the Prytaneum hold you in high regard, I can assure you, sire," said Darius, continuing, "which brings me to my message."
"Let me guess," said Philip. "Rhodes wishes me to cease my attack on Chios and to forbear from attacking any other cities in the region." Darius looked pained.
"Yes, sire."
"It's a little late for the first part of your request," said Philip, dryly indicating the smoking ruins of the town.
"It is, sire."
Darius took a deep breath.
"As to the second, however,
what business has Rhodes here so far from home?" Darius puffed out his chest a little.
"Rhodes is the protector of the island, sire.
It keeps the seas clear of pirates as best it may, and it is a self-appointed protector, said Philip, cutting across him. Not every city wishes Rhodes to be its master, not least those who looked to Macedon in times gone by. I will bear your master's request in mind. He raised a hand as Dorius prepared to answer. I will not bandy further with you. Dorius's expression was unhappy. And the people of Chios, sire? You test my patience. Do not enslave them, I beg of you, Dorius entreated. Leave. Sire? Do not think to tell a king what he may or may not do, lest your head part company from your shoulders. Philip signalled, and a pair of his bodyguards materialized. Rhodes is not alone, sire, called Dorius as he was led away. The emissaries who arrived with me will request the same things of you. And I will give them the same answers, answered Philip, thinking, did Philip, Alexander's father, or the Lion of Macedon himself, consider the wishes of those they sought to conquer? They did not. As it had been theirs, conquering the Propontis and beyond was his birthright. Chapter 6. 15 days had passed since the battle at Zama, and the brothers were lying on their blankets outside their goatskin tent, which, with the others in their century, formed 3 sides of a rectangle. On either side, to the front and behind, in similar regular patterns, were the tents of their entire legion. Avenues divided the camp. At the central crossroads sat the headquarters and the senior officers' large pavilions. Around the perimeter, earthworks taller than a man and a deep V-shaped ditch protected those within. The brothers' camp was one of many covering the plains outside Carthage. Mirroring Scipio's legion's arrival, his ships filled the waters offshore. Before seeing it, Felix and his comrades had had no idea quite how big the city was. It dwarfed Rome. Even now, days after their arrival, off-duty soldiers liked to stroll along the base of the mighty whitewashed walls that ran deep into the agricultural hinterland. The city's southeastern edge was even more remarkable, formed in part by twin harbours, one merchant, one military, the latter approachable via a secret entrance from the former. Magnificent temples perched atop Byrsa Hill, the highest point of Carthage. From there, it was said, streets radiated like tributaries down to the Agora, a vast public space bordered by grand government buildings and imposing temples. This evening, however, the brothers wanted to take the weight off their feet. Orders from on high had rendered the city out of bounds, and a man could only gawp so many times at its walls. "One day left of watching the prisoners and supervising the shit wagons," said Antonius. "I cannot wait until normal duties resume. I'll never grumble about having to dig a latrine trench again." 8 days last an eternity, eh? Felix chuckled. Thank the gods, the auctions are almost on us. The prisoners they had been guarding, thousands of enemy soldiers, were to be sold into slavery. The moneys raised would add to the punitive reparations levied on Carthage by Scipio. A little would eventually filter down to the ordinary legionaries, something Felix and every man in the army looked forward to with great anticipation. Aye. Antonius's dissatisfied expression eased. Once they're done, life can get back to normal. After the slave sales, Felix, Antonius, and the rest of the army would wait outside the city for approval of the peace deal that Scipio had forced on the Carthaginians. Felix eyed his brother. "How long is it since the messengers sailed to Rome?" "You know as well as I do," said Antonius. 5 days. Felix sighed. The simple life on the family farm he yearned for wouldn't happen overnight. It would be a month at least until the Senate's reply came, and longer before they were sent back to Italia and discharged from the legions. Scipio hadn't insisted on 3 months' provisions for his army from the Carthaginians for nothing. "Oh, brothers, look!" One of their tent mates spoke. Felix sat up. Ingenuus, another comrade, had hove into view, a medium-sized amphora under each arm. An affable, trusting type, he was in Felix's mind the least suited among them to army life, and yet he had survived 5 years thus far. "Thirsty?" Ingenuus asked. A clamour of eyes met his question, and the questions rained down. "Where did you thieve those from? Been bending over for the quartermaster again? Matho know about these, does he?" Ingenuus set the amphorae down with care and held up his hands for calm. A reluctant silence fell, and he smiled. "I'll tell you with a cup in my hand, and not before." There was a rush to oblige, pouring each man a good measure, and himself the largest, from one vessel. Ingenuus laid the second on its side and planted his arse on it. He raised his beaker high. "To sailing home!" Everyone cheered. "Sailing home!" "Tell us where you got the wine," urged Felix. The legions had not been allowed to sack Carthage. Similar protection had not been granted to the unfortunates who dwelt in the outlying villages and farms, but the pickings from these were already slim. Antonius gave Ingenuus a sly dig. "Tell us, you filth!" Ingenuus was revelling in his comrade's curiosity. "You know the inn at the crossroads, the one we pass with the shit wagons?" For the previous 8 days, Felix and his comrades had not just been charged with guarding the prisoners' stockade. They had also supervised the emptying of the latrine trenches there. Accompanying the dripping, stinking wagons to the emptying area was a deeply unpopular duty. "That inn is derelict. I checked it myself. It's home to nothing more than rats," declared Antonius, nodding, as several others voiced their agreement. "So you thought," said Ingenuus, smirking. He took a deep swallow and gave his cup an approving look. "Not a bad vintage, this." "Get on with it," Felix urged. "There wasn't much to it, in truth," admitted Ingenuus. He threw a glance at Antonius. "A child would have found the wine if he'd looked." Antonius punched Ingenuus none too gently. "Touch me again, brother," warned Ingenuus, "and you won't see another drop." Antonius glowered as the others hooted with laughter. "Where was it hidden?" demanded Felix. Ingenuus's face grew conspiratorial. "There's a shed behind the inn, a ramshackle thing, missing half its roof." "I searched it," growled Antonius. "It didn't make sense for hay to be stored in there, not with holes in the roof," said Ingenuus, winking. "So I moved some of it. Underneath I found a trapdoor, and below that a nice little cellar." "You clever bastard!" Now Felix clouted Ingenuus so hard that his drink spilled. "What else is in there?" Chaos reigned as their comrades added their demands to his. When Ingenuus revealed that there was enough wine, if they were moderate, to supply them until the time came to sail home, they threw him onto their shoulders and bore him around their tent like a statue of a god in a victory parade. Matho's appearance put an abrupt end to their celebrations. His arm was healing, but that hadn't stopped him being his usual hard taskmaster. To everyone's relief, he seemed content with the explanation that Ingenuus had found just 2 amphorae. He didn't ask where. After drinking several cups straight off, he cracked a rare smile and announced that rumour had it that they'd be embarking for Italia within the month. That joyous news made it inevitable that the comrades would bring wine to carry them through their last night on sentry duty. The war was over, the prisoners cowed, and the officers slack about checking on the sentries much past sundown. What could go wrong? 4 hours into his watch, the biggest thing on Felix's mind was emptying his bladder. He'd gone a long time before needing to piss, but since then, as was always the case, the urge had come on him with even greater frequency. "Once the seal's broken," he whispered to himself,
letting a stream of urine arc down towards the ground. Mightily relieved, he lowered his tunic. With a bleary glance into the compound's darkened interior, no one appeared to be stirring, he trudged towards Antonius, the next sentry along, and, importantly, the first amphora's current keeper. Following Ingenuous's instructions, it was working its way around the four walls. To avoid the possibility of anyone telling tales, a decision had been made early on to let the other sentries, 3 contubernia strong, in on their supply. Not being found out, Ingenuous had declared, was well worth having less wine per man. They could make up for it the following evening when they were off duty, and could pay another visit to the hidden cellar. The amphora wasn't quite empty yet, thought Felix as he neared his brother. There had to be a couple of mouthfuls left for him. A rude surprise awaited.
"It's empty," said Antonius, belching. "Greedy dog!" Setting his shield and javelin against the rampart, Felix tipped up the amphora and held it to his lips. A few drops was his only reward, and he glared at Antonius. "Why didn't you save me some?" Another satisfied belch.
"Bacchus's sweaty balls, what does it matter? Ingenuous has the other amphora."
Felix peered along the walkway. In the pitch dark he couldn't see Ingenuous, who was stationed at the corner some 50 paces distant.
"He'd better not have sent it in the opposite direction."
"He won't have. I'll contuberni him first, then the others," said Antonius. "Go and fetch it, why don't you?"
"By rights it should be you."
"I'm not the thirsty one," jibed Antonius.
"Because you finished the cursed wine."
Antonius made an obscene gesture by way of reply. Felix retrieved his shield and spear, and, still grumbling to himself, trudged along the walkway. The 2 comrades he passed wanted to accompany him. There wasn't anything to be concerned about, one argued. Matho wouldn't appear, having been invited to a celebration with the Legion's other centurions, and the junior officer on duty had already been around once. A lover of his blankets, that tended to be his norm until dawn. Felix held his ground, declaring that they were pissed, but not so pissed that 3 of them should desert their posts. His argument won the pair over, and with their demands for wine ringing in his ears, he weaved his way to Ingenuous. Felix's return was slowed a good deal by his comrade's thirst. He was unconcerned. Inside the compound all was quiet, and there wasn't a sign of any officers. It had been the best night on sentry duty ever, he decided, prizing the amphora from Antonius's grasp and working his way back to his own position. With the wine to himself, he guzzled 6 big mouthfuls. He would have had more, but the next soldier along came to claim his share. Reluctantly, Felix relinquished control of the amphora. Time passed. The wine didn't return. From the muttering on the opposite wall, it was being enjoyed there. The sliver of moon sank further towards the horizon. Dewdrops formed on Felix's helmet, and he grew cold despite his cloak. He stamped about for a bit, pacing over to Antonius and back to the next man along, which got the blood flowing. Another piss relieved his bladder. More comfortable, but weary now, he took up a static position in the middle of his patch. Shield set against the rampart, he gripped his javelin shaft with both hands and leaned into it. Years of practice meant this was reasonably comfortable. His eyelids drooped. He flicked them open. "Stay awake, fool," he thought. "The penalty for falling asleep on sentry duty is death." His heart thumped a little faster. He straightened his back and studied the compound's interior with fierce determination. His approach succeeded for a time, but the wine-induced weariness came creeping back, warm and inviting. Felix's shoulders bowed, and he leaned down on his javelin. His eyes closed, opened and closed again. The clatter of a comrade's hobnails on the walkway moments later hardly made him stir. Sleep had him firm in its grip. Felix's dream of a raucous night in a tavern with his friends kept being interrupted by ever more frequent twinges from his bladder. He was aware that his lower legs were cold and that his shoulders hurt, but his enjoyment of the carousal was pleasant, so he fought them off. His comrades' shouts in the dream grew louder, and their tone changed, becoming urgent. Rather than a drinking song, one man was roaring, "Sound the alarm!" A dim awareness that he was in a dream sank in, and then, with the harsh reality of an unexpected bucket of cold water being dumped on his head, Felix was awake. Gummy-eyed, he jerked upright, shoulder pains and full bladder forgotten. "Stand to! Prisoners have escaped!" came the cry from somewhere to his right. It was Ingenuous's voice, Felix thought. I fell asleep, he realized with sinking dread. Someone else might have too. "Antonius!" "Aye." "Is all well with you?" "No one has passed me," said Antonius, but his voice was as sleep-slurred as Felix felt. The call to arms was echoing on every wall of the compound now. Beyond the defences, men were stirring in their tents. The first claws of panic tore at Felix. When Matho arrived, there would be hell to pay. Deal with the matter at hand, he told himself, sprinting towards where he'd heard the first cry. "Watch my position," he ordered a startled-looking Antonius. He found Ingenuus standing over the body of a princeps from one of the other contubernia. Purple-faced, his tongue bulging, the man had been throttled. "Did you not hear something?" demanded Felix. I came running as soon as I heard," Ingenuus stammered. "I speared one of the bastards in the back as he climbed the rampart, but the others got away." Felix peered over the edge, spying a body in the ditch. "How many were there?" "I don't know." Ingenuous's voice cracked. "It's my fault. We should never have drunk the wine." "Forget the cursed wine." Matho would have to have lost his sense of smell not to notice the reek of drink from each and every sentry, thought Felix. If there was to be any chance of dragging themselves back from the abyss, it would be to recapture the escapees, yet to leave their posts now risked the flight of more prisoners. "Toss that amphora into the compound." "Matho," began Ingenuus, "tell him that we all had a drink, shared out between the sentries. He might not see the second amphora. Perhaps this poor fool had a drop more than anyone else." Felix nudged the corpse with his foot. "He fell asleep, and some of the prisoners noticed. They strangled him. You heard the struggle and charged to his defence, killing one. You sounded the alarm, then kept your position like the rest of us." Ingenuus didn't answer. Felix shoved him hard. "Do you understand? We have to have the same story, or Matho will fucking kill us." Ingenuous's eyes came back into focus. Aye. Repeat what I said." The instant he was sure Ingenuus knew what to say and that he would talk with the next princeps along, Felix went hammering back to Antonius. His brother had already realized the urgency of their situation, and he continued on to their next comrade. By the time Matho appeared inside the gate with the rest of the century, Felix had spread the word to every legionary on the ramparts. He prayed that their story held up to inspection. Making his way to the dead sentry, Matho spoke to Ingenuus before calling for Felix and Antonius, the most senior principes. Stormy-faced, he listened to their account in silence. When they finished, he paced up and down, slapping his vine stick off his left palm. Felix couldn't take his eyes off it. "Let me get this straight. You were drinking on duty?" Matho's tone was murderous. "Yes, sir," the three answered. "You cock-sucking maggots!" Matho's roving gaze promised dreadful punishment. "How many got away?" "We don't know, sir," muttered Felix, receiving a swinging blow of Matho's Vetus as reward. "Were they Guggers, Libyans, Gauls?" "Not sure, sir." Again the Vetus swept in, striking Felix's helmet so hard that he saw stars. "Useless cunts!
Get down into the compound and find out who's escaped. Send a man after me with the numbers." "You're pursuing them, sir," ventured Antonius. "That's right, maggot. Someone has to clean up your mess, and you're all pissed." Matho clattered down the nearest steps and marched out of the gate with the rest of the century at his heels. Felix gathered the sentries and ordered a head count of the different groupings of prisoners. Even with torches this was a difficult affair, but Matho's threat gave them plenty of zeal. It was full daylight by the time they were done. Comparing numbers against the records kept at the gate, it became clear that 15 Macedonians were gone, as well as 5 Gauls and a quartet of Libyans. The grim figure was much higher than expected. They drew lots to decide who would go after Matho with the bad news. It was scant relief that the unfortunate selected was from another contubernium. "Matho will never believe that just the one man was asleep," said Felix, shaking his head. "Matho will have to take some of the responsibility for this," said Antonius. "Aye." Felix had been thinking the same thing. "He'll have it in for us 10 times more than normal." "What can we do?" asked Antonius, looking anguished. "Not a thing," answered Felix, deep in the grip of resignation. The warm glow imparted by the wine was fast fading, leaving a foul taste in his mouth and a thumping headache. Their ignominy was added to soon after by the arrival of fresh sentries. Explaining that there had been a mass breakout, Felix and his comrades endured a tirade of abuse from the officer in charge and a wave of snide remarks from his men. Humiliated, they trudged miserably back to their tents and awaited Matho's return. News of the escape swept the camp. A strong cavalry force was sent after Matho, giving Felix some hope that the prisoners would be recaptured. Whether that would make any difference to the punishment they would receive, he could not be sure. As ever, their fate was in the gods' hands. He didn't hold out much hope that they would intervene. Chapter 7. 3 days had passed since the sack of Chios, and the fleet was well on its way towards the free city of Thassos. The campaign was over, according to rumour, and after reprovisioning, with the population of Chios now slaves and in the ships' bellies the need for food was much greater than before, Philip would lead them home to Macedon. Demetrius had not taken Simonides up on his suggestion. He told himself that the Phalangist had been playing a joke on him. After the hardships of the previous few years, it seemed too easy that the fates would drop such a golden opportunity into his lap. Despite Demetrius's refusal to act, nothing could make him forget Simonides' offer. He thought of it on the rowing benches, eating his meals and lying in his blankets at night. It was perhaps inevitable, therefore, that by the 4th day he had changed his mind. The fleet was at anchor in a half-moon-shaped bay. A gentle tide rocked the ships. The beach was a mass of tents. Fires blazed, wood crackled, fat from cooking meat sputtered. Glad to be ashore, soldiers ran up and down, loosening muscles. Scores of men were splashing about in the sea. Others wrestled, gambled, or drank wine. It was enough for the oarsmen to erect their tents, if they had one, and get a meal cooking. Unlike the troops, they had been labouring all day. This was their time of rest. Theocritus told Demetrius he was mad even to think of going near the Phalangists. "It's a trick, don't you see? That prick had no more interest in letting you become a soldier than a hungry wolf has in allowing a lamb to walk past its lair. He and his mates will pin you down and take turns with you. You'll be shitting blood for days, like that poor bastard on the ship, remember?" Demetrius nodded. It was impossible to forget the lad. They had been much of an age. Unluckily for him, he'd been given Apollo's looks, and his flawless skin and flowing locks had driven the predators among the oarsmen wild. The attacks had begun the same night the crew had embarked at Pella. The oarmaster hadn't intervened. Disgusted, Demetrius had thought about stopping them,
but the rapist's companions' ready knives had soon ended his attempt. The same night, he, Onassis, and Theocritus had agreed to defend each other. 5 days later, the boy had vanished in the dark before dawn. No one had noticed he was gone until it was time to start rowing. A brief search of the shoreline had revealed his corpse behind a rocky outcrop. He'd slit his wrists. The oarmaster would have left his corpse for the vultures, but Demetrius and his comrades had insisted on burying him. Nothing was said, but the predators must have been given a warning of some kind, because their attacks on weaker oarsmen grew less sustained, and they left Demetrius, Onassis, and Theocritus alone. Simonides was no rapist, thought Demetrius. It wasn't like that. He meant what he said. Those animals love a taste of new flesh. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'll take my knife. Theocritus made a contemptuous noise. Use that, and they will rape you and cut your throat. Demetrius waved a dismissive hand as he walked away. Some men liked boys. He'd encountered them on occasion during his childhood, most often at religious festivals when a lot of wine had been consumed. He had learned fast not to stray too near such men and to bite and shout if their hands strayed. Simonides' eyes had held none of that desire. Theocritus's warning stayed with him, however, and Demetrius's walk was slower than it might have been. The phalangists' tents were arranged in orderly fashion. In front of each, shields lay in piles with stacks of spears, helmets, and greaves. Fires blazed by the 100. Bronze pots hung over the flames. The air was rich with the smells of baking bread, meat, and herbs, but Demetrius ignored his growling stomach. Instinct told him that if Simonides had meant what he said, a physical test of some kind was in the offing. Within moments of asking for the phalangist, Demetrius was cursing his lack of foresight. He hadn't thought to ask where Simonides was from or what spearer he served in. Scores of these units made up the Phalanx, each numbering 256 men, and Simonides was a common name. The majority seemed amused at the idea of a gangling young oarsman come in search of them. They laughed when Demetrius, disappointed, made his apologies and said he had the wrong man. More than one listened to his description of Simonides and shook their heads. No, they didn't know him. A few gave Demetrius a lewd wink and said they'd be the Simonides he sought. One patted the blanket he was sitting on and offered Demetrius a cup of wine. Eager not to cause offence, but with his cheeks burning, each time he retreated amid a chorus of laughter and ribald comments. The phalangists didn't seem to care that he refused their attentions. In the army, it seemed, male relationships were consenting, not the brutal things they were aboard ship. Demetrius soon lost count of the number of tents he'd asked at. It was more than 30, and the sun was an orange-red orb on the western horizon. Striated lines of cloud high above presaged a calm night. Light was fading, and with it his hopes of success. Many phalangists were eating, and the appeal of the food Theocritus would keep aside for him was growing by the moment. 6 more fires, Demetrius decided, and I'll return to the ship. He had no luck at the first, second, or third. There was a Simonides polishing a breastplate at the 4th, but he wasn't the right man. Frustrated and hungry, Demetrius continued to the next fire out of stubbornness. Expecting yet another disappointment, he asked for Simonides, and without waiting for an answer, took a step towards the 6th. Last one, he thought with relief, and then I can head back. Simonides, you say? Demetrius turned. The phalangist who'd spoken was not much older than he. Tousled black hair framed a friendly face. Aye, said Demetrius. He has a short beard, stocky, maybe 30. There's a Simonides in the spearer that stands to our right in the Phalanx. He's about that age, and has a cropped beard. The young phalangist stopped cleaning his nails with his dagger and pointed. Their tents are yonder, half a stadion, no more. My thanks. Demetrius's step was lighter,
as he threaded his way between some tents and crossed a dirt avenue. Seeing Simonides, the Simonides, feeding a branch into the fire, his heart leapt, and then he wavered. "I've come this far," Demetrius thought. There was no way to tell if the Phalangist's offer had been genuine other than to continue. He plunged forward into the ruddy orange glow cast by the flames. Half a dozen faces turned to regard him. "Lost your way?" asked a man with a straight nose and blue eyes. "I don't think so," said Simonides, giving Demetrius a nod. "He's the lad I told you about." "The oarsman?" This from a sturdy-framed man with wavy black hair. "Aye." Simonides beckoned to Demetrius, who, trying to conceal his nerves, came closer to the fire. "He doesn't look like much to me," declared Straight-Nose. A "pff" of contempt from the man with wavy hair. "The boy isn't even shaving yet. He's not fit for the Phalanx." "You can't be sure, Empedocles," challenged Simonides. "This boy has balls. He saved that officer from having his brains smeared along the ground, remember? And the storm of bronze has a different effect on each man. You should know that." A titter went around the group, and Empedocles, the one with the wavy hair, glowered. Demetrius missed the joke, but Empedocles' instant dislike of him was clear. Not wanting to inflame the situation, he averted his eyes. "It took you long enough to appear," said Simonides. "Lose your courage?" Demetrius tried to make his shrug nonchalant. "I wasn't sure if you meant what you said." "Simonides says so little he could almost be a Spartan." As Simonides half smiled, Straight-Nose continued, "When he does speak, each word has been weighed and measured." "Meaning," Demetrius hesitated, "meaning you were serious?" "I was." Simonides' gaze roved over his comrades. "The boy told me his father had him trained at pancration, wrestling and boxing. He wants to become a Phalangist, like us." "Here as tits. If he was supposed to join the army, how does he find himself an oarsman? He's obviously lying," sneered Empedocles. "Do we really want the scrapings of Pella in our ranks?" The insult stung like salt water in a cut. If Empedocles had been another oarsman, Demetrius would have leapt on him, but his future was at stake. He stitched his lip. "Tell them, boy," Simonides gestured. "Repeat what you told me." Demetrius glanced at the hard faces around the fire and saw a mixture of curiosity, disinterest, and plain dislike. Simonides was his only friend here, if he could even be called that. "Are you going to keep us all night?" demanded a Phalangist who hadn't yet spoken. Seated, it was impossible to judge his height, but he looked to stand a head taller than most men. With arms as thick as Demetrius's thighs, legs like small tree trunks, and a shiny burn scar on the inside of his left forearm, he resembled an earthly version of Hephaestus, the blacksmith god. "Eh?" "Your pardon." Demetrius dipped his chin respectfully at the huge Phalangist and was comforted by a tiny nod of acknowledgement. He threw up a quick prayer to Hermes, messenger of the gods, and a deity revered by shepherds, and wished that he had offered him a libation before setting out. Taking a deep breath, Demetrius began. His tale didn't take long. The Phalangists listened in silence for the most part. Wine was passed around, not to Demetrius, and Empedocles farted his contempt once or twice. When Demetrius mentioned his father's murder, no one reacted. It didn't surprise him. Life was brutal. Everyone had a tragic episode to relate. Wary of seeming boastful, he passed quickly over the rescuing of the officer outside Chios and described instead how he had speared the man inside the walls and met Simonides. Finishing, Demetrius realized that the back of his chiton was soaked in sweat. "That's it," he said, feeling like a fool. No one spoke, but Empedocles' lip curled. Demetrius dared not break the silence. He was the one on trial here, as it were. "He's modest, at least. I would have spoken at length about how I had saved a Phalangist's officer's life," said Straight-Nose, who Demetrius now knew to be called Andriscus. He cast a look at Simonides. "You saw him do it, didn't you?" "Aye. You would have too, if you hadn't been preening yourself as usual," said Simonides. A ripple of amusement went around the fire, and Andriscus lifted a rueful hand in acknowledgment. "Some of you others would have seen as well," Simonides continued. He eyed the man who looked like a blacksmith. "Philippos?"
"Aye, it could have been him," admitted Philippos. "If you vouch for the lad, I'm happy enough."
"I saw an oarsman heaving an officer about like a bag of wheat right enough," said Empedocles. "But I'm not sure at all that it was this streak of misery." "I am." Simonides' voice was curt. "And that should be good enough for every man here." "It is, brother, which is why we have sat listening. We believe the boy's tale, in theory," said Andriscus. Heads nodded, even reluctantly that of Empedocles, and he continued, "Can we get on with it?" Fresh sweat slicked down Demetrius's back. He thought, a fight. That's what this meeting was always going to come to. "Aye," said Simonides. "Who wants to go first?"
"First,"
thought Demetrius, his bowels turning to water. "Tartarus, am I to fight two of them?" "I will." Empedocles stood, cracking his knuckles. He took off his sandals and undressed, handing his dagger to Andriscus. Demetrius also stripped, laying his blade on top of his clothes. Using a spear butt, Simonides drew a rough circle in the dirt, about 20 paces in diameter. Empedocles moved inside it at once. Demetrius did the same. "Empedocles prefers boxing. You done much of that?" asked Simonides. "No, pancration was what I practiced most." Years ago, thought Demetrius with dread. Simonides glanced at Empedocles. "Happy with pancration?" "Doesn't matter to me," came the casual reply. "Pancration it is. The loser is the first to be knocked down or pinned 3 times. Stepping outside the circle also counts as a defeat." Simonides' hand chopped the air. "Begin." Demetrius had thought there'd be a short period of moving around, gauging one another. He couldn't have been more wrong. Empedocles came at him like a charging bull, fast, graceful, and dangerous. Punch, kick, punch, kick. His fists and feet moved in frightening unison. Demetrius backed away, blocking as best he could, taking powerful blows on his shins and his forearms. Empedocles followed fast, and only a quick glance over his shoulder prevented Demetrius from placing a foot outside the circle. He dodged to his left, taking a nasty kick to the thigh as reward. "What's wrong, boy?" jibed Empedocles. "Forgotten everything you learned? Or did you never learn pancration in the first place, eh?" Stung, Demetrius launched a counter-attack. Punch, punch, kick, punch. As Empedocles jabbed fiercely back, Demetrius seized his left fist with his left hand and swung forward to grip Empedocles' left elbow with his right hand. His hope was to wrench back his opponent's arm and break it, but Empedocles anticipated the move. With a powerful twist of his hips and torso, he ripped free. He drove forward, under Demetrius's raised arm, and instead of ending the contest, Demetrius managed only a punch to Empedocles' ribs.
"The pup knows one trick at least,"
said Philippos. "Ha! Not well enough," cried Empedocles. He swarmed forward at Demetrius, kicking high, driving him backwards. Again Demetrius retreated, taking hits to his arms and legs, and Andriscus said, "Fight, curse you!" Demetrius was struggling not to despair. The Phalangists cared nothing for him, nor would they take into account that Empedocles was the better fighter. If there was to be any chance of being admitted to their ranks, he had to impress them somehow. He threw a double kick combination that briefly halted Empedocles. Throwing caution to the winds, Demetrius pivoted on one foot like a Minoan bull dancer and leapt onto the Phalangist's back. Wrapping both arms around his throat, Demetrius used his legs to pin Empedocles' arms by his sides. He hung on for dear life as Empedocles bucked and hopped like a maddened mule. When this attempt failed, he fell backwards deliberately, landing on top of Demetrius. The ground was hard and hurt like Tartarus, but he retained his grip. They rolled about in the dirt, and still Empedocles could not break free. 10 heartbeats hammered by. "Yield!" Demetrius hissed. Empedocles writhed like a serpent to no avail. Demetrius tightened his grip on the phalangist's neck. Empedocles' struggles began to weaken. He repeated his demand, and this time the phalangist's head moved up and down a little. Distrustful, Demetrius asked a third time, "Do you yield?" Again Empedocles' head moved, and Demetrius risked slackening his hold. The phalangist took in a shuddering breath and wrenched himself to the side, away from Demetrius. "Who would have thought it, Empedocles?" boomed Philippos. "A wet behind the ears boy pulled the ladder on you." Empedocles muttered a hair-whitening obscenity. As Demetrius got up, chest-heaving, Simonides caught his eye. That was well done. Delighted, Demetrius drank in the other's approval. Too late, he remembered that the contest could resume once both opponents were up. Too late, he heard the rush of feet. He turned, and instead of catching him on the side of the head, Empedocles' forearm struck him a mighty blow on the temple. Stars burst across Demetrius's vision, and he stumbled, tripping over Empedocles' outstretched right leg. Down he went, with the phalangist on top. It was Demetrius's turn to be wrapped in a stranglehold this time. Empedocles used all his strength. Demetrius felt himself going faint almost at once. He pounded the earth in submission, but Empedocles did not let go. It took a demand from Simonides for him to release his grip. He gave Demetrius a contemptuous shove in the back as he did. Head spinning, Demetrius spat out bits of dirt. His ears were ringing, and nausea bathed him. He needed time to recover. To protest at the illegal move would look weak, so he put as much distance between himself and Empedocles as the circle allowed. "That was a soft defeat, boy," said Simonides. Heads nodded. Ashamed, Demetrius said nothing. "It's no fault of mine the fool wasn't ready," crowed Empedocles. "True enough," replied Simonides. "One fall each. Begin." Seeing that Demetrius was dazed, Empedocles closed fast. He rushed a snap kick at Demetrius's left knee, which part connected and converted the movement into a lunge forward. He planted his right foot behind Demetrius's feet and tried to sweep him backwards with his right arm. Desperate, Demetrius swung his hips and turned on his left leg. Agony lanced up from the knee, but he moved through it. His solid right hook split Empedocles' bottom lip. Empedocles shook his head. Droplets of blood flew in every direction. Demetrius went on the attack, seizing Empedocles by the throat. He blocked the phalangist's first attempt to do the same to him, but not the second. They stared at each other, pop-eyed, unable to breathe, their free arms tangling as they both tried to loosen the other's grip. Empedocles' sharp fingernails bit into Demetrius's flesh. His eyes shone with a murderous delight. He was stronger and knew it. Weakening fast, Demetrius could hear in his head Simonides announcing, "2 falls for the boy, 1 for Empedocles." Furious, Demetrius aimed a knee at Empedocles' groin. The fates were smiling. Rather than strike his opponent on the thigh or just a glancing blow, his knee made full contact with the soft mass of the phalangist's pricken balls. Empedocles' eyes bulged with pain and surprise, and his hand fell away from Demetrius's throat. He staggered back 1 step, 2. Demetrius kicked before he was out of range. Again the fates humoured him. He caught Empedocles' left kneecap front on. An animal scream rent the air. Empedocles' leg folded, and Demetrius swept in on that side, sliding his left leg behind the phalangist. Empedocles managed to punch him in the head, but it was a glancing blow and didn't stop Demetrius twisting and reaching around with his right arm. He swept Empedocles to the ground, over his left leg, and threw himself on top of the stunned phalangist. Right knee on Empedocles' left arm, right hand in a chokehold on his throat, and left hand gripping the phalangist's other arm, Demetrius held on for dear life. Within 10 heartbeats, Empedocles' lips formed the words, "I yield." Wise to the other's guile now, Demetrius waited until he was sure before letting go. Never taking his eyes off those of Empedocles, he got to his feet. 2 victories each. This is proving to be a more even contest than I expected. Simonides sounded pleased. Do you need a breather, Empedocles? Screw you, Simonides. Empedocles threw a furious glance at Philippos and the others who were chuckling. The phalangists' enjoyment of their comrades' discomfiture lit a spark of hope in Demetrius's heart. Perhaps he could win the final bout. Overcome Empedocles, and he would surely be admitted into their ranks. "Begin," said Simonides. Both wary, the two circled each other, fists raised. Empedocles feinted, then threw a vicious jab at Demetrius's stomach. Demetrius twisted, and the blow struck his ribs. He elbowed Empedocles in the side of the head, or tried to, but the phalangist ducked out of the way. Kick, lunge, grab. They snapped kicks at each other's shins and thighs and attempted to throw one another. They closed and grappled. Empedocles used a leg sweep, which failed, then managed to heave Demetrius over his right hip. Rather than fight the move, Demetrius rolled. Empedocles would fall on him next, and so, desperate, he continued rolling to try and get beyond the phalangist's reach. He failed. Empedocles was on top of him like a pouncing lion. Demetrius struggled, but 2 heartbeats later his right arm was twisted back behind his shoulder, and the phalangist's fingers were poised to gouge both his eyes. "Easy, we're not fucking Spartans," said Simonides. "As you say, Simonides." Empedocles removed his hand from Demetrius's forehead. With a laugh, he slammed his face into the dirt. "Yield, filth," Empedocles muttered. Demetrius banged his left palm off the ground. "Empedocles wins," said Simonides. Demetrius climbed to his feet, hurting, trying to conceal his disappointment. Empedocles sneered, and Demetrius flicked his hands at him in a let's fight again kind of way. It was pleasing that the phalangist's face coloured. Demetrius's pleasure didn't last. Simonides motioned he should stay in the circle. "You have boxed?" he asked. "A little," replied Demetrius. "Philippos," said Simonides, and the huge phalangist lumbered forward. Demetrius's guts lurched, but he met Philippos's eyes. "I'll go easy on you." Philippos's belly laugh would have woken the dead. He winked. "That's kind." "Same rules as before," said Simonides. "First to fall 3 times loses." The pair advanced towards each other. Philippos with a slow, confident tread, Demetrius with what he hoped was the same. He had no idea what to do. Even his heaviest punch wouldn't knock down Philippos. In the event, he didn't get to choose a tactic. As he raised his fists, Philippos's right paw came in faster than he could have imagined. It connected with Demetrius's chin, and the world went black. The contents of a bucket of water brought him to his senses, but when he managed to stand, his knees would barely hold him up. He heard Simonides say, "Begin," from the other end of a long tunnel. Demetrius didn't even see Philippos's from the waist hook, which hit him in the solar plexus. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. When Demetrius came to, lying on his back, it hurt to breathe. His head was a throbbing ball of agony, so too was his belly. He opened his eyes, and with difficulty focused on the sky above, which was full of stars. Men were talking nearby. He could smell garlic and cooking meat.
The smells, usually pleasant, made him retch. When his stomach had finished emptying itself, Demetrius wiped away the drool and sat up. He was still in the circle, and the phalangists were seated around their fire, eating and drinking. "Look who's back with us," said Simonides.
I
mumbled Demetrius. The phalangists laughed, but there was no cruelty in it, save perhaps in that of Empedocles, whose gaze reminded Demetrius of a vulture waiting for its moment to approach a corpse.
I didn't finish with Philippos, said Demetrius, clambering to one knee.
His head spun, but he managed not to fall.
We need to fight again.
No third bout. Philippos would kill you. Simonides' tone was final.
I'm not scared,
Demetrius lied. He stood, swaying a little.
I'm ready.
Go on, Philippos, goaded Empedocles.
The pup needs another lesson.
The boy has done enough. Philippos stared at Empedocles. How about you and I fight instead? Demetrius watched, not understanding, as Empedocles glowered, and the other phalangists jibed at him for refusing to box against Philippos. There was an easy familiarity to their banter that hurt Demetrius more than the pulsing in his skull or the darts of pain from his bruised belly and ribs. He hadn't felt a similar kinship with anyone since his father's death, and this comradeship would not be his now, or perhaps forever. Crushed, he turned to go. "Hey!" Simonides' voice. It didn't register in Demetrius's addled mind that it was he who was being addressed. He walked 5 or 6 miserable steps. "Boy!" Simonides cried. Demetrius glanced over his shoulder. To his surprise, all the phalangists were staring in his direction. They were preparing to humiliate him further, said his inner demon.
Aye.
Where are you going? Asked Simonides.
Back to my ship.
Sit with us. Share our wine.
But I lost. Empedocles beat me. Philippos beat me.
No matter. You bettered Empedocles twice, and you showed willing against Philippos. Simonides beckoned. Come. To Demetrius's surprise, every face, bar Empedocles, was open, still hard, but friendly. Demetrius's cynicism won out, however.
I don't want your sympathy,
he muttered. Simonides threw back his head and laughed. Confused, Demetrius looked from one phalangist to another. Philippos took pity. A soldier sits with his comrades.
Comrades? Demetrius repeated like a fool.
Aye, rumbled Philippos. That is, unless you don't want to be a soldier. Demetrius's throat worked.
I do. I do, more than anything.
Let's drink to that, said Simonides, holding out a brimming cup. Chapter 8. Matho didn't return for 2 days. During that time, Felix and every man who'd been on duty were confined to the Legion's prison stockade. A smaller affair than the compound holding the captured enemy troops, it was just as grim, and home to scores of deserters handed back to Scipio by the Carthaginians after Zama. The fate of these men, crucifixion or beheading, drove home the magnitude of what might face them. Stripped of their soldiers' belts, fed on barley normally reserved for the mules, Felix and his comrades slept in the open without blankets. Despite their isolation, news filtered through from sympathetic sentries. It seemed the escapees had parted company the moment they'd cleared the ditch. The Gauls hadn't got far. Brought to bay only a few miles south, they had been butchered by the cavalry. One of the Libyans, injured, had been abandoned by his comrades and slain, but, used to the terrain, the rest were still at large. 11 Macedonians had been caught and killed, but 4 others had evaded capture. Matho's arrival into the stockade on the second evening had the Principes on their feet in a heartbeat. Dust and blood-caked, face grey with exhaustion, he was a fearsome sight. There were no prisoners with him. He sneered at the Principe's salutes and stalked up and down before them. Slap went his vetus off his palm. Slap, slap. 24 prisoners escaped. No one dared reply. Felix's heart hammered out a frenetic, painful beat. Slap, slap. 24 got away. And I'm supposed to think that only one of you useless turds fell asleep? Matho was shouting now, the veins bulging in his neck. Silence. Matho rammed his vetus under Antonius's chin, forcing it up. "Are you deaf?" No, sir." The vetus cracked down on Antonius's shoulders, his neck, his upstretched arm. Groaning in pain, he somehow remained standing. Skillful as a juggler, Matho spun the vetus sideways to Felix's jaw. He stared down the length of it. "And you? Lost your hearing?" "No, sir." "Ah, maybe it's your sight that's gone." Matho raised an eyebrow. "I can see, sir." "In that case, your brother's the blind one," cried Matho, giving Antonius several more whacks. "No, sir." Felix flinched as the vetus came swinging at his head. An explosion of pain burst in his head as it landed. Vision blurred, he dropped to his knees. A flurry of blows followed, driving Felix to the ground. Agony radiated from his back, his arms, his shoulders. Matho stamped on him once, twice, the sharpened hobs of his sandal ripping Felix's tunic and raking the flesh underneath. Sensing that if he cried out, Matho would redouble his efforts, Felix kept silent. And then Matho was gone, repeating his questions up and down the line. Every man gave the same answers. 2 received a beating worse than Felix, and another was clubbed into unconsciousness. "Attention!" roared Matho. Everyone snapped upright except the insensible man. His comrade on either side dragged his limp frame up and held him, head lolling in a semblance of their posture. Slap, slap went the vetus. Matho prowled about like a caged beast. "You're lying pieces of shit." Stertorous breathing, that made by men in great pain, was the only sound. "I'm of half a mind to execute every one of you. Be a good way to draw a line under this shameful episode. 30 years I have been in harness and not once seen the likes of this. You've brought disgrace not just on me, your century and maniple, but the Legion. The entire fucking army is laughing at us. I've been ordered to report to Scipio himself." Matho pointed his vetus at Felix, at Antonius, at the next man along. "Someone has to pay." "The fault was mine, sir," muttered Ingenuus. "Keep quiet, you fool," thought Felix. But it was too late. Matho was already by Ingenuus's side. "What's that?" "It was my wine, sir. If it hadn't been for me, we would have been more alert. The escape wouldn't have succeeded." "Well done. You're not altogether spineless." Fooled by Matho's approving nod, Ingenuus's eyes filled with relief. Matho pounced. "Step forward, maggot." Terrified, Ingenuus obeyed. "It's the fustuarium for you," snarled Matho, cold gaze lingering over the rest. "But you won't be alone." He raised high a leather pouch. "Inside are a score of white pebbles and 4 black ones. 4 contubernia, 4 deaths. Decimation would be too good for you drunken whoreson, see?" He rummaged in the bag until he found a black stone. With a sarcastic flourish, he handed it to Ingenuus. That done, Matho glared at the rest. "Step up
one at a time."
Felix stole a look at Antonius, whose face was as stricken as his own. "Fortuna," Felix prayed, "don't make me have to beat my own brother to death, please."
"Move!"
Spittle sprayed from Matho's mouth. Felix was closest. He shoved his hand into the pouch. Cold and smooth, every stone within felt tainted with death. Throat closed with fear, he glanced at Matho.
"Take a fucking pebble!"
Felix delved to the bottom and made his choice. As his trembling fingers emerged, Matho laughed.
"What colour is it?"
Felix peered at it from between half-closed eyelids. He could have wept. The stone was white. Matho scowled when he held it up. A clout from the Vetus moved him on.
"Next!"
3 of Felix's tent-mates followed, all picking a white stone. The next, a princeps from another contubernium, was unluckier, producing a black. Matho sent him to stand with Ingenuus and ordered the lottery to continue. On and on it went, 5 white stones and a black, thankfully not for one of the brothers' tent-mates. When Antonius's turn came, a grinning Matho had him move back down the line. The cruelty brought out a killing rage in Felix. If he'd had a weapon at that moment, he would have thrown himself at Matho uncaring. The wily centurion sensed his fury.
"Did you really think your horseshit story about one man falling asleep would fool me, maggot?"
"No, sir."
"I'm a fool," thought Felix, despairing. By the time Antonius approached Matho for the second time, there was still 1 black stone left in the pouch, and only 2 men behind him. Bile, hot and sour, filled the back of Felix's throat. His brother had a 1 in 3 chance of being beaten to death. Offering to take Antonius's place would shame him. Attacking Matho would guarantee their deaths. Felix squeezed his eyes shut and prayed, "Fortuna, be kind." And then, to show solidarity with his brother, he looked up again. Ignoring Matho's leer, Antonius shoved his hand into the bag and pulled out a pebble.
"It's white,"
he said in a thick voice. His eyes flickered to Felix, who gave him a fierce, emotional nod. Visibly disappointed, Matho shouted a command at the next man. He, too, picked a white stone. The final man blanched, but held out his hand firmly enough as Matho upended the bag and let the black pebble fall.
"Hard luck, maggot,"
he said with an evil grin. Felix couldn't look at Ingenuus as he and the 3 others had their hands bound. The brothers stood together as the contubernia were formed into a line and marched out of the prison, with the condemned men at the front. Sunk in misery at what was to come, no one spoke. Matho led the procession around the wide space inside the walls of the legion's camp. He did an entire perimeter, stopping at intervals to announce the Principe's crime and the punishment to be meted out. A few soldiers threw insults, but most looked sympathetic, even angry. Rare indeed was the sentry who hadn't drifted off on occasion, if only for a moment. Yet no one protested. This was the army's way, and questioning it risked a similar fate. The column came to a halt by the main gate. Scores of men crowded around, drawn to the macabre scene like moths to a flame. The guards, their own comrades, formed a hollow square around the prisoners. Matho cut the ropes binding the 4 Principes, laughing off one's request to be slain with his sword.
"You can have my pay, sir. I've hardly spent a denarius of it this 2 years.
"Even if I wanted your miserable savings, maggot, I wouldn't take them," sneered Matho. "If you don't want to wander the underworld forever, take your punishment like a man."
The Princeps began to sob. Each of the condemned men was ordered to stand near one of the square's corners, and his comrades to take up positions around him. Felix did this with dragging steps, praying that a senior officer would appear and put a stop to the savagery. Any hope he had was dashed when a tribune came through the gate. He watched long enough to discern what was unfolding before curling his lip and riding away. At this point, Ingenuus managed to catch Felix's eye.
"Make it quick, brother," he whispered. "Please."
Felix nodded, his heart heavy. This mercy was all he and his comrades could offer their friend. It had to be done well.
"What are you waiting for?"
roared Matho.
"Kill them!"
Felix and the rest stared at each other in confusion.
"Where are the sticks, sir?"
asked Antonius. It was normal to use cudgels in the fustuarium.
"Use your bare hands."
Matho entered the square, shoving Principes towards their wretched comrades.
"Get to it!"
The man who'd asked to be executed began to wail.
"Mercy! Mercy in Jupiter's name!"
Matho kicked the man in the balls. He dropped to his hands and knees, whimpering. Matho drew his sword and levelled it at the nearest Principes.
"Kill this useless piece of shit now, or God's help me, I'll finish every last one of you myself."
He took a step towards one soldier, who flinched, then advanced on the condemned man. The rest followed, kicking at their comrade as if he were a ball used in a game of harpestum, the brutal ball game played by legionaries. Matho did the same with two more groups. He left Felix and his comrades until last.
"What are you waiting for, whoresons?"
With jabs of his sword, he drove them at Ingenuus, who closed his eyes in acceptance of his end. A desperate momentum took over. No one wanted to be the first to land a blow, but they all wanted to minimize their friend's suffering. Punches and kicks rained in. Felix would have given a year's pay to have had a stick, but his fists were his only weapon. He hammered a blow into Ingenuus's solar plexus. As he fell, the Principes closed in, their studded sandals rising and falling with a terrible unity. Blood spurted as Felix's hobs raked Ingenuus's cheek. He shrieked, and Felix cursed himself for not delivering a better blow. He lunged in again, and was rewarded with only a dull crack as one of Ingenuus's arms broke. The jostling was so great that Felix was pushed backwards a step. He felt wetness on his cheeks and realized he was crying. In front of him, he could make out Ingenuus thrashing to and fro, screaming for his mother, any trace of dignity gone. Felix realized that, eager to end Ingenuus's suffering, no one was thinking straight. Half a dozen heartbeats went by, and still the wretch squirmed and wailed beneath their hobnails. Felix elbowed Antonius aside and stood over Ingenuus's head. Framed by strands of sticky red hair, a bloodshot, terrified eye stared up at him. Felix hesitated, and then, praying that Ingenuus would forgive him, he slammed his heel down between his friend's eye socket and ear. The skull crunched. Ingenuus's limbs jerked like a puppet whose master has lost his reason, and stopped. He was dead. Chest heaving, sweat running down his face, Felix stepped away from the mangled shape that had been his comrade. What they had just done didn't seem real, but the terrible proof lay before them. He could not take his eyes off it. It, he thought bitterly. Ingenuus was a man, not a hunk of meat. Beside him someone vomited. Antonius was praying out loud. No one could look at anyone else. Matho arrived. He poked Ingenuus's back with his sword, and for good measure slid the blade into his abdomen. There was no response, and he turned, smiling, cold-eyed.
"You killed him a bit fast for my liking."
Felix's rage burst its banks.
"That was me, sir."
At that moment, he wanted Matho to beat him to death. It was the only thing that could wash away his guilt. Matho came so close that every pockmark and blackhead was visible. His breath stank. "Is that right, maggot?"
"He deserved a quick end, sir," Felix snarled, expecting Matho to stab him. To his surprise, grudging respect twisted Matho's lined face.
"You got balls, I'll give you that, which is more than I can say for some of your friends." He stepped back, giving each surviving man a hard stare. Relief filled Felix, and he realized that despite his shame, he didn't want to die. The fustuarium was over. Perhaps life could now return to a semblance of normality. He was unaware that high above, Fortuna was cackling. "Listen to me, filth!" shouted Matho. "Your comrades have paid with their lives for your crime, but do not think you have escaped further punishment. You are to be dishonourably discharged from the Legion." As Felix exchanged a horrified look with his brother, Matho continued, "Any weapons and equipment not fully paid for are to be turned into the quartermaster. Collect any pay owed to you and leave the camp before sundown. If I catch any of you inside the walls after that, I'll fucking kill you." There was a collective, stunned silence. "What are you waiting for?" bellowed Matho, raising his sword. "Get out of my sight!" Blood pounded in Felix's ears, and if Antonius hadn't taken his arm, he would have thrown himself at Matho. "He's not worth it," muttered Antonius, dragging him away. "You'd only go the same way as Ingenuus." Felix threw a hate-filled look at Matho. "You spared my life, Fortuna, and for that I am grateful," he thought. "I have another request. Before I die, give me one chance for revenge on Matho. Just one." Part 2. Chapter 9. Rome, Autumn 201 BC. Flamininus was striding along a narrow street on the Quirinal hill, deep in thought. His secretary Passion scurried beside him. A hulking bodyguard followed 2 paces behind. The hoods of all 3 men's cloaks were up. If it hadn't been a miserable day, Flamininus might have worried about attracting attention, but the heavy rain meant that half the passers-by looked the same as he and his servants. The rest, those without cloaks or hoods, walked by with hunched shoulders, their gaze fixed on the muddy and uneven surface underfoot. Even the shopkeepers were subdued. Almost none stood in their doorways to their premises, shouting for custom. It wasn't an hour that Flamininus would have chosen to be abroad. The sun had not long risen, and tendrils of mist yet clung to the taller buildings, but needs must. The meeting he was hurrying to was of vital importance. Since his failed attempt to help the Aetolians and further his own career, he had spent large sums to ensure that news of every type reached him fast. If war with Macedonia and his election as consul were to become a reality, Flamininus needed his finger on the Republic's pulse and to be aware of what was going on in the world beyond its borders. His spies were in Rome, Athens, Corinth, and beyond. He even had one in Pella, the capital of Macedonia. Flamininus had been excited when word had come a month before that Rhodes and Pergamum, 2 minor but important powers, were sending a joint delegation to seek the aid of the Senate. Since the capture of the towns on the Propontis, the attacks that had brought the Aetolians to Rome on their failed embassy, Philip had brought fire and sword to settlements all down the western coastline of Asia Minor. In Flamininus's mind, this was more proof that the Macedonian king was a danger to the Republic. Philip's motives were clear. He was seeking to recapture the lands taken by Alexander's father, which was no surprise. No doubt he had dreams of emulating Alexander, too, a leader Flamininus also held in high regard. Accounts of the boy king's campaigns into Persia, Sogdia, and the borders of India held pride of place on his shelves. In Flamininus's mind, the conqueror of Macedonia and the birthplace of democracy, Greece, would surely be remembered like the others. Flamininus's path to these glorious heights was still winding and precipitous. The emissaries of Rhodes and Pergamum had reached Rome, but changing the Senate's prevailing anti-war stance would be difficult. Flamininus's fervent hope was that by meeting the emissaries in advance he could place the right words in their mouths. See the senators vote for war with Macedonia, and the first major obstacle in his path would have been removed. After that, he had only to win election as consul, a task that he hoped would prove less tricky. "We're here, master," Passion pointed. Flamininus looked at the painted sign hanging over the doorway they had stopped outside. "The Charioteers' Rest," he said. "Hardly a good place to meet, eh?" "There are no races today, master, nor will it be busy at this hour. It's also where the—" Passion lowered his voice. "Emissaries insisted on meeting. They say there are quiet cubicles at the back." "Very well. Thrax, take a look." Flamininus jerked his head at the Thracian, who lumbered inside. He emerged again soon after, declaring the inn safe.
"Two foreigners,"
Thrax stumbled over the Latin,
"sitting at back."
"Follow me." Flamininus practised his most winning face and crossed the threshold. After a moment to adjust to the dim light, he made out a wooden counter along the side wall. It was manned by a surly-faced, stick-thin man. Tables and stools, the majority unoccupied, filled the rest of the dirt-floored room. At the back were several cubicles separated by slatted partitions. In one of these last sat a pair of cloaked men. This was no time for hesitation, thought Flamininus, running his tongue around a dry mouth. He threw back his hood and ordered a jug of wine and 3 beakers for his table. "Make sure it's drinkable," he barked. Awed by his new customer's evident nobility, the fawning innkeeper began rummaging below the counter. Flamininus studied the emissaries as he approached. One had a swarthy complexion and a Persian cut to his clothing. He had to be the Pergamene, while the others wore a chiton that wouldn't have been out of place in a shipbuilder's yard. A typical Rhodian, thought Flamininus. He'll dress well for no man. "You gentlemen are the emissaries?" he asked quietly. "We are," replied the Pergamene. "I am Eumenes of Pergamum. This is Dorius of Rhodes. You are Titus Quinctius Flamininus?" "I am." Both men dipped their chins in acknowledgment. "Do not think us rude, I beg you," said Eumenes. "We would stand and bow, but we have enough eyes on us already." Flamininus turned as if to speak with Passion, and let his gaze rove the room. The other customers, a mix of comatose drunks and men with the need for an early drink, were paying them no heed. It was the surly-faced innkeeper Eumenes meant. The man could scarce look away from them. Flamininus motioned to Thrax. "Tell that fool at the counter to bring the wine before we die of thirst. Tell him also that he's never seen any of us and won't remember our visit, no matter who asks. If he does that, his legs will remain unbroken. If his tongue flaps—"
"I tell him,"
said Thrax, beaming. Flamininus took a stool at the table's end, facing the back wall, so he could look at both emissaries and not be seen by the other customers. "Well met," he said warmly. "I am grateful that you have come." "Your secretary was most persuasive," replied Eumenes. "You are a friend to Rhodes and Pergamum both," he said. "I am, and I want to help you. Philip of Macedonia has brought you both here, in a manner of speaking. Tell me everything he has done of recent months to your peoples." There was a brief pause as the chastened innkeeper delivered wine and beakers to the table. Then Flamininus listened as the 2 emissaries laid out their tales of woe.
Both powers had seen cities and territory lost, on Asia Minor and in the islands off its shores. There had been 2 naval battles, with one victory to Philip and the other to the Rhodians and Pergamenes. Philip's transgressions did not end there. He had added insult to injury by supporting the Cretan pirates, with whom the Rhodians were at war, and then by attempting to take the city of Pergamum. By the time Eumenes and Dorius had finished, both were visibly angry. The only good news was that of recent days, Dorius reported. Their combined navies had blockaded Philip and his fleet into a bay near the Asia Minor town of Vargilia. "We intend to starve the bastard into submission." "If you are sure of that, why are you here?" demanded Flamininus. Dorius looked awkward. "Philip is as wily as a fox. It's not impossible that he will find a way to escape. With Rome's help, however, victory would be certain." Even the prospect of a captive Philip ready for the taking might not persuade the Senate, thought Flamininus. He needed more. Leaning over the table, he said, "I hear whispers of an alliance between Philip and Antiochus of Syria. What can you tell me of that?" "It's true," said Dorius, thumping the table. "Each seeks to wrest as much territory as he can, from Egypt, from Rhodes or Pergamum. Their agreement means that neither obstructs the other." It would be easy to exaggerate the 2 kings' secret alliance, Flamininus decided with delight. This information gave him just the fuel to ignite the senator's rage. "You both desire Rome's aid against Philip?" "More than anything," said Eumenes. Dorius nodded. "Then you must make light of the wrongs inflicted on your peoples by the brigand Philip." Their faces darkened, and he made a placatory gesture. "Hear me out. I am unusual among Romans in holding you in high regard. Most senators think only of themselves and the Republic. Emphasize how strong Philip's navy is, therefore, and the ease with which his ships could sail to Italia, and you will send a shiver down every senator's spine. Tell them of Antiochus's recent victories in the East, of his desire to emulate Alexander's exploits. He and Philip are thick as thieves, you will say. It matters not if this isn't the case. Paint an image in the senators' minds that a combined Syrian and Macedonian fleet could land on our shores as early as next spring. Memories of Hannibal are still strong. The idea of foreign armies on Italian soil will have the senators on their feet, baying for Philip's blood." Flamininus's eyes flickered from Dorius, whom he judged to be the more hot-blooded, to Eumenes, the calculating one of the pair. Neither said anything immediately, and Flamininus's guts rolled. The Rhodian and Pergamene were proud men. No doubt they had taken offence at his disregard for the injuries and losses inflicted on them by Philip. "Perhaps I should explain further," he began. "No need," said Dorius, cutting him off. "We remember how the Aetolians were treated last year. Our chief concern has ever been that our mission would fail. I care not how the Republic is persuaded to aid us." "Nor I," added Eumenes. "Your words had my heart racing." He placed a hand on his own chest and said without a hint of embarrassment, "Know that I am the finest orator in Pergamum. Attalus himself chose me, and Dorius maintains he can charm the sirens from their rocks." "Not quite, perhaps," demurred Dorius, "but I am persuasive." Delighted, Flamininus raised his cup. "War with Macedonia." Flamininus accepted another senator's pledge with a broad smile and a firm handshake. He was inside the Curia, where the consular elections were about to take place. Tireless to the last, he continued to move through the senators, targeting those whose allegiance wasn't yet certain. A month had passed since his secretive meeting with the Rhodian and Pergamene emissaries. Soon after, Eumenes and Dorius had delivered their speeches with actors' flair, enraging and horrifying the senators by turn. Their descriptions of torn-down temples, violated women, and murdered babies,
all acts committed by Philip's troops, had seen the motion for war with Macedonia carried by a huge majority. Flamininus's voice had been one of the first to support Eumenes and Dorius. He had announced his candidacy for the upcoming consular elections soon after. His co-candidate was Sextus Aelius Petus Catus, an excellent jurist and lawmaker with scant interest in party politics. He had been horrified by the notion of prosecuting a war with Macedonia. Win the contest, therefore, and the task of defeating Philip would be Flamininus's alone. His rivals were to be Quintus Minucius Rufus and Caius Cornelius Cethegus and their co-candidates, all four men who could be beaten. Galba, who had not won election as magistrate in Hispania, appeared to have lost interest. Flamininus had spent the time since the emissary's visit assiduously courting senators. Numerous dinner parties had followed. He plied his guests with fine food and wine. Ignoring his wife's protests, Flamininus had also laid on high-class prostitutes of both sexes. He had visited scores of senators, bringing bulging purses of coin and pots of hard-to-find spices, such as pepper, cinnamon, and coriander. When, during one dinner party, a senator had expressed an appreciation of one of Flamininus's slaves, a willowy female slave from Egypt, he had called on his guest the very next day to deliver her in person. Flamininus didn't know how every senator would vote, of course. Some wouldn't commit, no matter how handsome his gifts. Not all who said they'd support him would do so either. He hoped that there were senators among his rival supporters who would act in the same way. All told, Flamininus had 94 votes he was sure of, including his own, and another dozen that seemed probable. By his reckoning, Quintus Minucius Rufus could count on 85, with perhaps another 10 possibles. Caius Cornelius Cethegus, the third candidate, had 65 solid votes and the potential for 5 more. 6 senators were away or too ill to attend the election. That left a body of 23 senators whose votes would carry the day, for the paired candidates with the greatest number of ballots were elected. Flamininus had spoken with almost all of the 23. He had spent a wine-soaked morning at the baths with 2, and bought an expensive Iberian mount for a third. One had had his gambling debts settled, and another had seen a sudden approval by the city magistrates of his thus far stalled application to rebuild his Aventine mansion. Flamininus had guaranteed places in his army staff to the sons of 3 senators, and promised to sort out several land disputes. Despite these Herculean efforts, Flamininus remained unsure if he would emerge victorious. His numbers were hopeful, but Minucius Rufus and Cethegus had also been courting support, and like as not offering their own sweeteners. Now Flamininus's stomach was tight with nerves, and only surreptitious wipes of his hands on his toga kept his handshake dry, not slick with sweat. Spotting another of the not-sures, he put on his solicitor's face and asked after the man's ill wife. "I'll have my surgeon visit. He's one of the best in Rome." "Fee? There'll be no fee. It would be my honour if he can help your wife," said Flamininus, accepting the senator's effusive thanks as another probable vote. A moment later, another senator who hadn't yet promised to vote for anyone greeted him like a long-lost son.
"Philip must be dealt with, and soon," said the florid-faced man. "You're useful to be consul, but it's young blood that gets things done quickest sometimes. Minucius Rufus, well, he's a hothead, always has been, and Cethegus is a dullard. Nothing wrong with that, but Philip is shrewd. Rome will need a clever mind to defeat him."
Clasping Flamininus's hand, he moved on. A couple of other not-sures smiled and nodded at Flamininus, and he thought, with rising excitement, "I'm going to do it." After so long, he could taste victory. When the lictors rapped their staffs on the floor, and the senators hurried to stand in their customary spots, Flamininus felt confident enough to stride down the central passage. Before an election, this was something only the incumbent consuls did, resplendent in their official robes. He felt the weight of men's stares, heard the surprised mutters, but paid no heed. This is my hour, he decided. A tense wait followed, as, surrounded by their lictors, Claudius and Servilius entered the curia and walked to the low dais at the end of the chamber. The usual ritual prayers were uttered, and confirmation received from soothsayers that the omens for the election were good. Throwing up a last prayer to the gods, Flamininus watched his rivals sidelong. Minucius was impassive-faced, as a man who still had a good chance of winning, but Cethegus' expression was morose, that of someone who has conceded defeat in his head.
"Senators of Rome,"
Claudius was on his feet, his tone solemn.
"My time as consul is coming to an end, as it is for my colleague Servilius. It has been our honour to serve the Republic, as it is today to officiate at the election of our successors."
"Candidates, present yourselves," commanded Servilius, moving to stand beside Claudius. Flamininus smoothed down his toga, accepted the encouraging mutters of those around him, and stepped up onto the dais with Aelius Paetus. He was joined by Minucius Rufus and a mournful-looking Cethegus and their prospective co-consular colleagues. Flamininus's gaze roved the massed senators. Everywhere he could see smiles, nods, and men who appeared to support him. Exhilaration gripped him. His long-held hopes seemed about to become real. Claudius and Servilius greeted each candidate before Servilius turned to the senators again. "I have before me 3 men who would be your senior consuls and their colleagues." He listed the names. "Following the usual protocol, I shall announce each man in turn. Those who support that candidate will raise their right arm, and the lictors will walk through the room counting. Thrice I shall do that." 4 times. A loud voice cut across Servilius. As shocked as everyone else, Flamininus strained to see who had spoken. "Present yourself." Servilius's lips were thin with disapproval. "My apologies, consul." Galba climbed to the dais. "I wish to stand for election. Caius Aurelius Cotta shall be my co-consul." Horror gripped Flamininus. You can't." Galba gave him a brief, contemptuous glance. "A senator wishing to be consul may stand forth at any time until the voting has begun." He looked to Claudius and Servilius, who conferred, and announced that as far as they knew this was correct. Despite the late hour, there was no reason for Galba's or Cotta's candidacy to be refused. "We must do something," Flamininus whispered to Minucius Rufus and Cethegus. "He can't be allowed to get away with it." "It appears he just has," replied Minucius Rufus dryly. "Galba has years more experience than any of us. He was consul once before during the war with Hannibal. The man has also been dictator," said Cethegus. "In case you can't remember, he also commanded Rome's forces in the first war against Philip. That's good enough for me." He raised his voice. "I wish to withdraw." Flamininus gave himself a vicious pinch, but the nightmare continued. Indeed, it worsened. He watched, dazed, as Cethegus thanked his supporters and asked them to vote for Galba, the best candidate. Numb, Flamininus watched the lictors counting the senators who declared for Minucius Rufus 42, and then those who still supported him. 55 votes, he thought, struggling to take it in. The fact that he had saved more of his ballot than Minucius Rufus was no consolation whatsoever. Flamininus had calculated Galba's vote long before the senior lictor announced it to the consuls. The margin of victory, stolen from him at the last moment, was bitterer than hemlock.
197 votes for the last candidate. The result is clear, declared Servilius. All hail the new consuls, Publius Sulpicius Galba and Caius Aurelius Cotta. Flamininus didn't think it possible to feel worse, but Galba's triumphant wink made him wish the floor could have opened to swallow him up. Not only had he failed to win election as consul, he would not be the man to conquer Macedonia. Shunning the senators who crowded onto the dais to congratulate Galba and Cotta, Flamininus made for the door. His father's sour advice repeated itself in his head over and over. History never recalls those who came second in a race. Chapter 10. The Gulf of Bargilia, southwestern coast of Asia Minor, late winter 201-200 BC. Sitting on a hill above the town and wrapped in a simple cloak, Philip of Macedon stared westward, brooding. His sharp features were softened by a thick beard. At 35 he was in the prime of life, although thinner than normal. His richly worked armour and a purple tunic had seen better days too. But his haughty expression and confident manner would have made a man think he was in the royal palace at Pella. The blood-red sun was sinking into the Aegean, obscuring the islands that lay in the direction of Macedon. The ships barricading his fleet into the bay were still visible, however, sleek black shapes holding a line between Bargilia and the open sea. Philip's jaw bunched. Rhodes and Pergamum were mortal enemies of his now. The cowards will not attack me for fear of defeat, he thought. Instead, they blockade us and wait for hunger and deprivation to do their job. Philip ran again through the events of the summer, wondering how this outcome could have been avoided. His outlook that spring had been worlds apart from that which faced him now. With the Propontis under his control, he had decided to regain more lands that had been Macedonian in the time of Alexander. His new fleet of 200 vessels had crossed to the eastern Aegean, where Philip had raided the Cyclades Islands, seizing many, both Rhodian and Pergamene. He had been careful not to annex the Isle of Samos, however, because of its allegiance to Ptolemaic Egypt. Only a fool picked a fight with every man in the street. Philip's next intention had been to invade Ionia, part of Asia Minor's western coastline, but before he could land his army, the Rhodians, eager for vengeance, had sailed to meet him. Between Samos and the island of Lade, the two fleets had clashed. He had been victorious, but after their defeat, the Rhodians had gone running to Attalus, the king of Pergamum, who until that point had been neutral. News of his ships joining the Rhodians had caused an enraged Philip to attack Pergamum itself. A wry smile twisted his lips. It might have been wiser to have controlled my temper and confined myself to the coast and the islands, he thought. And yet his surprise assault on Attalus's inland capital had so nearly come off. The scratch force sent to meet him had been routed. It was only the swift closure of the gates that had prevented Philip from seizing the city. It was from this point, he decided sourly, that the fates had turned against him. Ill-prepared for a siege, lacking catapults, towers, and plentiful supplies, he and his troops had been forced to scavenge the surrounding countryside. Warned by Attalus, the locals had taken in the harvest early and retreated into their towns. Hither and thither Philip had marched with his hungry soldiers, but he had been balked at every turn. In the end, he'd had to ask his erstwhile ally Antiochus for assistance, but the help offered by the Syrian king's local governor had paid no more than lip service to their alliance. 4 days' food, thought Philip. One day I'll make you pay for that, Antiochus. Reunited with his fleet, yet determined to continue his campaign, Philip had decided to blockade Chios. Before he could subjugate the town, the combined Rhodian and Pergamene fleet had arrived.
Islands attacked or threatened by Philip had sent ships as well, making the two sides equally matched. The second naval battle of the summer had been a catastrophic disaster, however. Attilus's flagship had been captured, but almost half of Philip's 50-odd quinquiremes and quadriremes had been sunk. 3,000 soldiers and twice that number of sailors had gone down with their vessels. 3,000 more infantry had been taken prisoner, making his losses the worst since he'd taken the throne. It was as well, he decided, that Perseus had been left in Pella. A campaign under arms would have served the lad well, but not if the price had been drowning at Chios. Attalus had taken his fleet home after the battle. The Rhodians had also retreated to lick their wounds. Assuming their retreat to be a reluctance for further hostilities, an emboldened Philip had sailed southeast, now attacking the Carian coast, where his stepfather Antigonus Doson had campaigned a generation before. Success had followed success. It had been particularly satisfying to subjugate Rhodes' only mainland territory, the Perea. Philip had thought then his enemies lacked unity, yet the news of his continuing campaign had brought them together again soon after. He had known none of this, and with his ships safely beached in the Gulf of Bargilia, he had set about capturing towns in the hinterland. It wasn't kingly to shake a fist, so he cursed the Rhodians and Pergamenes in the bay instead. Long and hard he cursed them, to be dragged down into Poseidon's watery kingdom, to burn in Tartarus's depths, or to be chained forever to rocks as Prometheus had been, and have their ever-renewed livers torn out by vultures daily. Philip felt only a little better when he was done. By the time he'd known about the enemy fleet's arrival, the blockade had been complete. That hadn't stopped him from marching his army back in haste, but it had been for naught. Shaped like a sideways-facing cup, with the open mouth emptying into the Aegean, the Gulf of Bargilia lent itself to entrapment. Here he and his men had been since. Months of deprivation and hunger had followed, and continued to this day. It took all his leadership to hold his army together. He cast a look at the dozen companions who had accompanied him to the hilltop. They could be relied on. Despite their gaunt faces and ragged cloaks, they looked ready for battle, and their comrades in the camp were the same. The rest of his army was in worse spirits, however. Despite sharing the same hardships as his men, Philip was losing men to desertion. If he didn't break the fleet out soon, more would follow. Mutiny might even rear its ugly head. Falling morale wasn't his only reason for needing to act. Of recent days his spies, landing in small craft north and south of the bay, had brought word that both Rhodes and Pergamum had gone crying to Rome for help. Although he doubted that the Republic's declared disinterest in Greek affairs, so loudly declared in the Senate the previous year, would change, Philip needed to return to Pella. A king could not afford to be too long away from his throne. He glanced again at the ships in the bay. To have any chance of extricating his entire fleet, still more than 100 vessels strong, he needed the gods' help, something that had been in short supply these past months. He clambered to his feet and signalled to the companions that they should return. His belly rumbled, a reminder that he hadn't eaten since dawn. "What's for dinner?" "Bread, sire, and a little roast boar. There's some wine as well. Poor quality, I'm sorry to say." Philip grunted. The portion sizes of recent months had been tiny. He ate the same rations as his soldiers, and when there wasn't enough, he also went hungry. Not for much longer, he decided. Like Hannibal, he would find a way or make one. Dawn brought the discovery that more than 100 peltasts, wild men from the mountains of Thrace, had slipped away. Philip's first inclination was to send the companions after them, but common sense prevailed. The way to win back the loyalty of those soldiers who remained was to give them belief, he decided, not to execute deserters.
"They leave more food for us," he joked to his gathered troops, although few laughed.
"Soon we will leave this shithole," he declared. "Back in Pella, I shall have hundreds of sheep butchered to celebrate our safe return. Wine will flow as if poured by Dionysus's hand." The obligatory cheers that followed were thin and unconvinced, and clambering down from the dais, Philip avoided his officer's gaze. He went to the hilltop alone that afternoon, fiercely ordering back the companions who tried to follow. How he would find inspiration from the same ships he had stared at for months, Philip had no idea, but he was determined to come up with an idea. For hours he sat there, immune to cold and hunger. Gulls wheeled and cried overhead, but he did not hear. An officer of the companions who came to check on him got shouted at and retreated. Despair, an alien emotion, trickled into Philip's mind, like rain seeping through a leaking roof. He cursed it away and prayed again to the gods. Hermes, the messenger god, and also favoured by those who travelled, would receive 6 bulls by way of gratitude if he intervened. So too would Ares, the unpredictable god of war. "I'll give you all 6 bulls if only you'll help," thought Philip in desperation. No bolt of lightning came from the heavens, no flash of inspiration struck. The sun began to set. Refusing to let his hopes fade, Philip decided he would return the following day. In the end, a way to spirit his fleet past the enemy blockade would appear. He cast a last infuriated glance at the ships in the bay. The answer came, its simplicity infuriating. Philip studied the ship that formed the blockade centre, as he had countless times before. During daylight hours, it had neighbours to left and right, but each afternoon, as the light faded, it was left alone as the others rowed to shore. Attalus and his Rhodian allies were like most men, thought Philip, and assumed he was too. No one in his right mind voyaged at night. It wasn't something that Philip would have entertained under normal circumstances, but his options were scant. Silence the sentries on the central ship, he thought, pray that the sleeping crew remained unaware, and the entire width of the bay would offer itself to his fleet. He decided to send one of his trusted servants, an Egyptian, to the enemy camp the next day. Pretending to be a deserter, he would beg an audience with Attalus. Philip was running out of supplies, he would say, and morale among his troops was plummeting. Accordingly, Philip's fleet would seek battle the day after. It was a huge gamble. Who knew if Attalus would be lulled into a false sense of security by the Egyptian, or whether the central trireme could be put out of action? But Philip was prepared to risk all. He would be caged no longer. In the darkest hour of the night that followed, Philip waited on the beach of Bargilia by a small fisherman's craft. Open to the elements, with a single sail, the round-bellied boat could hold 12 men and the crusty local who owned it. Philip commanded. 11 of his best companions waited around him. Every man's face and hands had been blackened with ash, so too had their chitons. They wore no armour or helmets, and each carried only a dagger. The task of attacking the trireme could have been led by any number of his best officers, but 6 months of frustration meant he would suffer no other to do it. Perhaps it was foolish, thought Philip, to risk his life like this, but by the gods he felt alive. He was doing something at last, and if the fates willed it, he would be a good way towards Macedon before the enemy realized. If, on the other hand, the old bitches wanted to play with him, despite the cloud cover, this was an equally likely outcome. He and his men would soon be dead, and his fleet doomed. The boat's owner, a fisherman with a face wrinkled enough to be Philip's grandfather, limped to his side.
"The tide is on the turn," he whispered. "We must go."
"I hear you, old one." Philip had been prepared to kill the families of any fisherman who wouldn't take them out to the anchored trireme, but it hadn't come to that. To his surprise, the ancient had offered the instant the demand had been made. "Death is coming for me soon," he'd said with a wink. "I can't think of a better way to go than with the king of Macedon as he tries to escape this bay." His entire lack of reverence and surety that they would fail had tickled Philip's humour, and so, against his officer's wishes, he had chosen him. Philip signalled, and once the fisherman had clambered in, the companions pushed the boat into the shallows. 2 more craft and another 24 soldiers on the beach would follow close behind. Next, Philip and his men heaved themselves aboard. A pair of companions laid their backs to the oars. Down the blades went, entering the water with almost no sound. Faint splashes rose as they came up into the air. Philip, crouched in the prow and peering towards the trireme, pricked his ears. He heard only the low screech of night birds skimming over the waves. This relieved the knot of tension in his belly not at all. Never in his life had he been so rash, he thought with a thrill, but there was no going back now. They had set out from a secluded spot on the southeastern edge of the beach, the closest point to the anchored trireme. Distance was impossible to judge in the darkness, but Philip knew from the day's practice efforts that the oarsman could slowly row 4 stadia as a man's heart beat 1,000 times. The tension would make keeping this tally difficult, so he had ordered every companion to do it. At 350, Philip could feel cold sweat trickling down his neck. He placed his lips against the ear of the man next to him and whispered, "You'll count." The companion leaned close. 396, sire." Philip's eyes shot to the water in front of the boat. He could see nothing still. Then timbers creaked dead ahead, and he almost cried out, with relief, with fear, he wasn't sure. Signalling the companion to tell the oarsmen to slow their pace further, he began to count his heartbeats again. At 450, the glow of a lamp was visible by the base of the trireme's mast, and he had their little craft come to a halt. The risks of taking it alongside the enemy ship were too great. From here, he and his men would swim. Philip had no idea how many sentries there were. This was the point his senior officers had made over and again. "Miss even one, sire, and it won't matter that all the others died without a sound. Noise carries across water. His shouts will wake every enemy crew on the shore." The officer's point had been valid, but he and his comrades had had no answer when Philip had demanded another way out of their predicament. "Into the water," he whispered, giving the old man a nod of thanks before slipping over the side. The companions joined him. Philip didn't linger. They would succeed or they would fail. With gentle strokes he swam and prayed and swam. If the commander of the trireme was worth his salt, thought Philip for the 100th time, he would be resting his crew before the battle in the morning. There might be 4 sentries, or as few as 2. The rest aboard would be fast asleep, the oarsmen lying by their benches, and the soldiers wherever a space offered itself. Keeping them quiet after the sentries had been slain would be another matter. "Stop it," he told himself. 10 paces out from the trireme's prow, he looked up. One sentry was clearly visible, leaning on his spear. He gave no sign of seeing them. Dangerous though it was, Philip waited, treading water. A short time later, a second man appeared beside the first. "Seen anything?" he murmured. "Course not." The reply was sleepy. "Gods, but this night is dragging by." The second sentry moved in front of his comrade and tugged underneath his chiton. A stream of urine arced out, spattering the water close to Philip, who closed his eyes in disgust. When the second man had finished, he elbowed his fellow. "It's your turn to walk the ship. Last time I was there, Solon was awake, but Greybeard was snoring. Give him a kick from me." "I don't blame the poor old bastard. He should be in his blankets like the rest of the crew."
said the first man. "Posting 4 sentries every night is fucking stupid. That mongrel Philip and his yellow-livered followers would never attack us." Muttering to himself, he set off down the planking that ran from prow to stern. 4 sentries, thought Philip. It was more than he'd hoped for. He motioned that he and 5 others would swim along the trireme. At his signal they would deal with Greybeard, Solon, and the man walking towards them. The remaining companions were to clamber up via the bronze ram, kill the lone sentry, and whistle to the waiting boats. Then it would be a mad scramble from both ends of the ship to threaten, gag, and murder enough of the crew so that none tried to raise the alarm. Using the planking of the hull as concealment, only someone leaning right out would see them, Philip swam to the stern. He reached it just as the grumbling sentry did. The complaints, as the promised kicks were delivered to a groggy Greybeard, provided enough noise for Philip to swarm up one of the steering oars with a dagger gripped in his teeth. A companion who had climbed the second oar appeared atop the rail at the same moment he did. The 4 others were following close behind. Greybeard saw Philip, who was only an arm's length away, and his mouth opened. The complaining sentry, who was facing towards the open sea, thought he was about to protest again and sneered. The third man spotted both Philip and the companion and grabbed for his sword. Philip knifed the grumbler in the lungs, twice for good measure, then shoved him, dying, into his sword-wielding comrade. As that man stumbled backwards, the beginnings of a shout leaving his mouth, Philip caught him with a backslash across the throat. Blood showered the deck, and before Philip could prevent it, the swordsman fell backwards into the sea. Philip lowered himself down to the rowing deck, a heartbeat after the resulting splash. Sleeping bodies lay as far as he could see, but woken by the noise, one man sat up. "What's going on?" he mumbled. Dagger behind his back, Philip replied in his best Pergamene accent, "That fool Greybeard only went and fell in." With a snort, the man lay back down. Philip reached down and covered the man's mouth with one hand and sliced him open from ear to ear. The next oarsman along stirred, and Philip cut his throat too. When he stood upright, he found a third rower regarding him with utter horror. "Keep your mouth shut and live," hissed Philip. The soldiers aboard would be loyal to Attalus, but if the men who pulled on the oars were like most, they would care less for their king than the coin they were paid. "Say a single fucking word, and you'll go the same way as your mates." The oarsman lay back down like a child scolded back to bed by an angry parent. Like silent wraiths, Philip and his companions stole along the rowing deck, by times threatening, by times ending protest in a flurry of dagger thrusts. The 6 companions who had boarded at the prow were at work too. When they were joined by the 2 other boats, called in with an owl call, the trireme was soon in their hands. Apart from the man who'd fallen into the sea, the only noise had been a couple of stifled cries from those crewmen foolhardy enough to challenge men standing over them with ready blades. Nonetheless, the commotion had been more than should be expected aboard a ship in the dead of night. Philip's nerves were in tatters as he listened for any indication of alarm from the shoreline to the north and south. Time slipped by, slower than he had ever known it, but no shouts, no call to arms reached them. Finally, his anxiety eased into sheer, unadulterated delight. The danger had not gone. His entire fleet had to row out of the bay unseen and unheard, but in the skies above, the fates were smiling. By the following day, Philip's escape was complete. The Pergamene and Rhodian fleet had given pursuit at dawn when the bay was seen to be empty of his ships. Despite their head start, it had been a close-run affair. The enemy's lead vessels had closed to within 10 stadia of the rearmost Macedonian ones. Lacking crew members, 3 of Philip's Lembi had been caught and taken. The rest had rowed for their lives and pulled away. After months of virtual imprisonment, these were trifling losses. Now Philip stood at his ship's prow alone,
tasting in the salty air a freedom he hadn't had for too long. Inevitably, thoughts of home filled his mind. They soured his mood a little. He'd be glad to have Macedonian earth beneath his feet once more, but there would be little time to take his ease with his wife or to go hunting boar in the hills. Odds were that on his northern and eastern frontiers the Thracians or Dardani would have invaded. The Greek states would be causing trouble too. Sparta, Aetolia, Athens, all had reason to resent his kingship. If the fools would recognize Macedon's preeminence, thought Philip, life would be easy. They will learn to do so one way or another. Of less concern were the Rhodian and Pergamene embassies who had been sent to Rome. They would try their hardest, but Philip could not imagine the Senate reversing its decision of the previous year. Having been involved with Greece before, the Republic's attention might well return in the future, but after the grueling war with Hannibal, Rome currently had no stomach for another war. So reasoned Philip. Spotting a dolphin in the ship's bow wave, he smiled. 2 more joined the first, the trios slicing through the water with consummate ease, the picture of power and grace. Mesmerized, sure they were proof of Poseidon's favor, he watched until they tired of their sport and vanished again into the depths. Chapter 11. The Army's Camp Outside Pella, Macedon. Dawn was breaking. The air was crisp and cool and laden with the smell of wet grass. Birds chattered from the nearby woods, delighted with spring's arrival. Trickles of smoke rose from fires that had lasted the night. Most men were still in their blankets dreaming, but Demetrius was outside the tent he shared with 5 other men. After a few stretches, he was going to run the perimeter of the great camp. Fitness, he had learned, was vital to being a good soldier. More than a year had passed since the fateful evening when Demetrius had fought Empedocles and Philippos. Not a single day went past when he didn't give thanks to Hermes and Ares for the beatings he'd received. Well, not the beatings, but the way events had unfolded. Demetrius was gut-sure that both gods had been watching and smiling on him. How else could he have won the 2 vital bouts against Empedocles or been admitted to one of the most prestigious spearii in the Phalanx? To show the gods his gratitude, Demetrius made it his business once a month to visit a shrine to Hermes which lay close to the city walls and the army's camp. There he poured a libation of the best wine he could afford, sometimes bringing a hen for the priests to sacrifice. Next he gave thanks for his good fortune and prayed. With Ares he was a little more circumspect. If Demetrius was truthful, the mysterious war god in his crested helmet scared him. Simonides, already like a father figure to him, said that Ares reaped men in battle the way a farmer cut wheat with a sickle. Demetrius prayed to him, but he was a deity to be feared. The envy of men in other files had been evident from the first day. Demetrius didn't understand the ugly looks until Simonides had explained that the lowliest phalangist in his file had been slain at Chios. But for that unfortunate death and the need for a replacement, Simonides would never have offered him a place. After that, Demetrius added Hades, the god of the underworld, to his prayers. The day after the fights with Empedocles and Philippos, realizing that Demetrius knew little of army life, Simonides had set him to learn the Phalanx's structure. He could repeat it in his sleep now, but at the time it had been confusing. Philip's Phalanx was made up of 2 5,000-men-strong strategiae, the white shields and the brazen shields. Each strategia consisted of 5 chiliarchies, each containing 1,024 men. The chiliarchies were ranked in order of importance, 1 to 5, and in each were 4 spearii. Simonides and his comrades, and Demetrius, served in the first spira of the second chiliarchy of the brazen shields. Every spearer had 256 phalangists made up of 16 files of 16 men. Each file had 11 phalangists and 5 officers, a file leader, a half and 2 quarter file leaders, and a file closer. Simonides was the file leader. His friends were front rankers and stood behind him. As the newest recruit, Demetrius stood at the back with only the file closer Zotikos to his rear. He smiled. Since that momentous evening, the army had become his life. It was becoming hard to think of any other existence. Sorting through the pile of stacked shields outside the tent, Demetrius pulled out his own. Small, round, and a little dished, the aspis was 8 times the width of a man's palm. On the front, against a brazen background, the royal Macedonian star had been painted in black. Demetrius's aspis was old and battered. It had belonged to the dead youth he'd replaced, but he was inordinately proud of it. Along with the dagger he'd owned since he was a boy, a simple helmet, and his long sarissa spear, the shield was the only equipment he possessed. Of course, he longed for more. Soon after joining, he had expressed this desire to Philippos, the friendliest of the veteran phalangists. Philippos had laughed his great belly laugh.
"Listen to you. First off, you stand right at the back of the phalanx, so you don't need armor or a sword. Second, this kit," Philippos had flicked a finger off his padded linen cuirass, "is expensive. You can't afford it. Save your pay, boy, and in a year or 2 you'll have enough coin. Or you might be lucky and kill a man wearing one and take it for your own."
"What if the enemy attacks the rear of the phalanx?" Demetrius had demanded. "I'll need armor then." At the time, he had never seen the spear eye drilling on the plain beside the camp. Philippos had laughed again.
"Patience. We're trained to wheel about and reform with the front rankers facing the enemy. If that happens, you'll be at the back again."
He had smiled at Demetrius's glare.
"Standing at the front of the phalanx is unpleasant and dangerous. Only a madman would choose to be there."
"Simonides does it. So do you and the others." Philippos's face had grown serious.
"Sliding your spear into a man's eye socket takes its toll. Hearing your mate drowning in his own blood and being able to do nothing for him is horrific. During a battle, some men lose control of themselves. The air is laced with the smell of shit and piss and puke. You can feel the terror, almost touch it. Everyone is afraid, bar a few insane fuckers on both sides."
"If it's so bad, why are you in the army?" Demetrius had challenged.
"My father was a phalangist, and so was his before him. I couldn't think of any other life. Then there's the comradeship. You already know what that's like. And, by the gods, because there's nothing quite like breaking an enemy phalanx. Your heart sings. Ares' strength flows into you, I swear it, and you know that no one can stop you."
Demetrius had liked that part best.
"Live long enough, and you'll work your way up the file. I was a rear ranker when I joined up."
Philippos had clapped him on the back like an equal. Demetrius had relived the conversation many times since. He didn't know how long it would take, years like as not, but one day he would stand near the front with Simonides and Philippos. He slipped on his felt and wool arming cap, which already smelt as if he'd worn it his whole life, and after, his plain bronze helmet. Aspis slung over one shoulder, he picked up his sarissa.
"Practicing for the hoplitodromus?"
He turned, seeing Empedocles' head poking out of his tent. Demetrius uttered a self-conscious, truthful, but not knowing what else to say, "No." Empedocles curled his lip.
"It's good to practice running, boy, because that's what you will do the first time we fight."
Demetrius flushed with anger and shame. Perhaps the malevolent phalangist was right. How could he know? He took off at a lope, Empedocles' mocking laughter ringing in his ears. Demetrius returned from his run, Empedocles forgotten, belly snarling with hunger. Cimon, another rear ranker and one of the men he shared a tent with, had the barley porridge cooking. Open-faced, with longish brown hair, he had an impressively sized nose. About a year older than Demetrius and about the same height and build, Cimon was interested in everything and more fair-minded than Demetrius ever cared to be. The two had been friends from the first moment they'd met. "Is it ready?" demanded Demetrius. Cimon grinned and spooned in a little honey. "Hungry?" "Fucking starving." Demetrius set down his sarissa and shield with the rest and sat down by the fire. "Good run?" "Aye. You should come along some morning." Cimon shook his head. "I get enough exercise on the training ground." He opened his mouth to argue, but thought better of it. Cimon was fonder of drinking and cooking than anything else, and it seemed nothing would change that. Demetrius concentrated instead on wolfing down his porridge. It was a smaller portion than he'd have liked, but for good reason. Soon after joining the Phalanx, with memories of the hungry times at the rowing bench still vivid, he had ignored Cimon's advice and gorged himself before the morning's drill. An hour into training, Demetrius had broken ranks to vomit. Everyone had laughed, even Cimon. Everyone apart from Simonides, that is. His measured dressing down had humiliated Demetrius more than a beating. Now he always held back at the morning meal. Evenings were a different matter. He filled his belly then until it could hold no more. "A bottomless pit you are," Cimon was prone to saying, but his eyes would twinkle as he spooned food into Demetrius's bowl for the third or fourth time. "Time to move, brothers," Simonides' voice carried from his tent. Cimon rolled his eyes. "Here we go again." Demetrius exchanged a look with Antilion, another tent-mate who'd become a good friend. "It wouldn't be the same if Cimon didn't complain," said Antilion. Tall, burly, and curly-haired, he liked nothing more than to argue. He disagreed with everyone, even if his opinion was the same as theirs. "Says the man who would quarrel with himself," retorted Cimon. Antilion shrugged. "I like a good discussion, that's all." "Move it, dusty feet." Empedocles had appeared, as was his wont. "We don't have time to stand around gossiping like women." "I'm not a farmer any more," said Antilion, glowering. "I've been in the army for 2 years, as well you know." "Once a dusty foot, always a dusty foot," said Empedocles with a sneer. "I'd hoped you might change, but here you are choosing to associate with a sheep-humper." He gestured at Demetrius. "And you, Cimon, I thought you'd know better." Cimon muttered something under his breath. "What's that?" demanded Empedocles. Although he wasn't a file leader like Simonides, he was a front ranker, which meant his status in the Spira was a deal higher than that of Demetrius and his friends. Empedocles liked nothing better than to lord it over the lower-ranked men. In consequence, he was loathed by all except his front-rank comrades, who, for reasons Demetrius could not understand, did not seem to recognize him for what he really was. "Piss off and annoy someone else, why don't you?" said Antilion. Lip-curling, Empedocles took a step towards Antilion, but Demetrius and Cimon silently placed themselves on either side of their friend. Empedocles looked the three up and down with contempt and spat on the ground right by Antilion's feet. "I'm glad you yellow-livers stand 10 men behind me." "Just as well you aren't closer," thought Demetrius. The temptation to stab Empedocles in the back during a battle would be hard to resist. The confrontation was brought to an end by Simonides' voice, telling his men that if they weren't ready to march by the time he counted to 100, any latecomers would feel the point of his foot up their arse. On the great training ground near the army's camp, Demetrius was standing in file, with Zotikos behind him. In front of Demetrius stood Cimon. After him came the quarter-file leader and then Antilian. The file then ran all the way to Simonides at the front. Each man's shield hung by its carrying strap over his left shoulder. Every sarissa was grounded, butt first, its point aimed straight at the sky. 2 paces separated the 16 men from those in the files on either side. The same distance was repeated across the assembled spearer.
"Phalangists, prepare yourselves!"
shouted Crichton, the spearer commander. There was a stirring in the ranks.
"On my orders, file leaders!"
Short but barrel-chested, Crichton made up for his lack of stature with a larger-than-life persona. Possessed of a voice that would rival that of Zeus in a rage, he had killed his first boar, a rite of passage for Macedonian men, at the tender age of 15. He also knew the king. Demetrius had never had occasion to speak with Crichton. He was happy with that state of affairs. There was enough to worry about with Simonides and his officers breathing down his neck, something they were rather practised at.
"File! Ready!"
cried Simonides.
"No!"
bellowed Crichton.
"Close order!"
Simonides' voice mixed with those of the other file leaders. Acutely aware of Zotikos's eyes on his back, Demetrius stepped to his right, reducing the distance to the next file by 1 pace. He swung his shield forward to his front. Slipping his left hand through the arm strap, he used it to grasp the shaft of his sarissa at head height.
"Level spears!"
ordered Simonides. Demetrius straightened his right arm, which had continued to grip the wooden shaft, and lowered the sarissa about 15 degrees. In every file, the rearmost 8 men were doing the same. The 5 front rankers in each file were lowering their spears until they were parallel to the ground, facing an imaginary enemy, while those in ranks 6 to 8 lowered theirs by varying degrees. Part protection from arrows, they could also be dropped to face the enemy. "Not that low," hissed Zotikos. Demetrius hastily pulled his sarissa up.
"Forward! Slow! March!"
Again, the file leaders spoke almost in unison. They tramped 6 paces, nice and steady. Demetrius was so close to Kane that his shield was touching his friend's back. Zotikos's shield behind Demetrius was a reminder that the only way to go was forward. In a battle, he would shove Demetrius, who would push Kane, and so on. The strength of 16 men multiplied all along the Phalanx's front provided great momentum. That much was clear even to the inexperienced Demetrius. They would smash any enemy, Simonides often told them around their fires. "Battles like Gaugamela, Marathon, and Plataea prove it."
"Tell us!"
men would invariably shout.
"Tell us of one!"
Most often, Simonides ignored these demands, but on occasion he would accede, holding out his hand for a cup of wine to keep his throat wet while he talked. Although Macedonians had not fought in the Battle of Marathon, it was his favourite story to recount. "Not quite 2 centuries ago, before the heyday of Athens and long before the glories brought to Macedon by Alexander, the gods bless his name." Here Simonides always raised his cup in toast, prompting a loud shout of "Alexander!" A battle was fought on the shore of the Bay of Marathon. A marshy place by the sea, it was where the Persian invaders landed, their plan to lay waste to Attica, and after it Athens and all of Greece. The army was mobilized in haste, but religious scruples prevented the Spartans, a vital part of the force, from joining the Athenians and their Plataean allies. The Persians' numerical superiority, at least 2 to 1, meant that the Athenian leader Callimachus ought to have waited for the Spartans to arrive, but politics got in the way. None of you dusty-footed turds would understand, but know that it's easier to stand in the Phalanx and fight an enemy face to face than it is to have rivals, members of other factions, at home who'll stab you in the back. At this point, men would growl with impatience and demand that Simonides tell how the Athenian and Plataean hoplites had won eternal glory on the plain of Marathon. Faces would light up when, smiling, he gave in and began. Everyone knew how, in an effort to reduce casualties, the massed lines of Greeks had charged when the Persian volleys of arrows began to fall, how the weakened Athenian centre had broken before the enemy onslaught, while on the flanks their comrades had emerged triumphant, how the hoplites on the flanks had turned to aid the men in the centre, and how, combined, they had crushed the Persians, driving them in panic to their ships. There the slaughter had continued. Now Simonides' voice would be drowned out by chants of 6,400. The number of Persian dead was still a source of continued pride even among Macedonians. Just 192 Athenians and Plataeans had fallen. How Demetrius loved such stories! They made him long to stand further forward in the line than his current lowly position, which granted no view but the shoulders of the nearest men in the next couple of ranks, and with the file closer's constant orders filling his ears. Zotikos had a nasal voice that he found irritating.
"Don't stop! You're shifting position. Move half a step to the right. Keep that sarissa up."
Demetrius never answered back. He just gritted his teeth and obeyed. These were minor quibbles. Demetrius was content with his lot. He had left the misery of the rowing benches behind. He had firm friends in Cimon and Antilion, and an incredible leader in Simonides. Empedocles was an enemy, it was true, but the rest of the file were solid, good men. The reality of his dream was not as glorious as he'd imagined it, but he was a phalangist. One day he would stand near the front of the file and, God's willing, prove himself a man in a victory that would, like Marathon, go down in history. Chapter 12. Rome, Spring 200 BC. The punch came out of nowhere and connected with Felix's jaw. Its power spun him to one side, blurring his vision. A heartbeat later, the world went dark. He didn't feel his knees buckle. An impact to the back of his head, the ground, pushed him over the edge, and he fell into the abyss. Felix had a rude reintroduction to the world of the living. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious, but someone kicked him into wakefulness. From a long way off, his name was shouted.
"Felix! Up! Get up!"
He groaned. An insane smith was pounding away in his skull, and his jaw felt as if it had been hit by an iron bar. Whoever was yelling nudged him in the ribs again hard. It hurt.
"Fuck off,"
Felix mumbled through swollen lips.
"Leave me alone." "Up!"
Antonius, the bastard, thought Felix dimly. Why is he kicking me? Feet shuffled nearby. A meaty sound, as a fist makes when it meets flesh, followed. Another chased on its heels. Someone yelped. Another person laughed.
"There's plenty more where that came from, filth,"
said a deep voice.
"Help me, brother!"
Antonius sounded alarmed, and Felix opened his eyes. Above him he saw the rough-hewn planks of the ceiling, and reality crashed in like a breaking wave. He rolled onto his side, and then, grunting with pain, got to his knees. No one came to his aid. The tavern's customers had formed a rough ring within which he lay. Some had even moved the nearest tables out of the way, creating a larger space. A few paces from Felix stood Antonius, facing their opponent, a man-mountain whose very presence had screamed trouble when he had darkened the threshold. We should have stopped him at the door, thought Felix, heaving himself upright. The giant threw a wild combination of ox-dropping blows at Antonius. He ducked beneath them, landing one of his own in his opponent's midriff, but the giant's only reaction was a frown. He turned, cursing, as Antonius tried a snap kick at his right knee and missed.
"Do something!"
The innkeeper was a diminutive figure with a silver beard.
"Call yourself legionaries?" he screeched. "Scrapings of the sewer, more like."
A rush of anger swept Felix. Still struggling to focus, his eyes swept the floor for his cudgel, or that of Antonius. He spied one, snapped into kindling, by the giant, no doubt. Of the other there was no sign. Felix was in no state to begin a slugging match with the giant, but all he had were his fists.
"Are you going to stand there gaping like a fool, brother, or fucking help me?"
Antonius had danced backwards away from the giant. His breath was hot in Felix's ear.
"The horse had knocked me out cold," Felix growled, "in case you hadn't noticed." "Oh, I noticed. I took this while you were dozing."
Antonius twisted, revealing a closed, swollen eye.
"Best come up with a bright idea, or we're going to get the hiding of our lives."
Further conversation was prevented by the giant, who lumbered in, aiming punches at both brothers. They scrambled past him to left and right, Felix landing a weak blow that produced no discernible effect. Safe for a moment at the far edge of the improvised fighting circle, and ignoring the crowd's jeers, they prepared to face the giant again.
"What I'd give for a blade,"
whispered Antonius. Felix rumbled his agreement. Neither brother had owned a sword since the army. Thanks to the severe punishments for possession of an edged weapon inside the city walls, their daggers were hidden in the stable.
"You go left, I'll go right. If we attack him from two sides, we might get lucky."
Antonius didn't sound sure.
"Remember Harpestum?" "Eh?"
Antonius looked at him as if he'd taken leave of his senses.
"Harpestum!"
bellowed Felix. Praying that his brother would understand, he approached the giant, who grinned evilly. Within reach of those ham fists, thought Felix, he risked being knocked out again or worse. There was nothing for it, however.
"Harpestum!"
he threw over his shoulder, and then, glaring at the giant, asked,
"Your mother still plying her trade by the tombs?"
Laughter rose from those watching. Only the cheapest whores worked in the shadows cast by the mausolea that lined the roads out of Rome. The giant's face purpled, and he took a step forward.
"I'll fucking kill you!"
Enraged, off guard, as Felix had hoped, he didn't see what was coming. Felix threw himself down and forward, wrapping both arms around the giant's hairy knees, just as he had done to hundreds of opponents during bouts of harpestum. The tackle was far from Felix's best. He was still weak, but he had just enough momentum. With a cry of fury, the giant toppled. If Antonius isn't there when he hits the floor, thought Felix, tightening his grip, I'm a dead man. Hobs pounded past his ear. Grunts rang out, as a man makes when expending his maximal effort. The giant cried out, swore that he'd rip the brothers to shreds. He cried out again, and his legs thrashed about. Felix held on for dear life. Antonius was there, kicking and stamping on the big bastard. Perhaps a dozen heartbeats went by, and Felix wasn't sent to oblivion by a mighty punch. The giant's frame relaxed a little, and he dared to hope.
"You'll kill him!"
The innkeeper's voice was close.
"Stop!"
"The bastard would have done for us,"
retorted Antonius, raking the giant's head with his hobs again.
"If he dies, the justices will come. There'll be an inquiry, and gods know what other trouble. Leave him be,"
ordered the innkeeper. With a snort of contempt, Antonius moved to stand over Felix. He looked down.
"You can let go, brother. The dog will be keeping Morpheus company for a while."
Despite Antonius's assurance, Felix slackened his grasp a little at a time. Only when he was sure for himself that the giant was unconscious did he let go and stand up. There was time for a pleased glance with Antonius, and then the innkeeper launched an attack of his own, labelling the brothers drunkards, wastrels, unfit to be doormen of his tavern. Keen for the spectacle to go on, perhaps resentful of previous heavy handling by the pair, several customers egged him on.
Were you even legionaries? The innkeeper cried. It didn't much look like it. The cooler head of the two, Antonius, did not react, but the insult had cut Felix to the quick. He stuck his face into the innkeeper's, relishing the fear that blossomed in the man's eyes. I was at Zama, grated Felix, and so was my brother. I slew a fucking elephant there. Noting the innkeeper's blank expression, he added with venom, Not that a limp prick like you would know what an elephant was. He made a sudden movement and laughed as the terrified man took several steps backwards. Felix, Antonius's hand was on his shoulder. Out of my tavern! Spittle flew from the innkeeper's lips. Cowards! Sensing a second fight, the customers bayed like a pack of hounds. A red mist descended over Felix, and he bared his teeth. The innkeeper quickly put a table between them. He's not worth it, brother, said Antonius. Felix could see only the enemy line at Zama, just when the fighting had been at its bitterest. His ears rang with the ring of iron on iron and men's screams. He could smell piss and shit and blood. Antonius was on his right and another comrade on his left. When Matho gave the order, he would advance, and God's help anyone in his way. Felix! He jerked back to the warm, fuggy air of the tavern, to the ring of cruel, eager-for-blood faces around them, to the battered, prone figure at his feet. Ingenuous, thought Felix. Let's get our things from the stable, Antonius pointed outside. Aye. Harrowed, Felix put ingenuous from his mind. Aye. Halfway across the room, he halted by an abandoned table. Thirsty? I'm parched, said Antonius, smiling. Consider this our final wages, Felix cried to the innkeeper as he picked up a brimming jug of wine and 2 cups. Still cowed, their former employer made no protest. A little disappointed by this, Felix led the way onto the street. A sense of freedom, such as he hadn't felt in many months, lightened his step. An hour later, with the jug empty and the reality of their situation sinking in, Felix's newfound optimism was fast disappearing. Their victory in the brawl had come at a heavy price. Not only were they jobless and homeless, his jaw hurt enough for it to be broken. He had an egg-sized oozing lump on the back of his head, and the mad smith was still hammering away inside. Antonius was no better. His left eye was swollen so badly he couldn't see out of it. He also had cracked ribs. They sat by a fountain, soaking up the last of the afternoon sunlight and ignoring the curious and sometimes disapproving glances from the matrons filling their water containers. Small boys peered wide-eyed at the 2 bruised, tough-looking men. Inside a nearby temple to Mars, priests chanted. A baker stood at the door of his premises on the far side of the street, offering the last of his bread at bargain prices. The brothers had already eaten 2 loaves each. Ox carts trundled by, wheels creaking under their heavy loads. Watched by a couple of bored passers-by, a soothsayer promised to read the future for anyone who would cross his palm with a coin. The question of what they would do next hung heavy in the air, but neither Felix nor Antonius brought it up. Melancholy from the wine and the humiliation of their ejection from the inn, in discomfort from their injuries, they fell to brooding. During his years in the legions, Felix's purpose had been clear. Survive the war, and he would return to the family farm with Antonius. They'd had many plans for its future, and their saved army pay was to have provided the means. The brutal circumstances of their discharge had intensified both brothers' desire to go home. Their journey from Africa could not have gone fast enough. The shock of their homecoming, thought Felix, would live with him to the end of his days. The memory of the empty, tumble-down farmhouse made his heart twinge.
He'd gone to war young and full of bravado, never imagining that the last sight of his mother and father would be as he and Antonius walked to the town of Ferentinum to enlist. According to the closest neighbour, a friend of the family, their father had been the first to die, taken by a fever the winter after the brothers had left. Their mother had battled on with the help of their slave, but when he too had succumbed to a flux 4 years before, strength and purpose had left her. "It was your letters that kept her alive," the neighbour had said. "It's a pity she died just before word came of your return from Africa. She would have gone to the next world a happier soul." "I should have written more often," Felix told himself, penned at least a few lines. Many messages wouldn't have got through. Communication to and from soldiers in the field was an uncertain process, but some might have, giving their mother and father hope. The bitter truth of it was that Antonius was a better hand with the stylus, so Felix had tended to leave communications with their parents to him. The unpleasant homecoming hadn't ended with the revelation of their parents' deaths and the discovery of the falling-down farmhouse. Weeds had filled the fields, the sheds all had collapsed roofs, and the livestock was stolen or gone. Full of determination, the brothers had pooled their savings and bought tools, building materials, a mule and a plough. All winter long they had laboured to make the farm what it had once been. Things had gone well until the death of their mule in the spring, just before the crops needed to be sown. The brothers had borrowed a beast from a kindly neighbour, but the wheat and barley failed to thrive. It truly seemed that the gods had turned their faces away. With their coin almost spent, they'd had to decide between labouring on a rich man's farm, brigandage, and seeing if their fortunes would improve in Rome. Seeing the capital for the first time had won out. Weary of the back-breaking toil, and sure their luck would never change on the farm, the brothers had abandoned their childhood home. Felix glanced up at the 3-, 4-, and 5-story blocks of apartments around the fountain. He didn't tend to notice them now, but the first time he'd set foot inside Rome's walls, the towering structures had amazed him. So too had the fountains, like the one at his back, and the public baths in every quarter. The temples were also grander than any he'd seen before, but most impressive had been the covered markets and huge buildings of the Forum, with the enormous shrine to Jupiter lowering from the top of the Capitoline Hill. Columns and statues wouldn't feed them, thought Felix sourly. "What should we do?" "We need coin," said Antonius. "Our purses are light. They won't fill themselves either. We could get work in another tavern, I suppose." Felix snorted in contempt. "Doormen are badly paid. How much have we saved in a month and a half?" 4 denarii, said Antonius. "We don't exactly look employable right now, but our bruises will soon go. We can get by until another innkeeper takes us on." "Get by? We'll be sleeping on the streets," Felix shot back. "Some of the places we slept in during the war weren't any better." "Aye, but no one would have cut our throats while we slumbered in the legions. We'll have to take turns staying awake," said Felix, resentful that they already faced at least one night without shelter. "So be it," said Antonius. "If we find work soon and spend little, we might have enough to go back to the farm and start again." Felix stared at his brother in disbelief. "The farm?" "Aye, where else? I am not going back there without a bulging purse, maybe even a slave. And where in Hades are you going to magic those from?" They glared at one another. "I'm telling you, the people's centuries will vote against conflict with Macedonia." The loud voice belonged to a balding, middle-aged merchant with a drinker's blotched face and red nose. "Everyone says it." The wine-lover was with a companion of similar age. The two drank their fill at the fountain, and then, as people often did, paused to continue their conversation. Intrigued, for the recent street gossip had been of a similar vein, the brothers listened in.
"The people don't understand that the Republic is in mortal danger. King Philip is mad for war,"
declared the second man, a sturdy type with the weather-beaten features of a farmer.
"How would you know?" scoffed the wine-lover. "Have you been drinking with him?" "Piss off. Since Philip's naval victories over Rhodes and Pergamum, I take it you heard about those."
The farmer smirked at his companion's irritated mutter of agreement.
"Good. With the seas east of Macedonia now clear of his enemies, Philip is free to send his ships to Italia. Why would he do that, I hear you ask? Simple. When his fleet is joined by that of the Seleucid Antiochus, whose lust for fresh conquests rivals that of Alexander, they will have enough vessels to threaten every town on the east coast."
"That will never happen," said the wine-lover. "Antiochus's realm is half a world from here."
"I seem to remember you saying many years since that Hannibal would never invade Italia," retorted the farmer. "Why do you think the new consul, Publius Sulpicius Galba, was given Macedonia as his province?"
"He was consul before in the fight against Hannibal," said the wine-lover, looking thoughtful. Felix glanced at Antonius. They had paraded before Galba once. He had given a stirring speech about how vital it was that Hannibal be defeated. It seemed the old politician was not just ready for another fight, thought Felix, but wanted to lead Rome's legions into it.
"Galba's appointment proves the Senate believes the threat from Philip to be real," declared the farmer.
"Maybe so," replied the wine-lover in a truculent tone. "But I'm telling you, the Centuriate will not vote for war. Too many citizens, all of us, for Jupiter's sake, lost sons to that Gugger bastard's army over the past decade and a half. Men are tired of war without end." The farmer would not give in.
"It will come to fighting, one way or another. May the gods grant our first experience of it isn't when Philip's fleet is spotted off our eastern coast."
Still arguing, the pair walked away, leaving Felix and Antonius to stare at each other.
"Are you thinking the same thing I am?" cried Felix, feeling his gloom lift. "If there's a war—"
Antonius shook his head violently.
We can't join the legions again. Do you not remember what happened?" "Only too well, brother. But Matho's not here, and the prick won't be the recruiting officer when we stand in line either. I'll give a false name. If asked about military service, I'll say that I fought against Hannibal in a different legion to the one we were in. They'll catch you out." "They won't."
Sick to his back teeth of their ill fortune, Felix refused to consider the mortal dangers. Antonius tapped his head.
"The fight has curdled your brains."
"Maybe," said Felix, uncaring.
"I agree that we should find another job. Working as doorman will keep the wolf from the door. Then we bide our time. If that man is right, the members of the Centuriate will be persuaded to change their minds." "And if they don't?" challenged Antonius. "Have you thought about that?" "That bridge can be crossed when we come to it."
Felix was determined to hold on to his newfound hope.
"When war is declared, it will be time to re-enlist. What say you, brother?"
Antonius stared into space without answering. It was his brother's way to take his time before making up his mind, a trait that Felix had always found supremely irritating. With their future in the balance, he took even longer. Long moments dragged by, and fear began to gnaw Felix's guts. Antonius would return to the farm and leave him here in Rome, he decided. Screw him, thought Felix. He can starve at the farm on his own. I'm staying here until war breaks out. Fuck it, why not? Felix couldn't believe his ears.
"You'll come?"
Antonius grinned. "Aye." Felix whooped. Just like that, it felt as if their fortunes had taken a turn for the better. Chapter 13. Pella Macedon, spring-summer 200 BC. Philip and a group of his courtiers were standing around a table, upon which a large number of documents were spread. The doors of the meeting room in which they had spent the morning had been flung wide, letting in warm sunshine and a view of the colonnaded courtyard beyond. Noises carried from beyond the walls, the creak of wagons, street vendors' cries, gulls screeching from the harbour. Rich aromas laced the air, sun-baked thyme, sage, and lemon blossom from the palace gardens, a trace of cypress from the nearby hills. Among many magnificent rooms in the vast complex, the chamber stood out. Squares of white on the walls were separated by bars of ochre and red, and topped by successive lines of white and ochre rectangles. Fake columns sat along the top of this wall, the gaps between part filled with red bricks. Above, the spaces between the columns had been painted blue, mimicking the sky. Pebble mosaic covered the floor, with small images of various gods around the room's periphery, and a grand centrepiece depicting the general Crateros saving Alexander from the jaws of a ravening lion. Bored by the meeting's length, Philip's attention strayed to the mosaic. It's said they're one of the hardest beasts to kill. Sire? Heraclides' gaze followed Philip's. Fox-faced and bright-eyed, the skinny Tarentine had served him for some years. His current position was admiral of the Macedonian fleet. Ah, the lion! You would slay such a creature with ease. Philip knew Heraclides was flattering him, but he liked it. There's been word of a lion in the mountains of recent days. What I'd give for a couple of days to track it down. A fine idea, sire, said Heraclides. Mayhap we could go, you and I, tomorrow. It would give me no greater pleasure than to accompany you also, sire, interrupted Menander, a heavy-set nobleman in late middle age. He sported a black beard flecked through with silver. Contrasting with the other's rich clothing, he wore a simple belted tunic, and on his head a Macedonian white causia. Yet more pressing matters than lions demand our attention. In a pointed gesture, he turned back to the documents. Menander was solid, dependable, like a man's preferred horse, thought Philip. What you saw with Menander was what you got, which was boring. Heraclides was a different prospect, alive to every possibility, dangerous or no. Philip knew his dubious history, betraying his home city of Tarentum to the Romans and then again to Hannibal, but he paid Heraclides so much that it didn't worry him. The man seemed to understand what it meant to be king. He knew how much Philip wanted to restore Macedon to its former glories. 2 years prior, it was he who had urged the king to attack the Cyclades and Asia Minor. Next around the table was Alexander, the king's aged, stoop-shouldered chamberlain. A spent force, he could still come up with wise words on occasion. Servants aside, the last man present was Cassander, an angular-faced senior commander of the companion cavalry. Not the best of Philip's generals, they were all in the field. He was nonetheless brave and steadfast. Menander coughed. "You're nagging me," said Philip, but he returned his gaze to the documents, a good number of which were from his commanders throughout his kingdom and overseas territories. "Forgive me, sire," said Menander. "It doesn't matter." Philip ignored the cold look that Menander exchanged with Heraclides. A degree of rivalry was healthy among his courtiers and reduced the likelihood of a plot against him. His stepfather, Antigonus, had been fond of saying, "Trust no one entirely, not the captain of your bodyguard, nor your chamberlain, not your generals, not your oldest friend, not even your wife." Of the men around the table, Philip trusted Heraclides most, and Menander second, yet he always kept Antigonus's words at the back of his mind. His stepfather's advice had served him well before and would again.
Tell us how the land lies again, Philip ordered. You'll remember that after your return from Bargilia, sire, the Acarnanians requested your help against Athens, said Menander. Small, isolated Acarnania lay on the western coast of Greece, south of Epirus and west of Aetolia. It had long been a loyal ally of Macedon. With the help of the auxiliaries you sent, the Acarnanians put the countryside of Attica to the torch. At the same time, your fleet captured 4 warships at the Piraeus. It was a sweet victory, said Philip, remembering his joy at the news that the lands around Athens had been burned and the city's port attacked, if brief. The triremes had been retaken mere days after seizing them. We weren't to know that Attalus and the cursed Rhodians would appear from nowhere, sire. Heraclides' tone was defensive. Perhaps not, said Philip. He arched an eyebrow. But then again, were the sentries alert or even manning their posts? A little bird told me that not all was as it should have been on our ships. I acted the instant the enemy was seen, sire. The loss of the triremes mattered less than the continuing loyalty of the Acarnanians. Philip raised a hand, cutting the Tarentine off. You told me. It matters not now. Menander, continue. The embassy sent by Rome while you were still trapped in Bargilia has reached Athens, sire. Attalus is also in the city. He and the Romans seem to be as thick as thieves. And so, thanks to Attalus, and perhaps Rome, Athens has declared war with Macedon, said Philip irritably. He had already had this news from his spies. I'm quivering with fear. A rumble of polite amusement went around the table, but the king didn't join in. While he made light of the situation, it did not serve him well to be at odds with Rhodes, Pergamum, and Athens. Concerning, too, was the involvement of the Roman embassy. If the Senate did not wish to be involved in Greece, why were its agents here? Curse the Romans for interfering. Curse Attalus for a meddling dog. Neither of them have any business poking their noses into Greek affairs. Philip glared at Heraclides. What of his skulking Rhodian friends? Are the rumours true? It seems so, sire. Merchants arriving from the east say that they are retaking the Cyclades. Heraclides made a helpless gesture. The islands off the southwest coast of Asia Minor, taken by Philip only the year before, were far from Pella. I cannot be sure, however. The enemy ships make it too dangerous for ours to leave port. Philip had spent years trying to achieve supremacy on the seas around Greece. The new Pergamene blockade along his own coastline was a painful reminder of his abject failure to do so, and also of his incarceration at Bargilia. There was little to do about it for the moment, however, and plenty of other matters that could be addressed, most important of which was Athens. What of Nicanor and Philocles? Incensed by the Athenians' recent declaration of war, Philip had sent 2 of his best commanders south with a strong force of troops. Philocles has established himself as governor of Euboea, sire, said Alexander. The large island to the north of Athens was vital to Philip. From it, the Greek mainland could be raided at will. At this moment, it meant he could threaten Athens. Word arrived this morning that all is well there. Good numbers of locals have been recruited into the army. Some welcome news at last. And Nicanor? The last I heard, he had come close to Athens, said Philip, wishing to have been there as well, wishing even more that he could have seized the city and punished its people for daring to ally themselves with Rhodes and Pergamum. That's correct, sire. There's been no word since, said Menander. This was nothing to worry about, thought Philip. Nicanor was a reliable commander. He wouldn't send messengers with trivial news. Are the northern borders still quiet? Word of your return has reached the savages, sire, said Cassander. "The rumours of unrest have died away." Philip allowed himself a thin smile. "They'll be back, troublesome bastards." "The garrisons are well prepared, sire. The frontier is patrolled daily. Any attacks will meet stiff resistance," said Cassander. "Good. What are the Aetolians plotting?" asked Philip, running through the list of his enemies who lay to the east, west, north, and south. It was exhausting, and yet he had never known any different. "I've heard nothing, sire," said Heraclides. Aetolia lay southwest of Macedon and north of the Peloponnese, the hand-shaped island joined to the mainland by a narrow isthmus. Aetolia had been a bitter enemy of Philip's for years. Since Rome rejected their appeal for aid, they haven't had the stomach for a fight. It's my guess that they're keeping their heads down. Philip agreed. This was what his spies had told him. And so to the Peloponnese. Elis, Achaia, Messenia, Arcadia, and Sparta, the 5 Peloponnesian states, were often at war with one another, or with Macedon, and sometimes both. "I hear the Spartans have been quarrelling with Achaia again." "Aye, sire," came the murmured replies. "Would Achaia join me, I wonder, if I crushed Sparta on its behalf? It would be easily done." He watched his courtiers' reactions, Menander unhappy, Cassander reserved, and Alexander wary. Only Heraclides seemed keen. "Sparta's glory days are gone, sire, but they would defend their homeland to the death," said Menander, ever the cautious one. "My army would sweep them aside. Imagine if, by way of thanks, the Achaeans provided troops to garrison Chalcis, Demetrius, and Acrocorinth," countered Philip. For many decades, the 3 fortresses, Chalcis on the island of Euboea, Demetrius on the Pegasean Gulf, and Acrocorinth at the neck of the Peloponnese, had protected Macedon's southern borders. Necessary, they were also a drain on his most precious resource, manpower. "That would be useful, sire," admitted Menander. Cassander nodded his agreement. "You would then have more troops to attack Athens, sire." Philip glanced at his chamberlain. "Alexander?" "I suppose it would do no harm to approach the Achaeans, sire." "Heraclides?" "The Achaeans stand to gain more than you from this potential alliance, sire." "Unless Rome changes its mind and invades," said Philip, devilment making him tempt the fates. "Then Achaean troops in my forts would earn their salt." Heraclides made a dismissive gesture. "It won't come to that, sire, God's willing." "Let us hope not. But if it does," Philip's gaze moved from man to man, "we will fight." It angered him that doubt, quickly masked, registered in everyone's eyes. Everyone apart from Heraclides, that was. Philip's pride was stung by their lack of belief. While he had no great wish to add yet another enemy to his already long list, Rome was not invincible. Yes, it had just defeated Carthage, and its legions outnumbered his army, but the Persian hordes had been defeated by a small force of Greeks at Marathon, and again at Plataea. Alexander has smashed huge Persian armies at the Issus and Gaugamela. Similar victories could easily be his. Rome and Macedon were not at war, Philip reminded himself. Athens was more of a thorn in his side. Formidable defences made it impossible to take by siege, but there were other ways to strike at the city. Remember my campaign on the Propontis 2 years past. Without the grain ships that sail through it, the mongrel Athenians would starve. "They would, sire," said Heraclides. The grain provided by Greek settlements on the shores of the Euxine Sea had sustained Athens for over a century. Access to those supplies was limited by whoever controlled the narrow Propontis waterway. "What are your thoughts?" "Every town north of the Straits pays homage to Egypt," said Philip.
Recent news from Alexandria made it clear that the bloody infighting in the royal court meant that its foreign territories were of little concern. His previous restraint could be discarded. "They're soft targets. Most will surrender the moment we appear outside the walls." "With Egypt in turmoil, they will have little other choice, sire." Heraclides' expression sharpened. "The nearby Pergamene settlements would fall easily too." "That would give me great pleasure." Since failing to take Pergamum and the humiliation of his time at Bargilia, Philip had burned for revenge, and grant almost total control of the waterway. "Athens will be at your mercy then, sire," Heraclides continued. "They will sue for peace. Offer the right terms, the free passage of some of their grain ships, say, and they might be persuaded to ally themselves with Macedon. That would be a fine result, eh?" Philip's lips twitched. The concept wasn't impossible. In the muddy waters of Greek politics, states often changed sides. Force Athens to join with him by part releasing his stranglehold on their grain, he thought, and other states might follow suit. The sun would fall from the sky before his old enemy Aetolia did the same, but its isolation would serve Philip almost as well. "I shall take 2,000 infantry and 10 companions," he decided. "Heraclides, you will support us with the fleet." The Tarentine beamed. "Sire." "Cassander, you shall go north and ensure the savages remain beyond their borders. You are to remain here in Pella, Alexander, and keep things in order until my return." Menander raised an eyebrow. "What would you have me do, sire?" "You will be regent while I am gone, protector of my wife and sons, and the commander of the army." Menander looked surprised, then pleased. He bowed deep. "You leave Macedon in safe hands, sire." "I hope so," thought Philip, smiling. He clicked his fingers. "Wine." A magnificent silver crater was soon borne in by servants. Another followed with a tray of silver goblets. When everyone had been served, Philip raised his cup high. "Ares, grant us victory." He poured a generous measure on the floor. "Ares." The others copied his libation. He had much to be pleased about, Philip decided, taking a drink. War with Rome was not inevitable. The Greek states were weak and more interested in squabbling between themselves than with opposing Macedon. A golden opportunity to dominate Athens and to fill his coffers at the same time awaited him at the Propontis. He would seize it with both hands. Chapter 14. Rome, summer 200 BC. It was early, but Flamininus had been up for hours. Seated at the desk in his office, he was reading a message from his spy in Pella. Passion hovered in the background with more letters. Warm air eased through the open door, carrying from the courtyard the scent of thyme and rosemary, and from the ovens baking bread. Water pattered in the decorative fountain. A slave brushed the mosaic floor of the covered walkway. Pots and pans rattled in the kitchen. On the street outside, a carter shouted at his mules to get a cursed move on. Mornings were the best time to get business done during the hot months. Not that Flamininus had had to be roused. He had lain awake much of the night. Darkness could not quieten his racing thoughts, nor exhaustion. If he drank heavily, he slept, but then the next day was lost to the ill effects of the wine. Work doesn't get done by itself, thought Flamininus, so best get on with it. He could sleep when he was dead. Tracing a finger along the lines, he reread the letter in his hand. But try as he might, his mind wandered again. After Galba's stunning victory the previous autumn, it had been inevitable that he should be awarded Macedonia as his province. With winter coming, the new consul had proposed and enacted the sending of a commission to Greece, its mission
to win allies for Rome among the city-states and to discover Antiochus's real intentions. Here in Italia, Galba had spent the time preparing his army. The thwarted Flamininus had been busy too. "Finished, master?" ventured Passian. Flamininus glanced at the letter again and realized he'd been staring at the same line. "Philip is well aware of the Roman embassy and its demand that he should cease his warmongering against other Greek states. His recent aggression against Athens is proof of his continued hostility towards the Republic." Passian cleared his throat. Flamininus handed over the letter. "Burn it. Will there be a reply, master?" Passian knew the name of Flamininus's spy, but knew better than to speak it. Flamininus did not mention it either. He nodded. "Tell him that I want all the news, every last detail to do with Philip. Where he is, what he is doing, who he is meeting. I want to know where his navy is and his army." Passian's stylus moved back and forth over his writing tablet. Unprepossessing to look at, he was excellent at his job. "I would think your informant will require more funds, master. He shall have double his present fee. The coin will be made available in the usual way." Flamininus had an arrangement with one of the richest moneylenders in Rome, a man with offices in Pella, Athens, and Alexandria. "Any new information is to be sent at once, master." Passian's stylus came to a halt. He indicated the bundle of documents he'd set on the desk. "Would you like the next letter?" "Who's it from?" "Your brother, master." "Give it here." The month before, Flamininus had sent Lucius to Illyria with one of his equestrian followers, ostensibly to investigate the possibility of buying land suitable for growing vines, a profitable crop on his estates in Italia. Their real mission was to decide the best place to land an army and from there to launch an attack on Macedonia. This was Lucius's first communication since he'd left. Flamininus snapped the wax seal and opened the tablet. His eyes moved fast over the words. Anger coursed through him. Rather than do his bidding, Lucius seemed to be enjoying the delights of every vineyard in Illyria. There was some useful information. Apollonia was a natural choice for an army to land. Galba already had officials there buying supplies for his legions. Flamininus's focus moved from his feckless brother back to Galba, whom he had grown to hate since losing the election. The man was being overconfident, thought Flamininus. The invasion was by no means certain. His furious behind-the-scenes lobbying and bribing of delegates had seen the first motion for war rejected by the Centuriate. Without its support, the Senate could not order the legions to sail for Illyria and Macedonia. Only a ballot that overturned the first result would allow Galba to set his plans in motion. To prevent him from doing that, thereby stymieing his term of office as consul, was what had driven Flamininus these past months. His spies, augmented by scores of ex-soldiers, worked from dawn to dusk. Through a combination of persuasion, bribery, and intimidation, they kept the majority of the Centuriate in the anti-war camp. The all-important second vote was 2 days off. If the motion for war was again defeated, Galba would become a toothless consul. This was Flamininus's heartfelt desire. He wanted his rival humiliated and deprived of his chance to defeat Macedonia. Come the next winter, Flamininus, with the gods' blessing, the new consul, would ensure that the threat of Macedonia was reignited, that the need for immediate military action became imperative. With their palms well greased by his coin, the Centuriate's members would at last vote for war. The glorious task of defeating Philip, of laying down a legacy not unlike Alexander's, would be his. If only it were that simple, thought Flamininus. Galba's men were also hard at work among the tribes of the Centuriate. Not a day went by without reports reaching him of bigger bribes than he had paid.
Galba's heavies weren't averse to intimidation either. Several assembly members loyal to Flamininus had been badly beaten.
"Shall I reply to your brother, master?" Passien's voice. "Aye, tell him to stop drinking and to do what I fucking told him. I want more information, and not about vineyards or boys." A raised eyebrow was the extent of Passien's comment. "As you say, master."
"Men at door."
Thrax, his unimaginatively named Thracian bodyguard, had come through the front of the house.
"What?" demanded Flamininus.
"Some veterans here."
It was hours before Flamininus would deign to let his agents in to report.
"Let them wait,"
he said, glowering. Thrax shuffled his feet.
"They unhappy."
"Sun is hot. There's no shade. What do I care?" snapped Flamininus.
"Not that. They say comrade dead. Murdered."
Thrax mangled the last word, but it was still intelligible.
"Hades," thought Flamininus, pushing back the chair. "Enough of paperwork."
"There are many more letters, master," said Passien.
"Later."
He headed for the front entrance with Thrax at his heels. In the atrium he made a brief obeisance to the death masks of his ancestors. Whatever he was about to hear wasn't good, and any help would be welcome.
"How many are outside?"
Thrax counted on his fingers.
6.
Flamininus had a good deal more men working for him. These would be the leaders. He let the Thracian glance outside before emerging into the sunlight. Spying him, the veterans scrambled to their feet from the waiting bench outside his door. He acknowledged their greetings, but noted at once that Cyclops, a talkative type with only one eye, was absent. Holding in his questions, Flamininus led the way to the shade of the atrium. Behind him, Thrax shut and bolted the door. The veteran's hobs rang off the mosaic floor. Entering his office, he took a seat on his grandfather's iron military folding stool. Flamininus had taken it from the family home. It kept fresh his dreams of leading an army to war. He arched an eyebrow at his men, who had formed an awkward semicircle around him.
"Where's Cyclops?"
The veterans looked at one another. One elbowed the oldest, a scrawny type with flaking skin.
"Cyclops, sir? Well, he—"
Realizing, Flamininus swore.
"He's the one who was murdered."
The veteran with flaky skin stared at the floor.
"Aye, sir."
"Was anyone else hurt?"
"Aye, sir. His mate was attacked too. He's alive, but the poor bastard shouldn't be. Looks as if his skull's been staved in."
Flamininus swallowed his next question. Men like these didn't have the coin for a pot to piss in, let alone for a surgeon.
"I'll have him looked at."
Grateful nods.
"What in Jupiter's name happened?"
Flamininus thought he knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from the veteran's lips.
"We ain't sure, sir."
Flaky Skin glanced at his companions for confirmation.
"But we think it was Galba's men. We've come across the bastards in the taverns, regular like, us spreading your word and coin, and them doing the same for Galba."
"You've come to blows with them before, too."
Flamininus remembered warning his men to avoid trouble after an incident a month before.
"Not since you told us to lay off, sir. Cyclops wasn't one to look for a fight either, what with his one eye and all. When we found him and his mate last night, we thought they'd been attacked by cut-purses, but we passed a group of Galba's thugs soon after, and they was laughing and making comments that we shouldn't go about in pairs and such like."
The veteran managed at last to meet Flamininus's gaze.
"They said more of us would die, sir."
"What did you do?"
"Walked away, sir. We was outnumbered and they had clubs."
"Arm yourselves,"
said Flamininus, thinking, "I'll beat you at your own game, Galba." In the pit of his belly, however, he wasn't quite so sure. 2 days later, thousands of Rome's citizens had gathered on the plain of Mars outside the city. Flamininus was there with his brother, watching, like everyone else, a great crowd of men separated from the spectators by a large fenced-off area. These were the representatives of the Republic's 35 tribes, organized into 373 centuries and selected according to the size of their properties. The members were debating among themselves first. Galba's speech would follow, and then the men in every century would vote on whether Rome should go to war with Macedonia or not. Each century's decision counted as one vote in the tally of all 373 centuries. It was baking hot, the sun high overhead in a brilliant blue sky. No shelter was available. More nervous than he cared to admit, Flamininus took frequent advantage of the wine sellers who worked the crowd. Lucius did too, and in the end it was he, rather than Flamininus, who broached the subject, weighing heavy on both their minds.
"How will the vote go, brother?"
"Only the gods know," muttered Flamininus.
His veterans had got the better of several violent clashes with Galba's men, but whether that would stem the tide of centuriate members intent on voting for war, he could not be sure. Talk of foreign armies on Italian soil, of mothers and sisters raped and temples destroyed, was nigh on impossible to combat. After the dark years of constant threat from Hannibal, the population remained wary and easy to panic. Time passed, and the temperature climbed further. Hot and uncomfortable, Flamininus was growing impatient when, overseen by lictors, the centuries separated into their own groupings. Sensing that this presaged Galba's arrival, loud cheering broke out. The consul came into sight not long after, accompanied by many senatorial colleagues, priests, and more lictors. Jealousy pricked Flamininus. If things had gone differently, he would have been the one arriving to the acclaim of the crowd. It was heartening to hear shouts about a war being unnecessary hurled in Galba's direction. Not everyone has been won over, thought Flamininus. An expectant hush fell as Galba and his train reached the curule chair, the dedicated place for the consul to address the assembly. The priest spoke first, declaring that the omens for today's gathering had been taken and were good. The gods approved. Muted applause met this announcement. Everyone wanted to hear what Galba had to say, not least Flamininus. On this speech, like as not, hinged the war with Macedonia. At last the consul stood forth. Total silence fell. In contrast to his gaunt appearance, his voice was powerful and harmonious and drew men's attention. Galba first thanked the gods and honoured the assembly members as proud citizens of Rome, valiant men who had fought for long years against Hannibal. He, Galba, understood that after the many sacrifices of this recent conflict, they had felt reluctant to lead the Republic into another one. At this, many heads nodded, and again Flamininus's hopes rose, only for them to be dashed soon after.
"It seems to me, citizens," Galba cried, "that you do not realize that the question is not whether you will have peace or war. Philip will not leave that matter to you to decide, seeing that he is preparing for war on both land and sea. No, the question before you is whether to send your legions to Macedonia or keep them here in Italia to meet the enemy. What a difference that makes! You found that out in the recent Punic War. Who among you doubts that if, when the Saguntines were besieged and calling for our protection, we had promptly sent aid to them, as our fathers did to the Mamertines, we should have diverted the whole war to Hispania? Instead, by our delay, we admitted it to Italia, with innumerable losses to ourselves."
It wasn't as black and white as Galba said, thought Flamininus in frustration. At the war's outset, Hannibal had attacked Saguntum in the full knowledge that the Republic's legions were in Illyria. Even if the Senate had diverted the army to Iberia, it would not have arrived before Saguntum's fall. It was also disingenuous to suggest that these legions would have prevented Hannibal from his march on Italia. Few ordinary citizens had such insight, however. Around Flamininus, men were agreeing with Galba, shouting that the shame of leaving Saguntum to its fate must not happen again, that Rome's allies in Greece had to be protected from Philip at any cost. Being further away, it was harder to see how the assembly members were reacting. But, thought Flamininus, they were as open to suggestion as the next man. Galba continued.
Do we hesitate now, as we did when Hannibal was fighting in Italia? Let us permit Philip by the recent attack on Athens, as we permitted Hannibal by the capture of Saguntum, to see how slow we are to act, not in 5 months, as when Hannibal came from Saguntum over the Alps, but in 5 days. For that is how short the voyage is. 5 days, and Philip could arrive in Italia.
With perhaps 100 ships, said Flamininus to Lucius. Maybe 2. Not enough for a meaningful threat to the Republic. The crowd rippled with unease, however. Men were muttering, "Remember Hannibal?" and 17 years it took to beat the Guggers.
War! War! War!
The chant began somewhere behind the brothers and was taken up with gusto. Smiling, Galba paused, letting the noise sweep over the Campus Martius towards the walls of Rome. When he raised his hands, the effect was magical. Again, quiet fell. The bastard has them, thought Flamininus. Lucius was of the same mind. Keep talking like that, and the centuriate will vote with him, he said. Flamininus listened with mounting fury as Galba compared Philip to Pyrrhus of Epirus, told the crowd that in fact he was far worse, with greater forces at his disposal. Frequent mention was made of the Greek-speaking peoples of southern Italia who had risen to fight with Hannibal. Never would these populations fail to revolt unless there was no enemy at hand for them to join, Galba declared with passion.
Let Macedonia, not Italia, have war. Let it be the enemy's farms and cities that are laid waste with fire and sword. We already know that our legions are more fortunate and powerful abroad than at home. Go to vote, then, with the blessing of the gods, and ratify what the Senate has proposed. It is not the consul alone who supports this opinion before you. The immortal gods themselves favour it. For when I offered sacrifice and prayer that this war should turn out successfully for me, the Senate, and for you, for the Allies and the Latin Confederacy, and for our fleets and armies, they gave all favourable and propitious signs.
Galba raised a fist to the sky and shouted,
War!
The crowd went wild.
War! War! War!
That's it, said Flamininus bitterly. I think you're right, brother. Lucius hailed a wine cellar and topped up both their cups. They had downed several by the time the votes of the centuriate had been counted. Being half-pissed did not soften the blow that 354 had backed the Senate's motion for war. Flamininus was glad to be hidden in the crowd where Galba could not see him. To have his rival gloat, as he had at the consular elections, would have been too much to bear. They joined the crowds leaving the plain of Mars. While Lucius talked about drowning their sorrows, Flamininus was deep in thought. Galba was consul, and the Republic would go to war with Macedonia, but neither of these things meant he could not continue to work against his enemy. He thought of Cyclops and his comrade, who had since died. You were the first to shed blood, Galba, and you may have scared the fools of the centuriate into voting the way you wanted. That doesn't mean you will succeed. The beginnings of a smile worked its way onto Flamininus's face. It was time to put his network of spies in Greece to work. He would stop at nothing to hinder Galba, even treason. Chapter 15. Outside the town of Abydos, southern shore of the Hellespont. Dressed in an ordinary soldier's chiton, Philip slipped through his army's camp. Night had fallen. He had escaped from his large, stuffy tent, and for a time his responsibilities. It was much cooler in the open air, and the mosquitoes, a plague at Pella, were kept away by the light sea breeze. When the time came, the king decided he would sleep under the stars, as many soldiers were doing. Things were going well, he reflected, better than they had been since the loss of his hard-won conquests in the Cyclades. Almost a score of towns had fallen during his lightning-quick advance into first southeastern Thrace and then the long, narrow peninsula that formed the northern shore of the Hellespont. Egyptian, for the most part, the towns increased his stranglehold on the waterway. Seeking further success, Philip had led his army across to Asia Minor some 10 days before. His mood soured a little as he stared at the walls of Abydos, which lay 6 stadia away. The town's refusal to capitulate had not been particularly surprising. What had been unexpected was its thus far successful defence. Philip's initial assault by sea had been repulsed by a vicious catapult barrage, and the arrival, from nowhere it seemed, of 2 enemy warships. 1 Macedonian vessel had been sunk, a pair taken, and more damaged. The loss of life had been high. Heraclides is an indecisive fool, thought Philip, not for the first time. His admiral couldn't be blamed for the bad news that followed, however. Abydos had not just been sent ships, its garrison had been reinforced by Rhodian and Pergamene troops. Undeterred, Philip had set his men to digging beneath the town's walls, and that had gone well. 3 days had passed, and his engineers had undermined a large enough section of Abydos's defences for it to collapse. It came as no surprise that the defenders had erected a second wall behind the first, but poorly constructed. It would fall to the next strong assault, which would take place at dawn. Tonight, the king had granted his soldiers an evening off duty and a good ration of wine, which brought him to his purpose. Moving between the camp fires until the moon was high in the sky, Philip told his men that Abydos would be theirs by the following sunset. "There'll be plunder for all." Faces reddened by wine and the heat, the soldiers cheered and sang. Content that morale was high, Philip spent time drinking with some of his phalangists. After several cups, he made his excuses and retired. Tomorrow was an important day. Philip slept like a baby, rising before the sun. A pleasant breakfast of bread, cheese, and figs was interrupted by one of the bodyguards on guard outside. A messenger had come from Abydos. The king hid his surprise. Barefoot, clad only in his chiton, he strode from the tent to find his guards circled around a proud-faced, middle-aged man in well-used armour. Dents in his breastplate and helmet proved he wasn't shy of fighting, and there was a bandage on his lower right arm. Philip looked him up and down and sniffed. "You are?" The man bowed. "Philocrates, sire, the commander of Abydos's garrison." "Come to surrender?" "I have, sire, if you will grant our terms." "You want terms?" Philip couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice. "We do, sire." Philocrates' gaze was level. "They are?" "That our allies' ships should have safe passage from the harbour. The Pergamenes and Rhodians in the garrison are to receive the same guarantee. Our women are not to be violated, and our soldiers are to be allowed to keep their weapons." Philip's intention had been to release at least some of the enemy troops. Mindful of the harm his troops' behaviour at Chios had done, he would have prevented raping and pillaging as well, but Philocrates' effrontery was staggering. The man might have courage, but was acting as if he were the victor. Philip raised an eyebrow.
Anything else? Philocrates coloured a little. No, sire. And if your terms are unacceptable? Philocrates stood a little straighter. We will fight on, sire. Your wall will be breached again soon. Before that, we will kill our women and children, sire, and destroy our valuables. We men will fight to the death. I reject your terms utterly, said Philip. Philocrates looked startled, but his jaw set. Can I ask why? Your piss-pot town is about to fall, and you come here telling me how you will be treated? Get out of my sight. Without a backward glance, Philip returned to his breakfast. Despite his confident manner, frustration gnawed at him. Abydos would be the last action of the year. Autumn was coming, and he didn't have enough soldiers or cavalry to take more of Asia Minor. Consolidating his forces on either side of the Hellespont would be his best policy, ensuring they didn't fall straight back into his enemies' hands, as the Cyclades had. There was much to be grateful for, Philip decided. The rewards of this short campaign would become evident before long. Deprived of this season's harvest, much of it had yet to pass through the straits, Athens would come crawling to the peace table. That, or their population would starve in the coming winter. Either way, he would win. 2 days later, Abydos continued to teeter on the edge. Prolonged assaults by Philip's men the previous day had met with fierce resistance, but poorly trained yokels and a few Rhodians and Pergamines had no chance against the king's crack troops. The casualties among the defenders had been immense. By late afternoon, Philip's senior officers had estimated 3/4 of the garrison were dead. Still, the inhabitants would not surrender. Hurling lumps of roof tile, some fighting with agricultural implements, they had held out until the light leached from the western sky. Furious with his men's failure, Philip had given the order to pull back. To prevent any attempt to escape, he'd had watchfires lit around the town, while his ships had anchored at the harbour mouth. Philocrates had emerged from the town after sunset, a herald's olive branch in his hand. A humbler man than before, now bloodied and beaten-looking, he had fallen to his knees and begged for mercy. Angered by the defenders' stubbornness, Philip had offered nothing more than he would think on it. Sure in his mind that he would spare the Abydians, he had been impressed by their courage, he said not a word to Philocrates. Let them stew overnight, he had thought. Sunrise had arrived an hour since, and Philip's troops were ready to launch their final assault. Before the order was given, the king had come to survey Abydos from close quarters. His eyes roved the ramparts and the gaping hole caused by the engineers. There were almost no defenders visible, perhaps a man every 25 paces. He smiled. His soldiers had only to scale the wall, and the town would be his at last. "Trumpeters," said Philip. His musicians, waiting nearby, placed their instruments to their lips. Sudden uproar broke out among his soldiers by the shore. Philip frowned. A ship was rowing up the straits from the Aegean. Oars plashed every few heartbeats. It was in a hurry. Concerned that it was one of his, sent with urgent news from either Macedon or one of his forts on Asia Minor, he had the trumpeters stand down. "Find out what's going on," he ordered. To Philip's astonishment, word came that a Roman ship, had arrived. On board was a representative of the Senate who was demanding an audience. Philip's fury was reaching volcanic levels. He barely saw the unfortunate messenger. His general, Nicanor, had given him the Romans' ultimatum several months before. Palpably unjust and based on no kind of legal right, Philip had entirely ignored the demands. Busy with his campaign on the Propontis and Asia Minor, he had given it little thought since. What possible purpose, he wondered, could they have to deliver it to him in person? The pleasing idea of sending the emissary's head to the Senate by way of reply came to mind. Philip wouldn't do that. He was a king, not a savage, but by the gods it would show that he was not to be trifled with. "Bring him to me." "Let the dogs see what I am capable of," he thought, staring at the ruins of Abydus's walls. The emissary arrived not long after, accompanied by 4 legionaries, and around them 20 of Philip's companions. He was a short man with tousled hair. Despite the heat and the grime, his white toga was immaculate. Perhaps 30 years old, he had the typical confident manner of the Roman senatorial class. Striding from between his men and the startled companions, he reached Philip. There was no respectful bow, not even a dip of his chin. "You are Philip?" "I am," said Philip icily. Gods, how abrupt these people are. "Who might you be?" "My name is Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Who?" "Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. I am a member of the embassy who spoke with your General Nicanor some months since." Philip made a vague gesture, and was pleased when Lepidus's mouth tightened. "Do you recall the message we gave him?" "I do. You were interfering with Macedonian business, so I paid it no regard." "Your troops attacked Attica straight away. That was answer enough." Philip gave Lepidus a what-did-you-expect look. "You are here to tell me face to face?" "That's correct." "You had best repeat the demands. I've forgotten the detail," said Philip carelessly. He was lying, and they both knew it, but his remark irritated Lepidus further, which was his purpose. "You are henceforth to make no war on any Greek state. The injuries you have done to King Attalus of Pergamum are to be assessed by an independent tribunal, which will calculate the necessary reparations." Lepidus paused, then added, "Failure to do so will mean that a state of war exists between Rome and Macedon." Philip wanted to strike Lepidus's head from his shoulders. Instead, he grated, "You come here to tell the king of Macedon how he shall conduct his business?" "I do so with the full authority of the Senate." "Since when did Rome have jurisdiction over Macedon?" "You might have thought of that possibility before you entered into an alliance with Hannibal 15 years ago. Tartarus, but how Philip wished that more had come of his treaty with the Carthaginian general. Together they might have turned the tide of war and defeated the Republic. He glared at Lepidus. "There is more." "More?" cried Philip, losing control for a heartbeat. Lepidus indicated the walls of Abydus. "You are to cease attacking Ptolemy of Egypt's possessions at once, and to return the territory and towns seized from him. The previously mentioned tribunal shall also investigate the damages done by you to Rhodes." Telling a king, him, what he could and could not do, showed staggering pride and confidence. A bitter taste filled Philip's mouth. He was unafraid of confrontation, but behind the Senate stood its legions, battle-hardened from the long war with Carthage. With these hostilities ended, the Republic's entire military might could be sent his way. Such odds were daunting. It would be prudent to avoid a war, thought Philip, yet Lepidus's boorish, overbearing manner was hard to stomach. Philip threw the dice again. "Our peoples have been at peace for years. Your hostile actions are unacceptable." What he had done impacted on the Republic not at all, thought Philip. The Romans were showing complete disregard for the terms of the treaty between them. "The Rhodians were the aggressors," he said. "They attacked my territory first." "And what about the Athenians? What about the Caenians? And what about the Abydians now? Did these peoples attack you first?" Taken aback, Philip demanded. So now Rome is the protector of Greece, independent of any previous alliances or treaties? Rome decides what is right and what is wrong? Lepidus's lips twitched. Something like that. Philip's overpowering rage was replaced by an odd calm. There was no question of degrading himself by agreeing to these outrageous demands. Rome was the interloper here, not he. I will forgive your haughtiness because of your youth and obvious inexperience at diplomacy, but most of all because you are a Roman. I have learned to expect nothing more of your kind. I ask that the Republic does not violate its treaty with me, and that it will not make war on Macedon. If it does, you will find no foe more bitter. Lepidus nodded as if unsurprised. Are these your final words? They are. Then I bid you farewell. Lepidus made a faint impression of a bow and withdrew to his men. Flanked by the companions, they walked back to their ship. Philip cast his eyes skywards. Zeus Soter, I will need your help in the months and years to come. There was no answer, but he did not despair. Since the start of his reign, war had been his entire existence. He wasn't about to walk away from a fight now. Chapter 16. Via Appia, southeastern Italia, summer 200 BC. Footsore, sunburned, and covered in dust, Felix and Antonius trudged along the road, two figures amid the throng. Around them were scores of pedestrians, merchants' wagons, farmers' carts, and horsemen. The way to Brundisium had been busy for days. It seemed half of Italia wanted to reach the large port that would serve as the assembly point for the attack on Macedon. Official messengers rode in both directions, carrying instructions from Rome, and back again with the replies of those in charge at Brundisium. At least 3 times a day, trumpet blasts cleared the road, so military units, sometimes a maniple of legionaries, at other times considerably more, could march past. The brothers were careful to keep their gaze averted until the last men had gone by. Doing the same wasn't as important with squadrons of cavalry. Noblemen paid no attention to lowly travellers, yet they adopted the same policy. As Antonius had declared at the start of their long journey from Rome, there was no point tempting Fortuna any more than they already were. All soldiers and cavalry were to be avoided unless there was no alternative. Felix hadn't argued. On the Via Appia itself it wasn't hard, but each evening their tactic became more problematic. Most roadside inns were full to bursting with ex-soldiers like themselves heading to re-enlist. Concerned they would be recognized, Felix had insisted they spend their first nights in the open. Cold and wet after a prolonged downpour early the second morning, he had given in to Antonius's argument that when the time came each day to seek lodgings, one could take an unobtrusive walk around the chosen tavern and stables before paying for a quiet sleeping spot away from other travellers.
Drink little and keep ourselves to ourselves, and it should be all right,
Felix had muttered, throwing up yet another prayer to Fortuna. He cast a casual glance around. In front, a squint-eyed farmer with a cartload of vegetables whistled the same out-of-tune ditty he'd been subjecting them to for miles. Behind, a shaven-headed brute with a club strode along at the head of a line of miserable-looking slaves bound together at the neck by ropes. 3 companions, equally as unsavoury, took up the end of the file. Beside the brothers walked a lanky figure in a threadbare robe. His greasy, blunt-peaked hat marked him as a soothsayer. He supped often from a leather wineskin and belched almost as much. He was accompanied by the skinniest boy Felix had ever seen, an assortment of bony limbs and angular joints topped by a mass of curly black hair. The urchin caught his eye and grinned. "You a soldier?"
Felix scowled and looked away, but it was too late. The soothsayer had heard. Despite his florid drinker's complexion and a breath foul enough to turn the stomach, he had sharp weasel eyes. "Going to join the legions, boys?" Felix exchanged a look with Antonius, who gave a minute shrug. Lying would be too obvious. They were two healthy young men journeying to Brundisium. "Aye, if they'll have us," he acknowledged. "Big strong fellows like you are prime soldier material," fawned the soothsayer. "You must have served before in the war against Hannibal." "Aye." This was not information Felix wished to disclose to the world at large, but their sandals and daggers were a clear giveaway. He could already sense the attention of the slave trader behind them. The farmer had stopped whistling to eavesdrop. "For a few years." "And now you're re-enlisting," cried the soothsayer, warming to his task. "We don't need our futures read," said Felix. The soothsayer hadn't even noticed. "An ass each, and I'll see what the gods have in store for you, which legion you will join, whether your officers will be bastards or no." "They'll all be whoresons. Everyone knows that," snapped Antonius, raising a laugh from the slave trader and the farmer. "6 asses, and I'll determine the perils you will face in Illyria and Macedon," said the soothsayer, moving to walk in front of the brothers, his back towards Brundisium. The boy bobbed about, swearing how accurate his father's predictions were. "They say so in every town," he piped. "Buy a hen at the next farm we pass, and I'll see from its liver if you will both survive the war. A denarius it will cost for both. You'll not find a better offer." "If we had money, we wouldn't be going back into the fucking army." Felix waved his arm. "Leave us be." The charlatan could no more read the future than Felix could fly, but his relentless chatter rammed home again the danger they'd be in, not just from the enemy, but from their own kind. The soothsayer took note of the brothers' grim expressions. "Of course, sirs. If you change your minds, you need only ask." Antonius nudged Felix, who managed to bite back an angry retort. "Don't give him a reason to remember us," muttered Antonius. "Aye, aye." Relief filled Felix as the soothsayer noticed a stall selling wine and hurried to replenish his sagging leather skin. Fresh concerns about the risks they were taking gnawed at Felix for the rest of the day. The same worries were mirrored in Antonius's eyes. The soothsayer's curiosity would be as nothing compared to the interest a centurion might take when they presented themselves to re-enlist. Say the wrong thing inadvertently, name a unit in a legion the centurion knew, for example, or let someone hear Felix crying out Ingenuus's or Matho's names, as he often did when the nightmare came, and they could be found out at once. The fustuarium, crucifixion, being torn to pieces by wild beasts in the arena, any one of these dreadful fates would be their end. A troubled silence replaced their previous banter. The walls of Brundisium were in sight when Antonius voiced his anxiety. "What are we doing? It's madness to join up again." Felix felt no better about it, but their other options were worse. "Do you want to be the doorman of a shithole tavern in Rome for the rest of your life?" Antonius shook his head. "The farm's still there. Back-breaking work from dawn to dusk, month in, month out, 4 seasons a year, for precious little reward. No wonder Mother and Father died before we returned." In Felix's mind, a life such as the wine-grower they had met was one to be envied and aspired to. Working oneself into the grave for a few bushels of wheat at harvest time was not. "I didn't spend 7 years in the legions to end up worse off than a slave. We can make our fortune in this war. Fuck the risk." The brothers walked on for 50 strides, then 100. "Well?" asked Felix. Antonius cursed. "I'm not going back to the farm. At least,
not without the money for mules and slaves."
"That's the spirit,"
said Felix, delighted. Early the following day, the brothers walked to the vast tract of land outside Brundisium that had been set aside for the assembling army. Camps sprawled on two sides of the rough square. In the middle, legion standards marked the places to enlist. Felix and Antonius were but two among thousands of potential recruits, and it seemed half the legions in Rome were represented. Spotting their old legion standards was terrifying. To their good fortune, it was before they had drawn close. Giving the area a wide berth, nervously watching for Matho, the pair made their way to the far end of the line of recruiting tables. Here, they told themselves, there was no danger. "Next." The centurion's voice was quiet, but it carried down the queue. Perhaps a score of men were ahead of the brothers, but Felix's stomach gave a painful clench nonetheless. The centurion wasn't Matho, they had both checked, but it was difficult not to imagine it was him. The man in front shuffled forward several steps, and the brothers did the same. A barrage of questions fell on the unfortunate before the centurion. Neither they nor his answers were discernible, but the result was soon clear. A disconsolate figure, his shoulders bowed, he trudged away from the group who'd been accepted.
"What's wrong with him?"
whispered Antonius.
"I can't tell."
Felix couldn't make out any obvious physical infirmity, the commonest reason for refusal.
"Maybe the surgeon noticed he had bad eyes. Perhaps he's too old."
"Let's hope the centurion doesn't mind a limp." The man in front turned, and with a grin indicated a purple scar running from the side of his right knee to halfway down his calf.
"How'd you get that?" asked Felix. "Fighting Hannibal?"
A wry chuckle.
"Aye, somewhere near here, funnily. It makes me hobble, but I managed to serve out my time until the war's end."
Short, thin, and with wide cheekbones and a friendly smile, the man was about the brother's age.
"Gaius is my name, but since the injury, everyone calls me Hopalong."
He stuck out a hand.
"Felix. Antonius."
The three shook.
"Brothers?"
Felix could never see the resemblance.
"It's that obvious?"
"Your faces are similar," said Hopalong. "Been in the legions?"
Here we go, thought Felix, his nerves wire-taut. Antonius's answer was smooth, however.
"Aye, for some years. Which one were you in?"
To the brothers' relief, Hopalong's old unit wasn't the one they had decided upon. For the moment, their story would hold. Their shared stories of army life put them at ease. This continued when the man behind joined in. About a decade older, he was tall, with thinning grey hair and stooped shoulders. When asked his name, he muttered,
"Fabius."
Before anyone could say a word, he added with a snarl that he was no relation of Fabius the Delayer. Amused, Felix mouthed,
"He's heard that 1,000 times,"
at Antonius. Fabius's reluctance to be identified with the Delayer wasn't surprising. Quintus Fabius Maximus's cautious tactics against Hannibal were still despised. Fabius had been in the legions almost from the start of the conflict with Hannibal, but he didn't ask any probing questions of the brothers. The four talked about where they were from and what they had done since the war's end. Drinking stories began to surface, as did the best practical jokes they had ever played on comrades. Sooner than they'd expected, the brothers were third and fourth from the front of the queue. Hopalong was second in line. A nervous silence fell. No one enjoyed being interrogated by a centurion. When Hopalong's time came, his scar was inspected, and he was made to walk up and down in front of the Greek surgeon.
"You'll do,"
the centurion said when the surgeon had given him a nod.
"Join the group behind me. Give your details to the Optio. Go."
Next it was Felix's turn. Sweaty-palmed, dry-mouthed, he stood forward. A polished vine-stick and crested helmet lay on the table before the centurion. Numerous phalarii decorated his chest harness.
Twin silver torques hung around his neck on a strap. Perhaps 40 years old, he had fair hair and a jutting chin, and like all his kind, an intense gaze. Standing by his shoulder was the surgeon. His job, Felix knew, was to perform a quick physical examination of every suitable recruit. "Name?" demanded the centurion. His low voice was just as threatening as Matho's had been. "Felix Cicerus, sir." This was the family name the brothers had decided to adopt. The centurion flicked a finger at Antonius. "And the fool behind is your brother?" "Yes, sir." A jerk of the chin at Antonius. "What do they call you?" "Antonius, sir." He sidled to Felix's side. "Cicerus, sir." The centurion's lips thinned. "Clowns, are you?" "No, sir," the brothers said in nervous unison. Worried about their discharge from the legions being discovered, they had altogether forgotten how mention of their adopted name would make people think of the well-known stage clowns Sarmentus and Messius Cicerus. "It's just our misfortune to have the same name, sir," said Felix. "I'd say." The centurion looked them up and down. "Healthy?" "We are, sir." "You've both been legionaries, or I'm no judge." "Aye, sir. 7 years we served," said Felix. "You know one end of a gladius from the other, then?" "We do, sir." "Which legion?" "The 12th, sir, from near Rome." Felix could feel a pulse at the base of his throat, and it took great self-control to keep his gaze facing front. If the centurion had been in the 12th, or knew someone in it, they could be undone. "The 12th?" "Yes, sir." Felix could see Ingenuous's terrified eyes staring up at him, could feel breaking bone under his hobnailed sandal. He wanted to vomit. "We're dead," he thought. "Dead." "You were Principes?" "We were, sir," the brothers answered. "As long as the surgeon's happy, you're in. Once he's done with you, see the Optio behind me. He'll measure your height and record any scars, make you swear another oath of allegiance to the Republic." The centurion half smiled. "You know the drill." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Felix and Antonius exchanged an incredulous, delighted look. "Move, fools! There's a line of men behind you," said the centurion. Muttering their thanks, the pair hurried towards Hopalong and the other new recruits. The centurion called out a command. Although his voice was different to Matho's, Felix's stomach lurched again. They had succeeded, he thought. Yet this was the first hurdle of many. From this day on, they would be in constant mortal danger. Chapter 17. Outside Pella, Macedon. The sun had reached its highest point in the autumn sky, and on the plain outside the city Demetrius was drilling with his spearer. All the brazen shields were there, but not the white, the 2 units trained on alternate days. The phalangists had been at it for hours, the Kiliakes trudging to and fro across the flat ground near their camp, performing 6 exercises over and over. The commonest routine was the march in open order, the formation used to approach the enemy when it was impossible or impractical to have the spear-eye fully arrayed. Watched by an eagle-eyed Crichton, the second file walked behind the first, the third behind the fourth, and so on, making each unit only 8 files wide. When the order came, the alternate files quickly had to resume their usual position, forming the battle-ready spearer. Demetrius had lost count of how many times they had drilled like this since the army's return from Asia Minor. Still new to the army, it was normal routine to him, but some veterans were muttering that regular training was not something phalangists did. Despite the grumbling, no one made their feelings known to Simonides, less still Crichton. The order had come from the king, whose word was not to be questioned. Overhearing, Simonides cried, "Philip wants us to practice, and that is what we shall do. Anyone who disagrees is free to take it up with me." No one said anything. A champion pancrationist, Simonides was not an opponent whom men wished to go up against. The men of his file weren't the only ones to complain, however, and Crichton had also noticed. At length he ordered the phalangists to ground their sarissai. He stalked up and down before the front rank, down one side, along the back, and up the far side, roaring that they were a crowd of lazy, good-for-nothing sheepskin wearers, and that they would go back to their tents when he fucking told them to. No one was stupid enough to answer back. There were plenty of awkward coughs, and men kept their gaze fixed anywhere but on their fuming commander. "Seeing as you're such experts at the usual drills, we shall practice something different, something that might prove useful if you're ambushed on the march with no time to form the phalanx," announced Crichton. He bellowed a series of orders at the 4 file leaders. The next exercise would see a spearer split into 4 groups of 64 men. "I'll be watching," he shouted at the ordinary soldiers. "Any man I see who's not doing his best will be severely punished, as will anyone whose spear tip isn't covered in leather. You're to thrust at men's aspides. Remember, not their helmets. I don't want anyone blinded." Demetrius could scarcely believe what he'd heard. He twisted to look at Zoticus. "We're to split the file." "That's what he said. Our file will break up into 4 lines of 4 men, with a second file positioned the same way beside us. We'll face another 2 files arrayed in similar fashion." Zoticus's lips twitched. "That means you'll be in the 3rd rank, yes. You'll have to use your sarissa." Demetrius grinned until his face hurt. "At last," he thought, "at last I will stand near the front." Chivied by Simonides, the phalangists formed into smaller lines. The phalangists in the other files did the same, and soon a rank that was 8 men wide, 4 deep, faced another of the same size and width across a distance of perhaps 100 paces. Quite deliberately, Simonides and the other file leaders had placed their 8 front rankers together on one side. This meant Demetrius and every phalangist in his formation was at best someone who stood 9th in a file, and at worst was like him, the 15th man. As this grim realization sank in, Demetrius stared at the men opposite, trying to ignore the knot twisting in his belly. An exercise it might be, but the reality of combat had never been clearer. 4 sarissai protruded from between each of the closely held aspides. Over the shields he could make out little more than the tops of helmets, Pylos type, Chalcidian and Thracian. Soon, he thought, those spear tips will be close enough to kill.
"What are you waiting for?" shouted Crichton. "Advance!"
Both sets of phalangists moved off. Obvious differences were soon evident. The front rankers kept an even, solid line. Unused to leading, the quarter-file leaders struggled to keep their less experienced men apace of each other. Curses rang out, and accusations that some were marching too fast. 25 paces on, and the veterans began to scream war cries. The replies of a few men in Demetrius's formation were drowned out.
"Ready to die?"
roared the front rankers.
"Yellow livers!"
"This is it," said Cimon. Demetrius was scared now, properly scared. Although the neat line of approaching shields was only 8 men wide, it rammed home the brutal reality of the storm of bronze. Facing an entire enemy phalanx or thousands of Roman legionaries would be utterly terrifying.
"This is it," said Cimon again. A tremor had crept into his voice.
The quarter-file leader heard. A dull type, he had nonetheless survived 10 years in the brazen shields. "We're younger than every man in the file opposite," he said over his shoulder. "Stronger, too. They're trying to scare us. Reach them scared, and we've already lost. That's what they want, so hold your nerve, curse you." Demetrius was feeling sick. 60 paces separated them from the enemy now. The din from their war cries had been added to by trumpeters blowing from both sides. They had been ordered to sound by Crichton in an effort to increase the tension, Demetrius decided, and the tactic worked. His guts began to churn as if he'd eaten a bad piece of meat the day before. He wasn't alone in his fear. Cimon was praying out loud. The men 2 files to the right had lagged behind the rest, causing their file closers to scream abuse and batter the unfortunates in front of them with their shields. Zoticos's aspis thumped Demetrius in the back. "Keep up!" Demetrius realized he'd fallen a step behind Cimon.
"Sorry,"
he muttered.
"Think it's unpleasant at this distance," Zoticos hissed. "It's worlds worse close up."
Demetrius wondered if he'd misheard.
"You were a front ranker." "I was 4th in the file."
Pride throbbed in Zoticos's voice.
4th.
Demetrius's head spun.
"Then I beat a file leader unconscious years ago. Not Simonides. He's a good officer. His predecessor, who was a prick through and through. He mocked me one night after I'd had a skimful of wine, and I hammered the shit out of him. I was lucky not to be hounded out of the Spira. I'll be a file closer until my dying day."
Further conversation was prevented by the quarter-file leader's shout.
"Shields together! Lower pikes!"
They were little more than 24 paces from the enemy, and Demetrius obeyed with alacrity. Down came his sarissa, for the first time ever pointing straight ahead. His gaze followed its shaft, the length of 3 men lying end to end, and at its tip the leather-covered, leaf-shaped blade. On his stare travelled through the air to the end of his opponent's spear, and down its shaft to the man's aspis. Above, a bronze helmet framed a pair of gimlet eyes. Demetrius's heart pounded. It was Simonides. Behind him, he knew, stood Philippos, Andriskos, and Empedocles, tough soldiers used to wielding their sarissae. 20 paces. The quarter-file leaders in Demetrius's formation had slowed to allow every phalangist to catch up. Their attempt was successful for the most part, but the line of aspides and projecting sarissae was still more uneven than that of the front rankers opposite.
"This is it,"
said Cimon for the 10th time.
"Aye,"
snarled Demetrius, losing patience.
"Our chance to prove ourselves. All we have to do is hold steady. Not a single step backwards. Thrust at their shields. Wait until Crichton tells us to stop. Do you hear me?"
A moment's hesitation, and then Cimon said,
"Aye. Hold steady. Stand fast. Thrust. Wait for Crichton's order."
15 paces. Still the veterans roared their war cries, but now Demetrius could see a little of the tension twisting their faces. He could sense that Empedocles, the sometime butt of his comrades' jokes, would feel the same fear in his, Demetrius's, belly.
"With me, rear rankers!"
he screamed, heads half-turned, eyes bored into him.
"They're men, comrades, same as us! Hold steady! Do not give way! Macedon!"
To Demetrius's utter astonishment, the cry was taken up.
"Macedon! Macedon!"
Its volume matched that of the front ranker's shout. The leading spear tips met and passed each other. The yelling continued unabated from both sides. The ends of the second sarissae went by one another, and those of the third.
"Here we go!"
shouted the quarter-file leader.
"Steady!"
Thump! A spear blade punched into an aspis in front. Demetrius wasn't sure whose. A yelp of pain went up as another smacked by mistake into a nearby man's helmet. In a real battle, he thought, that unfortunate might have just taken a mortal wound. A heartbeat later, Demetrius's gorge rose and his stomach rebelled. Puke spattered his chiton, but he kept his sarissa levelled, kept his aspis pressed into Cimon's back.
"Ares, help me," Demetrius prayed. "Give me courage."
"On my call!"
called the quarter-file leader.
"Do you hear me?"
Demetrius, Cimon, and Zotikos rumbled their assent.
"Aim for their shields,"
said the quarter-file leader.
"Thrust!"
Demetrius stared at Simonides' aspis and pushed with all his might. All around him his comrades grunted with effort. Demetrius felt Zotikos shoving his sarissa forward, saw Cimon's arm in front doing the same. Meaty thumps rose from near and far as the spears on both sides made contact with their opponents' shields. Two struck the quarter-file leader's aspis, and he staggered back into Cimon. Desperate, knowing that the contest would be over if the front man took a step back, or worse still, went down, Demetrius heaved forward with all his might. "Push!" he roared. To his immense relief, Cimon reacted, helping the quarter-file leader to regain his footing. Angered and humiliated, he was quick to order another shove at their opponents. This time they pushed Simonides back a pace. A roar of delight left Demetrius's lips. Cimon and the quarter-file leader were shouting too. Even Zotikos joined in. 3 short trumpet blasts signalled the retreat. Crichton was ending the exercise. Exhilarated, despite the puke on his chiton, Demetrius took a step backwards with the rest.
"We held our own!"
he cried. As he twisted around to ask Zotikos his opinion, something struck Demetrius a powerful blow on the side of his helmet. Stars burst across his vision, and his head was punched to one side. Unbalanced, he staggered and dropped to one knee, almost dropping his sarissa in the process. He rose to the sound of Empedocles' laughter. "You all right?" asked Zotikos.
"Aye,"
snarled Demetrius.
"That was Empedocles' idea of a joke," said Zotikos.
"It can happen in battle. You got to stay alert always." Demetrius wanted to shout an insult at the watching Empedocles, but the prick would only be pleased he'd reacted. It was better, Demetrius decided, to lie low. Gut instinct told him that Empedocles was capable of worse things than a dunt on the helmet. Hours later, Demetrius arrived at the tavern in the centre of Pella, where Cimon and Antilion were supposed to be. Impatient to start drinking, they had left camp soon after the end of training. Demetrius hadn't intended to linger, but sought out by a full-of-praise Simonides and Philippos, he'd ended up taking a seat by the front ranker's fire, delighted with himself and the chance to soak up their tales of war. Of Empedocles there had been no sign. According to his comrades, he'd gone to Pella with friends from another file. No one made mention of his sarissa thrust on Demetrius, who therefore reasoned it prudent not to mention it. Now he was looking forward to an evening with his friends. To his annoyance, however, there was no sign of them in the previously agreed tavern. A conversation with the innkeeper revealed that they had been there, but had gone on somewhere else. He didn't recall when the pair had left, or exactly where they had been bound. Rather than wander the city aimlessly, Demetrius decided to call it a night. He set off at a brisk rate, as he had on his way there. Weapons were prohibited inside in Pella, and lowlifes lurked in many a darkened alley. Eyes peeled for danger, he made good progress, encountering only a pair of 2 obel whores. Demetrius laughed off their offer of a knee-trembler he wouldn't forget. Before long, the walls of the royal palace loomed into view. Demetrius had never set foot inside, but he'd heard of the grand gardens and magnificent rooms from men who had served as sentries within. One day it would be his turn. He looked forward to seeing Philip. The king probably wouldn't recognize him, but he might. Leaving the palace behind, Demetrius entered another run-down area. The stench of human waste wafted from every alleyway. Rats scurried among the refuse in front of a vegetable shop, but the quarter appeared to be otherwise empty. A dog barked as he passed a larger house and was answered by one in a neighbouring courtyard.
"Quiet!"
The voice came from an alley on the opposite side of the street. Demetrius's heart thumped. Fast and silent as he could, he moved into the shadows cast by the overhanging eaves of a shop.
"That mongrel was barking at something. Take a look," muttered the voice. "Go on."
Dry-mouthed, Demetrius listened. Cautious footsteps, such as those a man who didn't want to be heard made, approached the corner of the shop, which formed part of the junction with the alley. Demetrius pressed himself against the building's front, kept his gaze averted so the whites of his eyes wouldn't betray him, and prayed he wouldn't be seen. After what seemed like an eternity, there was a grunt.
"Must have been a cat."
The footsteps retreated. Every instinct screamed at Demetrius to head in the opposite direction. There were at least 2 men in the alley. They were up to no good, that was certain. They were probably armed, too. Curiosity bettered him, however, and he edged to the corner. Taking a deep breath, he peered around it. 15 paces away, a pair of dark figures knelt by a prone shape. He had interrupted a robbery, and a hasty retreat was in order if he wasn't to suffer the same fate as the unfortunate on the ground.
"Well,"
hissed one cutpurse. Coins jingled, and the second man chuckled.
"There's enough in his purse to get us both pissed for a few days."
"Take his sandals, too. Phalangists always have good ones."
There was a 1 in 2 chance that their victim had been in the brazen shields, thought Demetrius, bunching his fists. Even a white shield was a comrade, but if he showed himself, his gut told him they would murder him too. Walk away and he would live. A low groan. Guilt filled Demetrius. The poor bastard wasn't dead. He looked down. At his feet, as if placed by the fates themselves, was a loose piece of brick. It fitted neatly into his palm.
"Losing your touch?" sneered the first cutpurse. "You said he was on his way to Tartarus." "He will be in a moment."
Demetrius moved before fear bettered him. Stepping around the corner, he took aim and hurled the brick. Ares was guiding his hand. A satisfying thunk marked the missile hitting the nearest cutpurse in the head. He dropped like a bull that's had its throat cut. Bellowing like a man possessed, Demetrius ran at the second lowlife, who scrambled up and ran. Demetrius dropped down by the phalangist, who was lying on his front. Hurry, he told himself, hurry. The cutpurse struck by the brick was already stirring, and once his friend realized Demetrius was on his own, there was every likelihood he would return. Demetrius saw no bloodstains on the phalangist's chiton, which he hoped was good news. He rolled the man over, and to his utter shock recognized Empedocles. He was breathing too, shallow breaths but regular. A mat of bloodied hair on the side of his head, and under it, a nasty lump on his skull, seemed to be the extent of his injuries. Demetrius hesitated. He had loathed Empedocles since his attempt to prevent him joining the Phalanx, and Empedocles hated him. The proof of that had been evident not 4 hours since. Leave the whoreson here, thought Demetrius, and the cutpurses would finish what they'd started. At a single stroke, life would become a lot more pleasant. Better still, no one would know. Low voices carried from down the alley. Demetrius stared and made out 3 figures skulking through the gloom. The man who'd run was back with company. Demetrius spied a 4th, and his guts twisted. If he didn't flee now, he would die. He got up, took a step away from Empedocles, and another. Coward, his inner demon shouted. Demetrius hardened his heart. Empedocles was an objectionable prick who loathed him.
"Demetrius!"
croaked Empedocles. Full of shame, he darted back.
"Are you hurt?" "Someone hit me with a metal bar."
Empedocles managed to curl his lip.
"How do you fucking think I feel?"
I should have left him to die, thought Demetrius.
Well, best get up if you don't want them to finish the job."
Finding the brick he'd hurled, Demetrius whacked his victim about the temple, knocking him unconscious again. He also took the man's dagger.
"Finish him." Empedocles was none too steady, but he was on his feet. "I can't murder him in cold blood. That's what he would have done to me."
"It's maybe what I should have done to you too," thought Demetrius.
"Take this. You'll need it soon enough."
He handed over the lump of brick.
"Where are they?"
asked Empedocles. Demetrius pointed. He cupped a hand to his mouth.
"Come any closer, you sewer rats, and we'll gut you, same as we did with your friend here."
The cutpurse's answer was to split up, 2 on either side of the street. Saving Empedocles would have been for nothing if they didn't move fast. With the dagger in his teeth, Demetrius pulled his comrade's right arm over his shoulder and half carried him towards the junction.
"You were going to leave me, dusty foot,"
Empedocles muttered.
"If I hadn't said something, you would have abandoned me."
He must have opened his eyes as I was getting up, thought Demetrius.
Curse it. "Well?"
"It's not true," Demetrius lied. "I'm helping you now, ain't I?"
He could hear footsteps behind, but didn't dare look. He increased his speed as best he could and prayed that there would be more bricks where he'd found the first. A barrage of missiles might drive the cutpurses off. The footsteps behind them grew faster. Mutters flew back and forth across the alley.
"They're getting close,"
said Empedocles. Demetrius took immense pleasure from the note of fear in Empedocles' voice.
"We won't go down without a fight," he said grimly. "The junction is close. We'll have a better chance there."
Figures loomed out of the darkness, and Demetrius's hopes plunged into the abyss. The cutpurse had sent his friends to cut off their escape.
"We're dead,"
whispered Empedocles. "I should have gone with Cayman and Antilian," thought Demetrius, "or stayed in the camp. I should have walked by and left Empedocles. Instead, I'm going to die for nothing." Furious at the injustice of it all, he shouted,
"Try to murder 2 phalangists, would you? Come on, you pox-ridden cowards!"
"Who's talking about murder?" answered the figure at the front. Stout, wearing a cheap bronze helmet and carrying a cudgel, he peered suspiciously at Demetrius and Empedocles.
"I have 5 men of the watch at my back. You'd best explain yourselves, and fast."
The man's bloated sense of self-importance was laughable, but Demetrius was so happy he didn't care. A quick explanation, and the officer sent his men to look for the cutpurses. Of course, they had vanished. Even the lowlife whom Demetrius had hit with the brick was gone.
"That was a lucky escape,"
pronounced the officer as he escorted them to the west gate. He glanced at Empedocles.
"Just as well your friend found you, eh?"
"Aye,"
said Empedocles, but his eyes were flat and hard. As soon as the pair were alone, he hissed in Demetrius's ear,
"I won't forget this."
"I saved your fucking life!"
"Only because I called out."
Empedocles spat.
"So much for comradeship, eh?"
"Says the prick who tried to injure me earlier. 2 fingers' breadth lower, and you'd have spitted me through the throat, leather cover or no."
Demetrius shot back.
"You took against me from the start, and nothing's changed. Would you have helped me if the situation had been reversed?"
He laughed bitterly at Empedocles' expression.
"I didn't think so."
Empedocles looked so angry that Demetrius thought he was going to attack him. So be it, thought Demetrius, balling his fists. With Empedocles injured, he would have the edge.
"Think I'd fight you now?"
Barefoot, Empedocles stalked towards the gate.
"Watch your back,"
he hurled over his shoulder. Demetrius's mood was black as he followed. If he had listened to instinct and crept past the cutpurses, Empedocles would now be dead. Even when Demetrius had entered the alley, he could have turned on his heel the instant he'd recognized Empedocles. Instead, he had hesitated, allowing his malevolent comrade to see him walking away. The opportunistic strike with the leather-covered sarissa blade now seemed trivial. He'd stick a blade in my back given half a chance, thought Demetrius. It was hard to see how the night could have gone worse. Chapter 18. Almost a month passed. Discreet inquiries revealed that Felix's old legion, and Matho with it presumably, was to be part of the force sent to Illyria. It was stationed in another part of the great camp. Although this reduced the chance of encountering Matho, he was never out of Felix's mind. He spent his time looking over his shoulder, or felt as if he did. For the second time in their lives, the brothers underwent the process of becoming a legionary. They were allocated to the century of Titus Pullo, the stern officer they'd met at the recruiting point, and then to one of the unit's 10 contubernia. To their delight, Hopalong and Fabius were to be their tent mates, along with 4 others, men who had never served. They noted the same policy in other contubernia. Despite the crowding on the road to Brundisium, not as many veterans as they'd thought had wanted to re-enlist, and Pullo was mixing experienced men with the raw recruits. The comrades were issued with an 8-man tent and individual equipment at the quartermaster's. As before, they had to sign for each and every piece of it. The costs would be deducted from their pay.
"Lose anything, and the price of it also comes out of your pay," said the officious clerk, with more pleasure than Felix would have liked. Nothing changed, he grumbled to Antonius, and yet it felt good, so good, to don a mail shirt again and to have a gladius on his hip. Despite Matho's worst, they were Principes once more. For the first 10 days they were instructed by their new optio Livius. A more diminutive figure than Pullo, he was already popular thanks to his easygoing manner, but Felix suspected there was iron beneath his friendly exterior. Of slight stature, with brown hair, Livius had a noticeable gap between his front teeth and scars on the soles of both feet. The last a memento, he was fond of recalling, of Carthaginian torture. Wearing full kit, the Principes marched for days in columns of 2, 4, and 6, over varying distances up to 20 miles. At intervals, Livius made them run and jump. "You'll need stamina to climb the mountains in Illyria, brothers," he announced with glee. After 10 days, Felix was relieved when, following Pullo's instruction, Livius began to drill the Principes at last. First he had them assume close formation, using heavy wooden shields and swords. 12 wide, 6 deep, he shouted. The odd men form a 7th rank. He pointed at Felix and Antonius. You're the centre of the 1st rank. Move! Felix and Antonius shuffled side by side. Men hurried to stand alongside and behind them. The brothers would have lined up with their entire contubernium, but Livius was wise to that ploy, barking that the newer men needed experienced men on at least one side. Felix ended up with Narcissus, one of the greener recruits in the tent group, on his right. Antonius had another inexperienced man to his right. Hopalong and Fabius contrived to be behind the brothers, which was reassuring. "Shields up! Swords ready!" ordered Livius. Even if his weapons weren't real, and he had an unproved recruit beside him, it felt good to be standing in a shield wall again, thought Felix. His eyes slid right. Narcissus was 4 paces away. "Closer!" hissed Felix. "Eh?" Narcissus could convey disdain with one word. "You should be 2 steps and no further from me," said Felix. Narcissus shifted, but not close enough. Felix jerked his chin, encouraging him to move again, but Narcissus pretended not to see. Felix didn't say a word. The fool will learn, he thought. "Closer!" Livius roared, pointing his long staff of office at an unfortunate in the 2nd rank. Topped by a bronze ball, it was as dangerous a weapon as any centurion's vetus, and he wielded it with fearsome skill. Felix winced as Livius leaned in and brought it crashing down on the man's head. "Just because you're not facing the enemy doesn't mean you can leave a gap that wide, fool. If the man in front of you goes down, a sheep-humping Macedonian will be in your face before you've drawn breath. That gap will allow him to kill you with ease," Livius bawled. "After that, he'll do for one of your tent mates, perhaps even a second one. Do you want to go to the underworld knowing you caused the death of a comrade?" Satisfied with the humiliated answer he received, Livius came alongside the end of the first rank.
"Remember this."
Veteran though he was, the excitement was palpable in Antonius's whisper. Felix felt the same way. For a moment he was back at Zama with his comrades, with Matho readying them for battle. The feeling of a man either side of him and massed ranks behind him was exhilarating. When the trumpet sounded, they would advance and defeat the enemy.
"What's this?"
cried Livius. Felix's eyes moved to the right.
"Sir? This new recruit is too far from you."
Livius's eyes bulged.
"Did you not tell him?"
"I did, sir. He wouldn't do what I said." Livius shoved his face into that of Narcissus.
"Is that right?"
Narcissus flushed.
"No, sir. I moved, sir."
"Not as close as I told you," retorted Felix. "You fucking liar," he thought. Livius's staff hammered off Narcissus's helmet, and again.
"Closer!"
Felix could feel the resentment oozing from Narcissus as he shuffled over, but he didn't care. Life in the Legion was tough. A man got used to it, or he died. His inspection finished, Livius faced the Century.
"The Desiriti are some of the first enemies you'll face when we cross the sea. They're nowhere near as dangerous as the Macedonians, but courageous warriors nonetheless. Any one of them will happily send you to Hades if you give him the whisper of a chance. Behind me stand 100 of them, maybe more."
In a clearly arranged move, the second Century and their maniple tramped to stand facing them. A surprised murmur rose, and Livius sneered.
"None of you are scared, eh? The veterans among you aren't, because this is training. But the rest of you filth should be terrified. You fucking would be if we were outnumbered."
Quick as a flash, he rammed the ball on his staff into a new recruit's shield, driving him back a pace.
"They'll throw spears first. Your shield is useless now. What are you going to do?"
Before the startled soldier could reply, Livius shouted,
"You're about to die because another spear has just hit you between the eyes. To the back, quickly! You, behind him, fill the gap."
Fast as a man could walk, Livius worked his way along the front of the Century, removing 3 Principes who had been killed or seen their shields rendered unusable by the enemy's spears. By the time he'd done, a different mood prevailed. Men were tense, ready. The earlier gaps in the line had vanished.
"There'll be no javelins for us today," Livius announced. "In the main because you're shit at throwing them. Instead, we're going to march towards the enemy, nice and slow. At 50 paces, we charge."
His cold eyes moved over the ranks.
"Ready?"
The Principes shouted their assent. Even Narcissus seemed enthusiastic. Livius signalled to the Optio opposite, whose soldiers at once began clamouring and hammering their training swords off their shields.
"Swords ready! Shields up!" cried Livius. "Advance at the slow pace!"
Livius kept his back to the enemy so he could watch his men. He bawled orders until they were 50 paces out, when he halted them briefly.
"This is the time for javelins. You'll learn that later. Imagine a dozen of the enemy down, wounded or dying."
He signalled, and the other Optio removed 10 or 11 soldiers from his formation. Livius raised his staff, quelling the pleased mutters from the ranks.
"They're still equal in number to us, fools."
Shoving his way in on Narcissus's left, he gave the order to charge. Unsurprisingly, Livius wasn't happy with the way the Principes closed with the enemy.
"Too many gaps at the front,"
he shouted once they had reassembled.
"The second rank was 3 paces further back than it should have been. You slow down just before you hit the enemy, and that's when you make fucking sure that you're close to the man either side of you and to the men in front of you."
He let out an unpleasant laugh.
"Don't, and you'll be crow-carrion inside 10 heartbeats."
He made them repeat the charge several times, on occasion standing to one side, at others taking a place in their midst. At no stage did they fight the other legionaries. By the time he let the Principes take a brief rest, he wasn't shouting as much as he had been. This, Felix knew from experience, was as close as they would get to any praise. Next, Livius led the Principes to 10 wooden posts that had been driven into the ground by the engineers. Each the height of a man, they were, he announced, more enemy warriors.
"Without arms, mind," he said, and the Principes risked a chuckle. "You're going to practice against them to learn how to handle yourself in combat. The basics are simple. Shove with your shields, thrust with your swords. Batter the parlous with your shield if you can. Risk a slash now and again, but remember that in real life your enemy will skewer you in the armpit most times you try it."
He cocked an eyebrow.
"Questions?"
A voice from the back.
"When do we get to fight real men, sir, with real weapons?"
Low mutters of agreement followed. Felix knew better than to agree out loud, but he too was chafing to use the gladius in his tent. Livius curled his lip.
20 years I've been doing this, and there's always a know-it-all who doesn't need to learn against the parlous. The answer is, as long as it takes. You get to use the real thing when I'm happy, not a moment before. Any more questions?"
Cowed by the fierceness of his response, or, like Felix and the other veterans, knowing not to speak up, no one answered.
"Break up into contubernia. 1 tent group to each parlous. Work in pairs. 1 veteran, 1 new recruit, taking turns. Close with the post, carefully, as you would with a real enemy. Going fast. Slam your shield into it, hard enough to jar your shoulder."
Livius drove his shield against the parlous, making it wobble.
"Use the point of the blade on it and step back. Thrust again, 2 or 3 times, then punch the bastard with the shield again. Assuming that your enemy is now reeling, you can slash the post. Hard. I want you to take your enemy's head off. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the Principes shouted. "Change with your partner, and when he's done, go to the back of the line and wait your turn to do it again."
Livius gestured at the posts.
"What are you waiting for, maggots?"
Arms folded across his chest, staff nestled in the crook of one elbow, he watched as the Principes got to work. To his annoyance, Felix again found himself paired with Narcissus. Tall, bony, and with legs that were more than half his height, his new comrade was immensely fond of physical training, as well as polishing his armour and kit. From a well-to-do family, his airs and graces had won him few friends. Happy to talk endlessly about himself, he fitted his mythical name to perfection.
"Copy me,"
Felix ordered. Crouched low, so that only his eyes and the brow of his helmet were visible over the top of his shield, he advanced on the post with neat, careful steps. 6 paces out, he charged. Smash went his shield into the parlous. He stabbed it so hard splinters flew, and shuffling back a step, he repeated the rest of the moves Livius had ordered. Panting, he eyed Narcissus.
"See?"
Narcissus's lips twitched.
"Of course."
He stepped up and gently banged his shield into the parlous. His subsequent sword thrust could have been bettered by a 10-year-old.
"What was the next move?"
he asked. Felix told him. Narcissus's next efforts were no better.
"Gods above and below," said Felix in frustration. "You're a soldier, not a child. Hit the cursed thing like you mean it."
Narcissus muttered something under his breath and did as he was told, but his second attempts were only a fraction better than the first. Conscious that the rest of the contubernium was waiting, Felix did not persist. At the back of the line, however, he made his opinions clear. Narcissus made a pretense of paying attention, and at one point even yawned. Felix ground his teeth.
"Don't listen, then. Livius will see soon enough."
Narcissus ignored him. When they reached the front of the line, Livius was nowhere near. Again, Felix repeated the moves, wishing that Narcissus were the Palus.
"Go on, then,"
he growled when he was done. Narcissus shuffled forward. Thump went his shield against the post, harder than before, but still not hard enough. His sword thrust was also weak. Felix had had enough. He strode forward.
"Like this!"
Crash went his shield. The Palus shook. Thrust. The point of his sword dug into the wood.
"See? That's what I did."
Narcissus's tone was petulant.
"No, it's not."
"You can't order me about. You're a princeps, same as me."
"Livius will tell you the same thing, fool." "You call me a fool, peasant?"
Narcissus whirled, and surprising Felix shoved him in the chest. Unbalanced, he fell onto his arse. To his good fortune, he retained a grip on his shield and was able to draw it over his head as an enraged Narcissus rained down blows with his wooden sword. He had underestimated Narcissus, thought Felix. In a real battle, such an error would have cost him his life. Angry at himself, he reached out and raked his hobnails down Narcissus's left shin. With a yelp, Narcissus staggered back. Felix was on his feet in a trice. Furious, he charged Narcissus. An ineffectual thrust went by his cheek, and then Felix was close in. Their shields met, and he drove forward, pushing Narcissus back 3, 4, 6 steps. When he did brace himself, Felix stamped on the toes of Narcissus's leading foot, visible below his shield. He bawled in pain, and his guard dropped. Felix rammed his sword in, touching the base of Narcissus's neck once, twice.
"You're dead," snarled Felix. "Just like that. You've crushed 2 of my toes and stabbed you in the throat, fool."
"What's going on here?" With the skill of all centurions, Pullo had appeared from nowhere.
"He attacked me, sir," lied Narcissus. "Stamped on my toes for no reason."
Pullo's flinty gaze bore down on Felix.
"He was hitting the fucking Palus like a woman, sir," said Felix hotly. "I showed him several times, but he wouldn't do it right."
"So you hit him?"
"No, sir. He didn't like my tone and turned on me. Knocked me on my arse, truth be told. I wasn't expecting it. I gave him a good kick and managed to get up."
Felix shrugged.
"This is the result."
"Well?" Pullo asked Narcissus. "Lie to me, and you'll rue the day your bitch of a mother whelped you." Pullo's ferocity instantly cowed Narcissus.
"Aye, sir. That's what happened."
Felix had been expecting Narcissus to lie again and land him in a world of shit. He was taken even more by surprise when Pullo scooped up Narcissus's shield and sword and, without a word of warning, drove at him. Felix did well not to fall. He retreated, not daring to strike back at his centurion. "Fight, cocksucker, or I'll beat the shit out of you," Pullo ordered. Old instincts took over. Felix shoved back with his shield and aimed his sword tip at Pullo's face, forcing the centurion to duck. At once he launched a powerful attack of his own. Thrust, stab, thrust, stab. Felix pushed forward so they were chest to chest. Laughing, Pullo dodged his attempted headbutt. He came back at Felix with an intense, savage fury, battering him with shield and sword. Unsurprisingly, he was a skilled, relentless fighter. Felix's youth and reserves of strength were all that saved him in the blurred time that followed. The pair shoved and barged at one another, their blades seeking weaknesses in the other's defence. The career soldier, Pullo, landed more blows than Felix. Pain soon needled from his shoulder, his right elbow, his left foot, where Pullo's sword had landed. The centurion had not escaped unscathed, however. A nasty welt was rising under one eye. In battle, the wound would have blinded him, and he had an angry-looking graze on his left forearm.
"For a piece of shit, you know how to fight,"
said Pullo at length. Despite the hint of respect in the centurion's eyes, Felix didn't let down his guard.
"Thank you, sir. Your old officers taught you well."
Felix said nothing. Matho's favourite part of training had been weapon skills, and he'd been good at it, yet Felix could only picture his mocking face as he ordered the execution of Ingenuus and the rest.
"Well?"
Pullo was frowning.
"Aye, sir, they did."
"Fortuna, don't let him ask Matho's name," Felix begged. Belly roiling, pulse racing, he couldn't think of an alternative. If Pullo learned of Matho and then happened to meet him on campaign, which was by no means impossible.
"I can tell. Keep your nose clean, and a promotion isn't impossible. Junior officers are hard to find."
Pullo caught Livius's attention.
"This soldier is to help you instruct the new recruits, Optio."
He nodded to a stunned Felix.
"Carry on."
Narcissus didn't have the sense to keep silent.
"What about me, sir?"
Pullo's lip curled.
"In a real battle, you'd already be crow-carrying. You got taught a lesson just now. I suggest you learn from it, fool."
"Yes, sir," mumbled Narcissus, throwing an evil glance at Felix. Felix was so happy he didn't care. Pullo had seen something in him during their frenetic bout. If he were to become a junior officer, his future could be bright. Along with an increase in pay, he could look forward to further advancement. Bitter reality crashed in a heartbeat later. Promotion would increase the chance of encountering Matho many times over, and if Pullo were to learn the truth of his and Antonius's discharge, he would subject them to the fustuarium as fast as their old centurion ever had. Their situation, Felix decided, was no better than before. Chapter 19. Rome. Flamininus was walking the streets of the Esquiline Hill, a rough part of the city. His doorman Thrax strode ahead of him, protection and intimidation in one muscle-bound frame. Passian scurried a couple of paces to his rear. Flamininus was on secretive business. Under a hooded cloak, he wore a workman's rough tunic and plain sandals. A wide-brimmed straw hat shadowed his face. He was unfamiliar with this quarter of Rome and had no intention of getting to know it better. Potholes scarred the street surface, refuse lay everywhere. The city's engineers didn't often visit, he thought with disdain. Human sewage ran from the narrow alleys. A multitude of fullers' premises caused the air to reek of urine. The shops were small and dirty, with shifty proprietors and cheap ill-made wares. Old and dilapidated 3- and 4-story apartment buildings pressed in from either side. Above the stone ground floors, they were constructed from wood. Knock over a brazier in one of the miserable cenacula, thought Flamininus, and half the quarter would burn down. It happened in Rome with monotonous regularity. The most recent conflagration had been the previous month. For the dozenth time since entering the slum, he gave thanks for his life and his fine house on the Palatine.
"Are we nearly there?"
he asked of Passian, who had set the meeting up.
"It's not much further, master."
"Why in Jupiter's name does he lodge here? An ambassador has access to funds,"
said Flamininus in a quiet voice. He answered himself before Passian could.
"He doesn't want to be seen coming and going."
"As you say, master, staying in this quarter attracts little attention. Poor people don't care who their neighbour is, unless perhaps he has something worth stealing." Rather him than me, coming and going, thought Flamininus. Visiting once was unpleasant enough. It was an experience that had to be endured, however. Since Galba's rabble-rousing speech to the centuriate, the fear in Rome had risen to heights not seen since the nadir of the war against Hannibal. When the call went out for volunteers to the legions, thousands of poor citizens had flocked to the port of Brundisium, where Galba's army was already assembling. Subterfuge was Flamininus's only option now. The man he was going to meet was an Italian emissary, once more sent by his ruling assembly to seek Rome's aid against King Philip. It would look suspicious to be seen together in public. The correct conclusion might be drawn, which explained Flamininus's need for secrecy. He shook his head no at a butcher who proffered him a stringy lump of meat. Lip curling, he stepped around a bandage-wrapped leper who held up his nub-fingered hands in supplication. A beady-eyed urchin slipped in behind Passian, who didn't notice. Flamininus, glancing around at his secretary, did. Quick as a flash, he dealt the brat a cuff that sent him reeling. Passian looked startled.
"He was about to cut your purse,"
explained Flamininus, thinking it would have been easier to leave his secretary at home. He wasn't really needed. The Italian emissary spoke some Latin. No, Flamininus decided, it was better that Passian was present, even if he had to be watched over like a small child. Their mission today was delicate, and Flamininus didn't want any misunderstandings because of language. His skin crawled, the way it does when a man realizes someone is looking. He turned his head, nice and slow. A trio of tough-looking, unshaven types, propped against the wall of a tavern, were staring at him and Passian with an unpleasant degree of interest. Flamininus pitched his voice low.
"Thrax?"
"I see them, master."
Rap went Thrax's cudgel off the road surface. A thick piece of wood, shod in iron at both ends, it looked dangerous to everyone but a half-wit, and in his hands it promised to be lethal. The lowlifes were quick to look away. The immature part of Flamininus wanted to make an obscene gesture as they passed, but in such a dangerous area that would be akin to kicking a wasp's nest. He hid his satisfaction beneath the brim of his straw hat. Around the next corner, Passian inclined his head.
"That insula, master?"
Just another run-down apartment building. Flamininus would have walked past without a second glance. The wooden stairs that led up the structure's side were bedecked with half a dozen coal-eyed women wearing close to nothing. A brothel operated on one floor, thought Flamininus. Perhaps the Italian preferred women, unlike so many of his kind.
"Where's his room?"
"At the top, master."
"Of course it is,"
said Flamininus. The rickety staircase looked as if it might fall at any moment. It was the least of his worries, he decided, casting a look back whence they had come. A figure rounding the corner made a sharp turn into an ironmonger's. Flamininus stared, but the man did not re-emerge. He'd been on his own, and the three lowlifes were bound to go everywhere together, Flamininus decided. The man had just been in a hurry. Flamininus jerked his chin.
"Lead the way, Passian."
His secretary eased in front of Thrax, who frowned.
"Better if I knock on his door," said Passian. "You'd frighten him."
Thrax grinned. His smile grew broader as they ascended, and the whores, who ignored Flamininus, fluttered about him like butterflies, promising extra favours and lower-than-normal prices.
"Not now,"
said Thrax in his poor Latin.
"Working."
In desperation, one offered a quickie for nothing, if he didn't mind doing it outside.
"The pimp expects his cut, you see," she simpered. "But he won't see us in the next alley."
Flamininus was amused by the tone of regret in Thrax's no, and by the fact that the woman seemed not even to see Passian. His secretary, on the other hand, could not take his eyes off their bare flesh. By the time the little group reached the third story, there was a distinct colour to his cheeks.
"Take a moment, Passian,"
ordered Flamininus, before adding mischievously,
"to catch your breath."
Passian assumed a prim expression.
"I'm ready, master."
Flamininus took off his hat and settled his hair. He checked the heavy purse was still on his belt.
"And I."
"Trouble."
Thrax's tone was matter-of-fact.
"On the street."
Flamininus peered over the handrail. The three sewer rats of a few moments before were lounging against a wall opposite the stair's base. His heart thumped a little. Passian would be worse than useless in a fight. He, Flamininus, could handle himself, but didn't fancy a struggle with men who'd lived their entire lives on the streets. Thrax would deal with one of the filth, probably two, but three? This meeting had taken days to arrange. To have it compromised by scum of the lowest variety was infuriating. They were also in real danger, thought Flamininus. His life, all their lives, were in Thrax's hands. He glanced at the Thracian. "What should we do?"
"You go meeting. I fight fuckers. Me after."
Flamininus had not expected that response. His eyes searched the doorman's face. It was serene, as if Thrax had described going for a walk by the Tiber with one of the whores downstairs. He's not joking, thought Flamininus, with another sly look down at the street. He pondered his options. If he didn't appear, the Italian, not knowing about the fight, might panic and refuse another meeting. The cursed Greek could even disappear. That was something Flamininus was not prepared to countenance. Thrax would deal with the three lowlifes, he decided. "Very well," said Flamininus, giving Thrax an approving nod. "Passian and I will go inside while you fight the fuckers." Thrax nodded. Whistling happily, he set off downstairs without a backward glance. "Right," said Flamininus, Thrax's confidence making him feel for once like the servant instead of the master. "Shall we?" Passian's face was scared. "Thrax, master, he knows what he's doing," Flamininus declared. "Let's talk to the Italian." "Master." Passian's smile was more of a grimace. He led the way inside. Flamininus followed. He had never been inside an insula before, and it didn't impress. A low-roofed, narrow passageway led into the depths of the building. Every 5 to 6 paces, a door marked the entrance to a cenaculum. Many were open, affording a glimpse inside. In the first, a straggle-haired, exhausted-looking woman breastfed a baby, while 3 small children screamed and fought on the floor by her feet. In another, a dog whined at a crone who lay unmoving, dead, on a straw pallet. Incurious, sunken-cheeked faces stared back at Flamininus from several. The entire place reeked of unwashed humanity, urine, and smoke. It was a grim view into the underbelly of Roman life, and he didn't care for it. He focused on Passian's back. "Remember why you're here," he thought. His secretary came to a halt at a door near the corridor's end. "This is it," he whispered. Flamininus put on his best nobleman's face. He nodded. Passian placed his knuckles on the timber and rapped, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. There was a short delay. Footsteps echoed within the cenaculum beyond. "Who's there?" called a voice in accented Latin. Passian cleared his throat. "Leonidas, with a friend." Flamininus almost laughed. The famed king of Sparta was not the figure he would have picked for Passian's alter ego. The door opened, revealing a short, olive-skinned man in a fine himation. Handsome, with neat curls of jet-black hair, a straight nose and even features, he was perhaps 35. "Well met, Leonidas." He caught Flamininus's eye and held out his hand. "My name is Metrodorus." "Horatius." The lie was obvious, but they shook. "Please enter," said Metrodorus. Flamininus hesitated. For all he knew, 6 men with ready swords were waiting inside the apartment. "I am alone," said Metrodorus, reading his mind. Discomfited at being seen through with such ease, Flamininus strode in as if entering his own house. The room was larger than the others he'd glanced into. 2 cenacula had been knocked into one. A curtain divided the chamber in half. The portion he could see was the living area. 4 stools stood around a low table on which a jug and several beakers sat. A brazier occupied one corner, Shelves above held crockery and cooking implements. Flamininus strode to the curtain and, pulse increasing, pulled it back. An unmade bed, a document-covered desk, and another stool met his eyes. Behind him, Metrodorus chuckled. "I would do the same." Flamininus gave him a stiff nod. "Please excuse the, shall we say, simple furnishings." Metrodorus picked up the jug and poured. "The wine is Greek, although it could be better. I couldn't find the finest Aetolian here in Rome, you see, but I think you'll agree this rivals most Italian varieties." He saluted Flamininus with his cup and threw back a hearty mouthful. Just because Metrodorus had drunk didn't mean the wine wasn't poisoned, thought Flamininus. He had heard of men who consumed tiny amounts of toxins daily, thereby making themselves immune. That's not happening here, he told himself. What possible reason could he have to murder me? Selecting a cup, Flamininus returned Metrodorus's salutation and took a swallow. The wine was strong, less diluted than the Roman fashion, with a characteristic earthy flavour. It was delicious, but Flamininus wasn't prepared to admit that. "It's not bad." Metrodorus chuckled and produced a platter of cheese and bread. "Can I offer you food?" "Shall we get down to business?" Flamininus understood that the Greeks liked to talk around an issue before getting to the point, but he was growing annoyed with the Aetolian's confidence. He was the one with the money here, the one with power. "I always forget what plain speakers you Romans are." Metrodorus offered Flamininus the stool facing the door and took the one opposite. Passian remained standing. Metrodorus fixed his gaze on Flamininus. "You wish to talk about Aetolia's relations with Macedon?" "I do. Your people are no friends of Macedonia." Thanks to his spies, Flamininus knew this was still the case. "Aetolia and Macedon have an awkward history," said Metrodorus, with a wry twist of his lips. "It troubles us that the Republic has now changed its mind and is to make war on Macedon." "Yet here you are," said Flamininus. "Indeed." Both men knew that despite the brutal snub from the Senate 2 years before, the Aetolians had no chance of winning a war against Philip on their own. Flamininus decided not to rub Metrodorus's nose in it unless he had to. Better to win the man over. "The Centuriate and Senate make their decisions in the best interests of the Roman people," Flamininus declared. He had uttered the lie enough times for it to feel comfortable. "What did not seem wise in the past can sometimes become a natural choice for the present." "As you say," agreed Metrodorus, his eyes suggesting different. "You are wondering, no doubt, why I am here?" "It has been on my mind. My first thought was that you might offer help, so that the Senate would look favourably on Aetolia's request for aid." Metrodorus meant he imagined Flamininus had come looking for a bribe. Coin for votes, thought Flamininus. Ha! Metrodorus saw something in his face, and for the first time seemed uneasy. "That is not your reason for meeting." Flamininus had decided on his course days before, but uttering it to a Greek felt awkward and disloyal. He steeled his resolve. The result for the Republic would be the same. Macedonia would be defeated, just by him, not Galba. He cleared his throat. "It would be better if Aetolia were to remain neutral for the moment." "Neutral, but not forever." "That's correct." Metrodorus sipped his wine. "Most men would think Rome might seek allies in Greece at this time. Aetolia is an obvious choice. Our army could open a second front from which to attack Macedon. Without the Aetolian route into Thessaly, Galba will be restricted to 2 or 3 mountain valleys. Defending those will be easy for Philip, and the legions will suffer huge casualties. Nevertheless, some important politicians think it best if Aetolia takes no part in the coming war," lied Flamininus. It was he alone who wished it, of course, to weaken Galba's chances of victory the following spring and summer. Succeed in that, and then in the consular elections, and Macedonia would be his ripe apple to pluck.
I see.
Metrodorus's curious eyes flickered to Passian and back to Flamininus, but he held back from asking more.
What you are asking could prove tricky.
Metrodorus thinks he can extract a fortune from me now, thought Flamininus. Time to drop the pretense.
Philip has ever been an aggressive king and bears nothing but ill will towards Italia. It is no wonder that the majority of your assembly wish to enter into an alliance with Rome.
You are well informed. There was a new respect in Metrodorus's voice.
More than you could know. Like our Senate, your assembly has factions. Secure the support of the largest two, and almost any motion will be passed. Nicomedes and Lycles are the men who need to be persuaded.
Flamininus chuckled at Metrodorus's continued surprise.
It is uncommon for a Roman to know so much about our affairs.
I am no ordinary Roman, said Flamininus without a trace of irony.
You are not,
Metrodorus said, and raised his cup again.
Nicomedes is a reasonable man. Lycles, now he's a different type. By which I presume you mean that Nicomedes is not quite as greedy as Lycles.
Even so. Flamininus's purse landed on the table between them.
That should serve as a preliminary payment for both, plus a little for yourself.
May I?
Be my guest,
said Flamininus, thinking every man has his price. Metrodorus could not conceal his greed as he first weighed the bag in his hand and then looked inside.
More funds will be available, said Flamininus. He continued, I have agents in Italia who will provide you with the monies to win over Nicomedes, Lycles, and anyone else who needs persuading. Should Italia remain neutral into next summer, you will receive 3 times the sum in your hands.
And if I were to refuse your offer?
That would not be wise.
They stared at one another. Metrodorus was first to look away.
How shall we communicate? He muttered.
Flamininus indicated Passian.
You can write to Leonidas.
And after next summer?
Italia shall act as it wishes, answered Flamininus.
By the autumn, he thought, I will be consul, God's willing. The Italian army can augment my own.
It's a delay, then, nothing more, said Metrodorus, looking pleased. You could call it that.
The last of Flamininus's guilt about hindering the Republic's foreign policy disappeared.
I am sure the assembly members will listen to common sense, said Metrodorus.
Something passed across his face and was gone.
The prick imagines he can take my money and disappear, thought Flamininus. Safe in Italia, he will have nothing to fear from a politician in Rome.
A heavy rap on the door made everyone jump.
Who knows you are here? Whispered Metrodorus.
No one, said Flamininus, wishing that he had come armed.
Open! It is Thrax.
Delighted, Flamininus waved at Passian. Thrax tramped in, cudgel in hand. He had a cut under one eye. Blood dripped from a slash along his left forearm. Looking alarmed, Metrodorus made to rise, but Flamininus waved him back down.
He's my slave.
Metrodorus obeyed reluctantly.
You're hurt, said Flamininus.
Only scratch. Safe outside now,
Thrax pronounced in a satisfied tone.
They're gone?
Asked Flamininus. Thrax made a contemptuous noise.
One dead, another with broken arm, third run away. Coward.
They were simple cut purses, nothing else,
Flamininus explained to a startled Metrodorus.
Scum who followed us along the street.
A memory tickled the back of his mind and was gone. Metrodorus looked a little less unhappy.
If word reached the Senate about this meeting—
"It's nothing like that, I assure you,"
said Flamininus, his skin crawling. Most senators would view his actions as collaboration with a foreign power. Exile would be the least he could expect, but forced suicide was more likely. "You're worrying about nothing," he told himself.
"You have little to fear from men like those. I, on the other hand, have a longer reach than you can imagine. It extends to Athens, to Macedonia and Corinth. Even in little Italia there are men who do my bidding. Steal my money, or fail to do as you have agreed, and Thrax, or someone like him, will come knocking on your door. Understand?"
Face taut with fear, Metrodorus nodded. Flamininus drained his wine and stood.
"Come, Passian, Thrax, we had best get that wound looked at."
The carnage that greeted Flamininus outside was satisfying. One cut-purse's body lay in the middle of the street, a gaggle of onlookers around him. The reason for his demise, an unnatural angle between his head and neck, was clear. Of the other two thugs there was no sign. Flamininus glanced at Thrax.
"Excellent work,"
Thrax leered. The Thracian had done well, thought Flamininus, and not just by ridding him of the lowlifes. His blood-spattered arrival could not have been better timed. Metrodorus would do as he'd been paid to. In the spring,